Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I crave your indulgence to please move forward as we commence this session, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Please move forward. Thank you. And maybe it would do well, sorry, can we just concentrate on the two rows here? Thank you so much, thank you. Before we commence, it will not be out of place if I register my disappointment that we have a session for young lawyers and we are not here. It's quite sad that we have very reputable speakers, who would share their knowledge with us, and then we're not here to listen to them. However, we'll make do with those of us here, and we hope that our colleagues will join us, sooner. Thank you so much. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the podium our speakers who have been here with us since 9 a.m. or just shortly after 9. Our first speaker is very well known to Ghanaians. He is a cerebral, learned professor of law. So I would take his abridged version of, his profile, abridged version. He's a managing partner of Exis Legal Solicitors and an associate professor of law. He has held multiple deanship positions in leading law schools in Ghana. He's a public intellectual. Dean, I don't want to mention his name, is a member of the Ghanaian Bar Association, a lifetime member of the Governing Council of the African Bar Association, a member of the International Bar Association, and the chairman of the Corporate and Commercial Committee of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association. He has published extensively on constitutional law, international trade law, international environmental law, corporations law, and human rights law. He has served and continues to serve on corporate boards and advisory councils of local and multinational corporations, and continues to play pivotal roles in shaping the policy directions of corporate entities in Ghana. He is currently the chairman of the advisory board of the Chief Executives Network of Ghana, a body comprising the CEOs of some of the largest and notable corporations in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Ernest Kofi Abotse. Our second speaker is a woman I have very personal affection for. When I first read her abridged profile, I was intimidated. But more importantly, I was inspired to see a woman do all of that, in her lifetime, be fulfilled and all. So this morning, I have the singular privilege to invite to the podium a distinguished legal practitioner, an accountant, a mediator, arbitrator, whose professional experience spans domestic and international commercial law, with additional qualifications as a chartered secretary and a business rescue and insolvency practitioner through BRIPAN and INSOL. She has contributed extensively to legal scholarship through numerous articles, book chapters, and journals. She served as Director General of the African Ship Owners Association, Nigeria, and was a member of Nigeria's Presidential National Action Committee on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. transportation stream, where she co-led discussions on Nigeria's implementation strategy in transport and logistics. She is currently the chairperson of the Nigeria Forum of the African Bar Association. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Foluke Akinmoladun. Thank you. This morning, we are discussing a topic titled, One Africa, One Market, One Voice. Throughout this conference, somehow you would have seen this theme run through all the discussions we've had. This morning, they will elaborate specifically on the issues that we have talked about and then how to integrate this continent called Africa. So without further ado, I'll invite my first speaker this morning, Foluke Akinmoladun, for her presentation. Please help me clap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I really did expect, like Madam Mimi said, that we will have a fuller house, because we heard on the opening ceremony, that the Ministry of Justice of Ghana had paid for 100 young lawyers to join. So please do send our message back to your colleagues that, please, these are the kind of events that helps us to strategize for the future. Every one of us, we may be experienced lawyers now, we all started out as young lawyers. And the more opportunities we get to learn the things that can help us grow in our profession, the faster it is for us to have, to build our career progressions. Now, I'll be moving on to my presentation, which I'm waiting for them to kindly put up. Fantastic, thank you. So I'm going to be talking today essentially on the conference theme, which is foreign investment in Africa, exploitation or investment. But I'm going to be looking at it from a slightly different perspective. And I'm hoping that I'm getting this right. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Now, the Young Lawyers Forum of the Africa Bar Association serves as a platform that nurtures the next generation of African legal professionals. So, as members of the Young Lawyers Forum, it's important that we use the AFBA platform to look at the issues that connect all of us as a body and as the next generation of lawyers. Now, this presentation is to explore all of those different opportunities that at the African Bar Association. I hope to be able to help us understand how to strengthen our capacity to engage in regional and international practice, and also foster a Pan-African legal identity rooted in integrity, fairness, and unity. If you notice, the first word I used was integrity, because especially coming from Nigeria, there's always this exaggeration. I say exaggeration because sometimes the stories are actually not true about the fact that Nigerians are corrupt. Now, the question is, who is the person measuring and what were the circumstances? Unfortunately, when such allegations are made, those who it is made against usually don't have the opportunity to defend themselves. So let's go into the crux of today's topic. What is AFTA? What is the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement? It was established in 2018 with trading activities commencing on the 1st of January 2021. And I remember it was I believe, a Kenyan shipment of tea around the continent. And there was a lot of fanfare with respect to that event. Now, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement represents the largest free trade area since the World Trade Organization in 1995. What that means is that Africa is the largest market right now under AFTA. Second only to the World Trade Organization. So it's bigger than the European Union, it's bigger than Southeast Asia, and so it is for us to take advantage of the size that the agreement provides. Now, it's the world's largest free market free trade market area by membership, comprising of 55 African countries. And its primary objectives are to eliminate tariffs and trade barriers amongst African countries, to boost intra-Africa trade and regional economic integration, and to create a single continental market for goods, services, and investments, and to promote industrialization, economic growth, and sustainable development across Africa. And now it's important to note that one of the reasons why AFTA is so important is because intra-Africa trade is already happening. I mean, we have people who sell Ghanaian textiles in Nigeria. We have Nigerians who sell Nigerian textiles in Kenya. So it's not as if we don't have cross-border trade activities. The challenge is it is not formalized, and because it is not formalized, there's no way of actually gathering data to know about whether or not they are bankable projects, because if they are not bankable, they can't really scale up. And so some of these issues are part of what AFTA seeks to address. Now, the AFTA area covers 1.2 billion people and over $3 trillion dollars in gross domestic product. It creates a myriad of opportunities for entrepreneurs across the continent. So just imagine that you are into selling of football balls, and you want to manufacture that in Ghana and export it to Senegal. So those are the type of things that we are hoping we will see more and more of under the African Free Trade Area Agreement activities. Now, it has the potential to enhance competitiveness, promote industrial development through diversification, and regional value chain development. So an example, Ghanaian shea butter being exported to Nigeria, Nigeria changing it into cream, being taken to Egypt to be distributed to Algeria. So those are the type of things that we need to begin to think about. And as well as sustainable socio-economic development and structural transformation. Now, the agreement aims to establish a single market for goods and services facilitated by movement. So the whole argument with respect to African passports and not needing visas actually is part of the things that the AFBA, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is meant to address. So the agreement's objective is sustainable and inclusive, and I want us to hold on to those words. Sustainable, inclusive, social economic development, gender equality, and structural transformation of state parties. Now, legal professionals play a critical role in interpreting, implementing, and enforcing its provisions. And so I'll go into a brief history of AFTA so that we know where we're coming from and how we got here. So in 1963, the Organization of African Unity, which we now call the African Union, was founded by the independent states of Africa. Now, the Organization of African Union aimed to promote cooperation between African states. So the discussions then was, okay, now we have politically independent states. How do we make them economically independent as well? So the first major discussions in this area was the 1980 Lagos Plan of Action, which was adopted by the Organization of African Unity. Now, this plan suggested that Africa should minimize its dependence on the West by promoting intra-Africa trade. So as you can see, these discussions about AFTA had started long ago. Now, this moves on to the Abuja Treaty, and I think I might have gone over a slide. Yes, so this then moved on to the creation of regional cooperation organizations. So from the Lagos Plan of 1980, we then had the creation of the various, what we call RECs, the Regional Economic Community blocks. So you had ECOWAS, you had the Southern African Development Community, SADC, you had COMESA, which is the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. Now, there are about 8 of them, and some African countries belong to more than one bloc. Then in 1990 was the Abuja Treaty of 1991, which created the African Economic Community. So you have the Lagos Plan 1980 creating the REX. You had the Abuja Treaty in 1991 creating the African Economic Community, which essentially was the blueprint upon which AFTA was created. Now, this was essentially for the development of free trade areas, custom unions, an African central bank, and an African common currency union. So you can see that a lot of thought had gone into how to ensure that Africa can be more integrated economically. Now, with respect to AFTA itself, negotiations started in 2012 at the African Union Summit in Addis Ababa. And here, the leaders agreed to have a common free trade area agreement by 2017. Now, this started a series of 10 negotiation sessions that then culminated, starting from February 2016 to the 8 meetings that led to the summit of March 2018 in Kigali. Now, from February 2017, there was a technical working group that looked into the various provisions of the Free Trade Area Agreement. And in 2018, the African Union Ministers of Trade approved the first draft of the AFTA Treaty as we know it today, and it was done at the 10th Extraordinary Session of the African Union. Now, this resulted in 3 separate agreements. One was the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AFTA, the Kigali Declaration, and the Protocol on the Free Movement of persons. Now, the Protocol on the Free Movement of Persons was essentially put together to create the visa-free zone within AFTA countries and to support the creation of an African free passport. So not just will we get to a stage where we are having no need for visas, that we should eventually get to the stage where every African has the same passport. Now, in the Summit of Kigali of 21st of March 2018, 44 countries signed up to AFTA, 47 signed up to the Kigali Declaration, and 80, let me just confirm that, 30 signed up to the Protocol of the Free Movement of Persons. Now, despite the success of the discussions, 2 major African economies, Nigeria and South Africa, did not sign in Kigali. And that was a major setback for the discussions and the negotiations on AFTA. Now, in addition to this was also the issues of the REX. The question was, okay, now we have the regional economic communities, and we are looking to have the African Continental Free Trade Area. What do we do with the REX? So the compromise was the REX will become the stepping blocks upon which the development of the... Can we all hear me, please? Okay. Upon which the development of AFTA will be built. So rather than have the REX replaced by AFTA, the REX, or the regional economic communities, will become the basis upon which free movement of persons will be used to then ensure that there will be free movement of persons under the AFTA agreement itself. Now, let me quickly talk about the Nigerian experience, because I think it's important to understand why a country like Nigeria, with a market of 200 million people, would choose not to have been at the forefront. Remember, the Lagos Plan of 1980 was the one that resulted in the REX, and the Abuja Treaty was the one that resulted in the African Economic Community. Yet, when AFTA came to light, Nigeria was not part of the initial countries that signed. And it's important to note that there was initial antagonism against AFTA in Nigeria. In fact, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, which represents 3,000 companies, praised Nigeria's decision not to sign the agreement. The Nigerian foreign minister at the time said Nigeria is still consulting. The labor union, that the Nigerian Labour Congress, cited the agreement as a renewed, extremely dangerous and radioactive neoliberal policy initiative. That was how much the private sector in Nigeria disdained AFTA. Now, one of the major issues they had was Nigeria was concerned that it would not become a dumping ground for many of the the discussions or many of the market products that will be coming from other African countries. But Nigeria did eventually sign AFTA on the 7th of July 2019 and set up the National Action Committee to oversee the process of the implementation of AFTA. And this was done on the 20th of December 2019. And I had the privilege of co-leading the transportation work stream under that for implementing AFTA in Nigeria. Now, enough of the history. What does it hold? What does AFTA hold for the young African lawyer? First and foremost is trade law and dispute resolution mechanisms. As it is right now, under AFTA, it's only between state to states. The only parties that can come before the Dispute Settlement Board is states. We have not yet received the final negotiations on the Protocol on Investment for it to include private parties, and we're waiting to see if that will happen. As a matter of fact, I wrote an article that the International Bar Association published challenging the fact that we are having only state-to-state parties, because the people who drive business are not government. It is the private individuals, it's the MSMEs. And if those do not have some form of representation before the Dispute Settlement Board, then the very system of dispute resolution that was set up to help the agreement to be properly implemented might not have the weight or the buy-in of those who it is actually meant to help. Then investment and intellectual property rights. And let me say this, when it comes to intellectual property rights, it can get very complicated very easily. So the famous Nigerian Ghana jollof rice. The question is, if someone from Ghana wants to export the spices for jollof rice, will the person need to put there that this is Ghana jollof rice spices, or would you need to put just jollof rice? Now, it might seem simple and straightforward, but let's think about it for a minute. For an exporter, you need to have certificate of origin. The question then is, what would be the certificate of origin for jollof rice? Would you need to put that is Ghanaian? Will you need to put that is Nigerian? Will you need to put that is Sierra Leonean? So something that might seem straightforward can actually get really complex really fast. Then competition policy and digital trade frameworks. There are two companies in Nigeria, Paystack and Flutterwave, that already have more presence. They have presence in more than 10 African countries. And these do not need the same infrastructural requirements that a conventional bank requires. And so we heard yesterday at the data privacy session that certain countries do not have data protection laws in Africa. So the question is, when you now bring digital services to such countries, how do you regulate their activities across barriers? And then cross-border contracts and regulatory compliance, and I'll be done in a few minutes. Opportunities for young lawyers, because where there are problems, there are opportunities. That is why that is where a lawyer gets paid, from solving problems. Trade and investment advisory, AFTA-related trade agreements, drafting and negotiation of cross-border contracts, representing clients before the AFTA dispute settlement body, offering mediation services. So since the arbitration dispute resolution mechanism is state to state, at least the mediation mechanisms can be between private individuals. And then policy and legal reforms. There will be a need for harmonization of many laws across Africa because of AFTA. It is the lawyers in the room that would discuss what those issues are, how it will be harmonized, and how it will be implemented. And then joining think tanks for government committees. Other emerging areas, intellectual property law, I mentioned that already, on culturally sensitive products, then competition law, ensuring fair market practices, e-commerce and digital trade, then environmental and sustainability law, ensuring green trade compliance. So what are the entrepreneurship opportunities? You can set up boutique trade law firms that focuses on advising cross-border transactions. You can provide compliance and risk management services for SMEs. And you could also develop legal tech platforms to support AFTA transactions. I remember the International Bar Association's president at the 2019 Nigerian Bar Association conference mentioning that law is going to metamorphose into consulting, and that we will see more of what we call legal engineering. So what is legal engineering? It's essentially doing smart contracts. So you now have what we call smart houses, for instance. Unlike when you would, in order to evict somebody, you need to go to court and have processes and all. A smart house will shut down once the smart contract has been executed. So it's self-executory. So we're going to be having more lawyers who are going to be writing contracts, not in words, but in programs. And when that happens, it would then not need people to be physically present in a particular area to generate the contract for that particular transaction. So creating legal platforms to do this is also an opportunity. Then, of course, creating capacity building programs for businesses entering into the new markets. So what are the skills that young lawyers would need? A strong foundation in international trade law, understanding the economic and political context in Africa, skill in negotiation, arbitration, generally ADR, proficiency in legal technology and research tools, and being multilingual, especially in the main languages within the African continent. So English, French, Arabic, Swahili, Spanish, and Portuguese. What are the challenges? There are limited awareness about the legal mechanisms. There are also inconsistent national laws. But all of this actually presents opportunities. The solutions: continuous learning, networking with regional legal communities, active engagement in AFTA programs. So for their social media handles, you can begin to follow them. And thankfully, the headquarters is here in Accra, so we don't have an excuse for those of us based in Ghana to follow on AFTA's activities. So I was going to give a case study example, but I think I've taken a bit of our time. But really, it is for us to think about being in Nigeria as a Nigerian lawyer, advising a Ghanaian business that wants to set up in Kenya. What are the implications of such activities? How do you handle them? And then opportunities again, drafting trade compliance documents, navigating customs and tariff exceptions, facilitating cross-border dispute resolution. The recommendations: collect a collective statement reaffirming the role of the young African in advancing AFTA, formation of a continental young lawyers forum, which the African Bar already gives us the opportunity to do, policy recommendations to align national legal systems with fair investment, commitment to continuous capacity building, taking trade law courses. So you can have them online or you can pay for them in universities, but there are a number of those trade law courses available online. Networking within your local bar and the Africa Bar, and then improve and develop legal solutions for African integration. So the call to action is to build one legal voice, which means a clarion call to one Africa, one market, one legal voice. And this is more than a slogan. It represents a movement to ensure justice, fairness, and equality in the Africa growth story. In conclusion, AFTA is going to redefine the African legal and economic landscape. Young lawyers are strategic to the enablement of its success. With the right skills and initiative, the future of Africa trade law is bright. Thank you very much for listening.
Applause for Dr. Foluke. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking us through the journey of AFTA. She went to the history, and then she brought us to the current status of AFTA. Now, I will just stress one thing that she said. She said AFTA is redefining our continent, and it is high time we hopped on that bandwagon, right? And she also told us the market. She said it's a single market with over 3 trillion GDP. That's a huge market with over 2-point-something billion people. You cannot snooze on that at all. Last year, I had the privilege of sharing the stage during one of the sessions of the AFBA conference with a very learned professor of law, where we discussed the AFTA. He is an astute authority on AFTA. I know 2 years ago, I traveled to Ghana for one of the sessions he had here at the Labadi Beach Hotel on AFTA. And so I'm going to allow him now build on what Dr. Foluke has told us. So please help me with a round of applause to welcome him to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mimi. And thank you, my learned colleague, for your wonderful presentation. I would like to start on a note you started on, which is a regret at the rather empty room to which we are having the discussion. I do hope that it's not a statement of the lack of interest or apathy in the AFTA. Unfortunately, I do think it's my sad conviction that young people in Africa, especially young lawyers in Africa, are sleepwalking into AFTA. It seems that others outside Africa are busily researching day and night, looking for ways of juggling their interest and settling, and once again, exploiting Africa through the AFTA. The youngest people in Africa who have the greatest opportunity to transform and change our circumstances because of the poverty that we have been born into for years, and things are beginning to change, and rather to our advantage. Unfortunately, as we have a revolution on the horizon, we appear to still be sleeping. I do not see the energy in young people. And if today's audience is anything to go by, it has appeared once again that young lawyers of Africa can't be bothered about something that may potentially change the circumstances of our time. How we send the message out, I am not sure. And as the first speaker mentioned, perhaps you should send some message out of this place to young people from whatever it is that you hear here, whatever interaction that we share together. But we're in danger of having outsiders, once again, coming to take over something that should belong to us. So on this rather regrettable note, I would still continue in the hopeful expectation that my suspicions are false. There are times when you have suspicions, but you pray that they are not true. So I hope my suspicions are false and that some people simply did not get the message of the topic for today. But the AFTA has a great promise. And the promise, some of which have already been mentioned by my colleague, about the fact that we have an integrated market. If AFTA operates effectively, we have a market size of 1.4 billion people. Ghana is only 30 million, 35 million, depending on which part of the country you're standing and counting. But, we have been around that number for a long time. But, Nigeria next door, again, we're told in the region of 200 million, a little plus or minus. So our countries individually, perhaps Nigeria has a good reason why, frankly, they can even choose not to be bothered much because the Nigerian market is one everyone wants to be in. But Ghana is a small country. And Ghana is a medium-sized country in Africa. So the average African country is small. What that means is that the continental size of Africa, in terms of the market integration, presents a strong case, one that we cannot discount. And that is the promise of Africa. That is the promise of AFTA. The global services in trade for 2023, Africa's participation in the entire global services for trade for 2023 was, listen, 2.7%. 2.7%. If you round that up to 3%, Africa was outside the 97% bracket. And we still somehow are very happy to speak about the global. In the global trade services, Africa is insignificant. In other words, should the global community decide not to trade with Africa, they may not even know we're not there. Somebody has to remind them that Africa didn't come. They would know we are not at the World Cup for good reason, because clearly they can tell that Ghana is not there. I'm sure Nigeria will join us soon. But until then, we know Ghana is going to be there. But at least they will know we are not there at the World Cup. If we are not in the trade room in Africa, in the world, they will not know, because you are only 3% out of 100%. It is therefore imperative that we begin recognizing the imperative, or rather the promise of AFTA. I think, unfortunately, sometimes the AFTA conversations tend to be drowned in many other conversations in Africa that go nowhere. We say all kinds of things. Our problems are so many. So AFTA has become one of those. You speak about them, who cares? But this morning, as I was preparing to come on stage with my colleague, we were discussing, for example, the issue about continental currencies. The AFTA has estimated that Africa loses $5 billion every year from forex losses, just forex. In other words, as you are changing from CD to dollars, you are changing from naira to dollars, you are changing from kwacha to dollars, you are changing from rand to dollars, from others and others and others to dollars. As you are changing this morning, as we sit here, by close of day today, by close of this year, Africa would have lost $5 billion just because of the forex losses. These are real wealth and poverty conversations that should dominate dining hall conversations. For some reason, we continue discussing the after as if it's a far-removed conversation, as if it's one of those things that we start talk about, but frankly, that may end up going nowhere. The absence of young lawyers in the after conversation is a statement of a degree of, I'm not sure if the word is ignorance, but a degree of lack of awareness of something which is about to hit. By the time we are aware, it's already late because others have taken it and they will be playing catch up and they will never catch up. It is therefore important that African young lawyers tap their dynamic power, their dynamic authority, they tap it into the after. As I spoke to many young lawyers at the opening ceremony, as someone who, as Prof. Madaki in the room, who is also into academia, you know, I spoke to a number of people I saw, some of them were even my students. I spoke to them at the beginning of the conference, and a good number of them are new lawyers who have been called to the bar. And one thing which was notable, I couldn't help but note, is the fact that many of them are very anxious about the future at the bar, and many of them don't even have the, appointment in any law firm yet. And so they're not sure what the prospect holds for them at the bar. Young people are dynamic, they are excited, but many of them are confused. But within the context of after, as my colleague mentioned earlier, you can clearly see opportunity. Every trade arrangement is fundamentally a legal arrangement. The AFTA itself is a legal constitutive document. The AFTA contains all kinds of protocols. We have the protocol on investment. We have protocol on trading services. We have all kinds of protocols. And young lawyers can tap into that at various levels. Again, as she mentioned, at the advisory level. The good thing about law is that at every level, there is a service to be provided. Lawyers must create the job that AFTA has to offer, because sometimes the client doesn't even know that he needs the service. It is up to the lawyer to remind the client sometimes of the scope of services that they need. And lawyers must begin opening the eyes of clientele. We have clientele on the continent. Many of them don't even know how to start. Okay, I have something I want to do. I want to trade under the AFTA. How do I even start? Where do we start from? What do I have to do? Where does my government come in? Where does my Ministry of Trade come in? My Ministry of Foreign Affairs, do they have a role to play at all? Private legal practitioners, where does the Attorney General's Department of my country come in? The various interfaces, it is part of the reason why people see the AFTA as a conversation in the clouds, because sometimes they're not sure where to start. But that's where lawyers must become crafty. And then a lawyer will remind me very quickly, we can't advertise. And I'm like, okay, that's true, we can't advertise, because you're not supposed to advertise, you're not supposed to tout. But guess what? All law firms these days can open websites. Law firms have incrementally become smarter than the old colonial law that says if you're a lawyer, be quiet, be blank, people will come to you. Now, guess what? The people who made those laws, they were lawyers in a generation where there was one lawyer to one city. And therefore, everybody knew where the law firm was. They will all come to you because you're the big man in town. Today, you and I know there are many of us, and somebody has to find somebody. And how do they know you? You have to become smart, crafty, nimble, and nuanced. And law firms are becoming smart, and lawyers are becoming smarter about that. You should become the young lawyer who has a niche in AFTA, who has an understanding in advising on market entry under the AFTA. Guess what? You can even write an article. You can even pretend to know something. You can have an aid from ChatGPT. You don't have to tell anybody about this. But the truth of the matter is that you are appearing to be smart and that you are appearing to know something about something. The idea of sitting back and waiting is a losing game. Unfortunately, lawyers under AFTA, even more so young lawyers under AFTA, are looking the wrong way. I think far too often we all focus on old success. And old success is what someone has done before, and they've succeeded. We've also, the old lawyers at the bar today, they've done the old things at the bar, and they've succeeded. The new game at the bar is still waiting to be tapped. The young lawyers are focused on the old game. That old game is gone, and you're going to have to wait 5-10 years in the minimum to catch up, to get to a level where we can call you senior lawyer, and you can start getting some decent briefs. So just remember, there is a market out there, and it provides a pathway of hope. Young lawyers must become smart and nimble about this to leverage the market size. I started by saying Africa has a market size of, we have a population of a population of 1.4 billion and a market capitalization of 3.3 trillion. That's what they say under the AFTA. So when the AFTA comes to full stream, Africa's markets and the market capitalization is 3.3 trillion. So the reality is that as a continent, if Africa begins trading with itself, the opportunity is there. And I'm just telling you, the fact that many countries are not trading under the AFTA could be the fault of lawyers. Because there are a lot of people who don't know how to start under the AFTA in the first place. And the global average of trade is hovering around the 50-something%. Africa's percentage of intra-African trade is around 15%. So the global intra-continental trade, i.e. Asians trading among Asians, Europeans trading among Europeans, Latin America among Latin Americans, is hovering around 50-something%, so between 50 and 60%. Africa, we are hovering 15%. On all the market indices, Africa is behind. Why can't we for a moment say, let's talk among ourselves? Because at a global level, we're just not competing. You know, they are happy to allow us so that it looks global. Without Africa, it's not global. But why can't we do our own thing? Unfortunately, we are here not talking among ourselves, and as I indicated, people working in different law firms outside Africa are positioning themselves. So the big corporations, the big global law firms, virtually all of them have AFTA desks. They have people in those law firms who are studying how do we put ourselves together to provide continental trade advisory services to African countries. How do we structure ourselves together to make ourselves the leading law firms for consultation for trade services? How do we market ourselves to become the best arbitrators in African trade arbitration? How do we structure ourselves in ways that would get governments coming to us to seek advice and to seek advisory services moving forward under the AFTA? These law firms are positioning themselves. Unfortunately, the African is still looking on. African law firms are still not talking. I have a law firm in Ghana. I'm not talking to anybody in Nigeria. My friends in Nigeria perhaps are not talking to the guys in Rwanda. And the Rwandese are not talking to the guys in Ethiopia. We should begin having firms where I can say, look, you have a matter in Nigeria, please speak to X in Lagos. That's my partner firm, and they'll take it from there. And then vice versa in Ghana. We should be able to do that. For some reason, we are too happy in our small spheres, in our small corners. We attend AFBA, we go back without much synergies. Perhaps the moment has come for us to change. So it's imperative for us to understand that the AFTA presents opportunities for young lawyers, and I keep emphasizing the young lawyers part because my colleague did a good job giving us a broad overview of things. But just back to the issue of lawyers. The young lawyers are the ones who are going to provide the services under the AFTA that the old lawyers may not really care much about. The truth of the matter is, people who are set in their legal practice are not really comfortable necessarily sometimes going outside the domain to do the things that we would, the emerging things. AFTA still remains emerging. It started in 2019. This is 2025. It is 6 years. But remember, 6 years is a long time for us to continue talking about it is coming. The AFTA is here. Some people are benefiting. Some countries are benefiting. And especially for the large majority of young lawyers at this conference who come from Nigeria, Nigeria presents the biggest market attraction for those outside Nigeria. For those inside Nigeria, of course, Nigeria presents itself as a giant of Africa that can, pretty much go everywhere it has to go and make a difference. But in terms of investment, there's a whole protocol on investment. Specialize in that. Get to know about the rules on investment. Get to know about the rules on origin, as she mentioned, for example. There could be controversies. As she gave the example of Jollof, I know that could be a problem. But, without much difficulty, we are going to start the Ghana branding today, so that Nigeria can't even claim that. But the truth of the matter is, it's true. Some of these things are likely to present complications and complexities. But guess what? Lawyers enjoy complexity. We don't say that aloud, but that's true. We enjoy complication and complexity because it is out of complexity that you have disputes. When there's too much simplicity, there's peace. And we did not go to law school to moderate over peace. So I encourage our young lawyers as I wrap up once again. The AFTA is here. It is not coming. Some are taking advantage of the AFTA. There are diverse aspects of the AFTA framework, from intellectual property to investment to services to rules of origin issues to all kinds of things that you can decide which of the various terrain in that spectrum of services you can create a niche for yourself. And the truth of the matter is that you don't have to say, I am here, I'm a lawyer, come for me. But the other media, which is the social media, presents opportunity for people to put up an image that can get someone tapping you when they need particular advisory services. So if you're not even ready to start a big one moving country to country, you can start in the minimal, small way by providing AFTA-related advisory services. And the AFTA documentation is there, ready for consultation, ready for advisory, once you are ready to provide the kind of legal services that your expertise would allow in this context. So without much ado, once again, it's an AFTA message that I have just decided to bring to you together, taking advantage of the general topic of one Africa, one market, one voice. I was telling Mimi earlier that sounded very political. It sounds like one Africa, like we've always said that. But indeed, it is one Africa. One African continent. We can even start providing advisory services to the AU itself, that it makes no sense to have 54 countries that are trading among themselves, yet we have to get visas from country to country. It's an area we can broach a conversation, we can create complications, we can write papers, and trust me, it's okay that your first few AFTA-related services, nobody's paying for you. I have gone around Africa speaking on AFTA, a good number of times nobody paid for it. A few of your services nobody has to pay for, or nobody may pay for it, because frankly nobody knows you in that area, but it's okay. But one Africa implies that we have an integrated Africa. Lawyers are the ones who have to make that happen. You can even start a project trying to harmonize Francophone, Anglophone Africa under the AFTA. That in itself presents something. One market, I've already spoken about that, and one voice. The AFTA represents an integrated entity. And that integrated entity can only happen, the integration can only truly happen if the various subcomponents under the AFTA in respect of the protocols are harmoniously implemented and developed. The only ones who can do this are lawyers. Unfortunately, the only ones who are also looking on at the moment are lawyers. So this is where, taking advantage of the one AFTA, one Africa, one market, one voice, I would also say, lawyers, wake up. Thank you.
Please, another rousing round of applause for Prof. I just felt like allowing him preach. I felt like I was in church this morning. Yes, so I know that every one of us is going to leave here awakened, to key into the AFTA. It's very important. He said everything. In fact, I am glad. Will I be a sadist if I said that some of our colleagues are not here because they've not heard the nuggets that you got this morning. I tell you the truth. So please, another round of applause. He has shared with us those opportunities that we can take. He has also shared with us how to advertise without advertising ourselves. So I think that we've had a good time this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to do the Nigerian thing this morning. So forgive me if I'm out of order. While the presentations were going on, we had some big wigs walk into the room. And, if I don't do this, I may be restrained from entering the border in my home country. So please allow me. It's my singular honor to recognize some of our very senior members who have sat through these presentations. May I recognize the presence of Professor Agbo Madaki. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us this morning. Now, we all went through a school system. And if you're not if you don't go through the law school, you will not be called to the bar. So my own bar school back home, we have the head in this room. Okay. So let me recognize the presence of Professor Issa Hayatu Chiroma, the Director General, Nigerian Law School. Thank you very much, Prof, for being with us this morning. I also have the singular honor to recognize the presence of Yahaya Saleh, the Attorney General of Yobe State. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Now it is time to engage. You've listened to presentations. Do you have questions, observations, comments that you want to throw back at your speakers this morning? They have given us just 5, so please, let's utilize it very well. Okay, 1 question, 2. Let me tell you, once they start, I will not give room for other questions, so better raise your hand now. So let's start with Richard. Please, can we have a mic, please? Thank you very much, sir. Your name, and then your bar, and then your question or comment.
Augustine Richard Kaketo. I belong to the Kenyan bar and the Ugandan bar. Sorry for the young lawyers. The old men are taking up. We didn't show up.
Thank you.
I would like to ask just each of the panelists to tell us that one thing that AFBA should resolve to do to solve this lethargy or apathy amongst our young lawyers towards AFBA. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Lady, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Anastasia Dusaiteria. I'm a member of the Ghana Bar Association. My question goes to Professor Abuchi.
Okay.
When he began, he talked about the lack of energy among lawyers, young lawyers, towards the AFTA. But aside that, I want to ask him that what are African governments themselves doing, or what can they do to raise awareness of the potency of the AFTA, to bring a change of story of the African?
Prof, do you understand the question, sir? Okay. All right, thank you very much. So, any other question? Okay, we have a hand behind.
Yeah, good morning. Mine is just an observation and appreciation. For young lawyers, I want to thank specifically, my name is Liboros Oshoma, I'm from Nigeria. I want to thank specifically the Ghana Bar and then the Attorney General. I learned that the Attorney General specifically sponsored some young lawyers to this forum. And that's commendable, very, very commendable. I have not heard other countries, other attorney generals from other countries, do it. And I also want to recommend that AFBA, because the young lawyers are the future of the profession, that AFBA should consider reducing the participation fee for young lawyers. And also, DG Nigerian Law School is here. And if there is a way, there can be collaborations to encourage young lawyers to attend events such as this. It is very encouraging, and a lot of them will learn, apart from sitting down in court to learn from older ones. There are some persons that you will not see apart from this kind of gathering. So for me, it should be part of the takeaway from here. I had to go to the other end to try to talk to some young lawyers to come listen to activities that actually concerns young lawyers, and that's just my observation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. It's commendable, and unfortunately, they are not here to even take advantage of, the payments that we made for them. Regrettably so, anyway. But they've missed. We have things to take away this morning. But just before I yield the floor, the podium to the speakers, I remember last year at our session, Prof, we were able to resolve. We had just one resolution regarding visa, visa application and all of that, for free movement of people. And it appears that the continent had us, because shortly after that conference was when we had many of the African countries saying no more visas, for requirement for Africans to travel to Africa. So I think that today, so it's just for us to think about it so that as soon as we're done, we can agree on one or two things that we can take, as our resolutions out of this forum this afternoon or morning. So please think about the resolutions that we can come up with as a forum this morning at the end of the session. Sorry, okay.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Another thing is, thank God we're talking about AFTA, the visa restrictions for some countries. I know so many people who couldn't attend Lusaka last year because of visas. And you have a lot of Nigerians who are here now because, you can just pick your passport and fly into Ghana.
Exactly.
Same way Ghanaians can fly into Nigeria. And that's why. And I want to also thank Professor Abotse. He's been on this consistently. Anytime I talk after, his name comes to mind. He's been on this. And if more African countries can open their borders and remove this fear, certainly the sky will be too near to be the limits of lawyers and young lawyers in Africa.
That's all right.
I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. So please, over to you, please.
Okay, I think the only question that I have is what can AFTA do now? The first thing is I believe that the starting point is capacity building. And capacity building can be done by making international trade law a compulsory course in the universities so that our upcoming budding lawyers even know that this agreement exists. And not only does it exist, that we are the custodians of the agreement and should make it work. So the first thing is have it as a compulsory course in law faculties in Africa. Then bringing it down home to AFBA, we can also have an AFBA trade committee, and it's something that I would certainly be discussing with the African Continental ESCO, that we should have a trade committee that is only focused on AFTA and spreading the AFTA gospel. The other thing is that for the young lawyers to take ownership of this agreement by setting up their own WhatsApp group or a Telegram group that would allow for members or young lawyers under the age of between 0 to 7 years post-call to be discussing with themselves all across the continent. Gone are the days when you need to visit from one country to the other to be able to see your colleagues. Now you have WhatsApp, you have Instagram, you have Telegram, you have different social media platforms that you can use to connect with your fellow colleagues. And you also have legal tech platforms that you can collaborate to create, such that maybe it creates a form, a form that on your website that says where is your business located, where do you want to take your business to, have some certain questions that you can automatically generate answers for on your website. And you can collaborate with other Africans that you have met across the continent via the WhatsApp platform to be able to take ownership of the discussions. Because it's one thing to know that AFTA exists, it's another thing entirely to be able to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, do you have anything else?
Yes, I think the question about how can African lawyers, African countries assist African lawyers. Well, we have to pray that our governments want to do anything about lawyers, because the perception is lawyers are okay, frankly. Nobody cares about you. You're rich, and there's no sympathy for an African lawyer. So the idea that we should help an African lawyer to be projected for a start itself is a difficult proposition. But and since we have the privilege of having an Attorney General, the distinguished Attorney General in the room, maybe we can then direct this conversation to him on behalf of his colleague Attorney Generals across the continent. You won't clap for the Attorney General. You should clap. African Attorney Generals can start, they can be a focal point, but they can start by giving work to African lawyers. And so African lawyers need visibility. Sometimes a visibility. Nobody knows you're even there. We're a continent where nobody knows of anybody. And so maybe we can start with visibility. And so the Ghanaian lawyer, the Nigerian lawyer, the Kenyan lawyers, our attorney generals can start by giving us trade-related consulting services. That could be, generate papers, generate documents, review papers, provide advisory services to government, be embedded in government delegations to negotiations, to discussions, be part of dispute resolution processes, again, be embedded in that process. But we can be given all kinds of facilitative supports. So that can help. But it's not going to be easy, because for a starter, the Attorney General's department is supposed to provide government services. So they're not going to outsource that to you. So the private lawyer's work would have to come from the private sector. That means if you have a private sector person who is in need of a service, that private sector person may use you. So maybe it's about time maybe Attorney General's department maintain a roster of lawyers, because the AFTA is structured in such a way that it's government that represents. But here's the catch. The people who normally will have the disputes, again, as she mentioned in her presentation, are going to be the private sector. So you have the private sector person in Ghana who has a problem with the private sector person in Zimbabwe, for example. He has exported something, he's not getting payment, there are some petty issues, whatever. Now, those are two private sector persons. By AFTA, the private sector person cannot come for me as a lawyer to go and represent him. The law doesn't allow that. It is Ghana, the government of Ghana, who has to represent him. But the government of Ghana can simply then say, Kofi Abuchi represent X in this matter involving him and his Zimbabwean counterparts. So what it means is that we must have a government sector which is in tune with the private legal sector to facilitate the work of private sector players. Because the government Attorney General's department in Ghana that I know of certainly will not have the capacity in terms of numbers to be chasing people's commercial disputes across Africa. So the structure of the AFTA itself is slightly problematic, for want of a better description, but there's no other way of going around it. But the way to do it is for the private legal sector, which in the case of Ghana will be the Ghana Bar Association liaising with the Attorney General's department, creating a similar situation in which the Attorney General's Department of Ghana uses private sector lawyers to represent private sector players, but in the name of the Republic of Ghana. It doesn't sound very easy, but it is not easy until done. I think that's what a wise man said.
Thank you very much, Prof. I see one hand. You see what I was saying earlier? Honorable, would you allow us to indulge? Thank you so much, Leonard. Okay, so let's indulge you.
Okay.
Just one.
Yes. It's not a question.
Okay.
Yes. I am Isaac Opando from the Ghana Bar Association, and I am also with the Africa Prosperity Network. And we are working with Prof on the African trade thing. But I think one of the main issues, if you're going to do resolutions and all, one of the main issues that hinders the free trade or free movement is harmonization of regulations, laws, and so on. Over the last 6 months, I've tried to do both Côte d'Ivoire and Togo by road. That was post-AFCFTA, to see if there have been any changes. But I hear some of Nigerians came by road.
Yes.
You would agree with me that it's not anything that promotes free movement. What you experience at the borders of the various countries is not anything that promotes free movement, because the hindrances are a bit too much. There seem to be too many bottlenecks. And so if you're going to make any resolutions, I think one of such should be towards the harmonization of our regulations, our trade laws, our, customs and so on, practices and everything, so that it now sets the rule, because it looks like the framework for the free movement is missing. And that's how I see it.
It's okay. Thank you very much. I know that the AFTA has protocols, for each of the segments, and I think that the various countries are already working at making that work. I know it's a slow movement, but we're getting there. All right. So, and I think it's a phased implementation. So we take first a phase, and then the next phase, and the next phase. So I think we'll get it up, but then we'll note that up and all. I mean, I was giving permission for just one, so I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. We have had an elaborate discussion as far as I'm concerned. I know I have been enlightened, and I know that the bulb has been, illuminated up here. So by the time I go back home, I think maybe I'll take a first shot on the article on market entry that Prof, noted, So I know that many of us have also done so, and so we thank you all for being here this morning. I know it was not quite a good start, but then we've enjoyed ourselves this afternoon. I want to appreciate, and please help me, I'll crave your indulgence, to appreciate a fine gentleman who is actually standing by my side. He's been here since we began this session. He's the Vice President, Budget and Finance of the African Bar Association. Please, a round of applause for him. And so I will now yield the floor to him. His name is Mohammed Indayako, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Well, can we give another round of applause to our distinguished panelists, and particularly our uncle this morning, Ms. Mimi Ayua. Our panelist, Professor Aboti, I was privileged, he was co-chair of the steering committee of last year's conference. Well, I was the chairman. You can see the improvement in Ghana conference. Please, let's give him a round of applause. And Mrs. Faluke, she just took over from me again as chairman of Nigerian Forum. Please, may we appreciate her. I now have the singular honor to invite my teacher, the DG of Nigerian Law School, Professor Isa Ayatu. I say my teacher, you can see that I look like his son, right? He was my teacher, and I'm post 35 years old today, and he taught me in the university. So please, may we appreciate our DG. Our DG will do us the honor of presenting this token from African Bar Association in appreciating our panelists and our distinguished uncle. Professor Aboti, you may not know, when we were steering committee, I co-opted Ms. Mimi Ayua. She did most of the secretariat work of that steering committee. So, the first panelist, Professor Aboti.
No, he'll be the last.
He'll be the last. Then, Mrs. Faluke, please, let's open it. Okay, that one.
On behalf of the African Bar Association, it's my singular honor and privilege to present this to you as a token. You know, neither gold nor silver they have. Thank you so much.
Well, before going to the other panelists, we'll call the uncle. Since my teacher said professor will be the last.
He'll be the last. Thank you so much for. The last guy is a masquerade, so you know masquerade, they always come last. Prof, on behalf of all of us, I wish to present this on behalf of the African Bar. Thank you so much.
So, Prof, we all assembled for group photograph. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think this brings us to end of this interesting session. Thank you very much. I think the next session will start in about how many minutes? 11.
Start at 11 o'clock, so about
At
3
11
minutes. So I think it's time for tea break, and then we'll have it out and then return for another session here in the hall. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Session number 13 for young lawyers, titled Thriving as a the session. So we welcome everybody. And by way of a brief introduction, I will introduce, by way of a brief introduction, I will introduce the speakers and panelists for today's paper, starting with Senator Dino Melaye. Senator Dino Melaye is a lawyer and Nigerian, a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, an international businessman, a democratic evangelist, a public analyst, best senator for 3 consecutive years, has the highest number of motions and bills in the history of the Nigerian parliament, activist, and most arrested and detained politician. Let's welcome Senator Dino Melaye. Secondly, we have Isaac Latte, specializing in civil litigation and arbitration, with focus on manufacturing, real estate, construction sector, has represented and advised a wide area of clients in complex disputes before the Ghana Arbitration Center. He also serves as a major infrastructure and construction engineering team, and he is a student in partnership. He was a student with the ILFA, so let's welcome Mr. Isaac. Our paper today, topic today, is Thriving as an African Lawyer in a Globalized World. Young African lawyer in a globalized world, in partnership with the International Lawyers for Africa. At some point, we will get to know who is the ILFA and what they do in the African continent and when they were created. So we will start today by welcoming all the young lawyers from the African continent, Ghana, our host, Nigeria, our big brother. Why I said our big brother? Because if we have one, Africa is said to have about 1.4 billion population, and out of which one country holds the highest number of lawyers, about 220,000 from one country, so that represents about 15 to about 20% of the lawyers in Africa. Then we have other African countries. So thriving as a young African lawyer in partnership with the African Bar Association should be a very interesting topic for young lawyers within the African space to take very serious, because in the conference, most lawyers I have seen from the Ghana Bar Association are some are a week old, some are 2 weeks old. So the timing of this paper, it's very important because it gives you the basis, the reason how to do things properly, how to do your pupillage, what are the areas of practice in Africa as a young African lawyer you should emulate and you should take very seriously. So our first paper will be presented virtually by Na Amanko, who is going to talk to us virtually on her paper for 20 minutes. And our questions and answers will be reserved for the end of the session so that we can have a robust interaction between the panelists here and the people attending it. So let's welcome Na Amanko virtually.
I believe it's all morning. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Very well. Okay. So my apologies for not being there in person. I mean, all the same, I'm happy to share my thoughts, experiences, and insights with you regarding the topic. So let me just go straight into it. Before that, let me congratulate the new lawyers who were just called to the bar. Congratulations to you all, to the Ghana bar. Congratulations to you all. I wish you all the best. Okay, so one thing that I would say is that in today's interconnected world, the legal profession knows no borders. And you have the unique opportunity to leverage your skills, your knowledge, cultural perspectives to thrive on the global landscape. However, there are challenges and competition from all over the world, different continents and jurisdictions, which you would need to surmount. There is competition everywhere. You can always deal with it. So let me start off with one key thing that I think meets anytime I hear lawyers say, I want to do global work, I want to work on the global space and all of those things. It's to build a strong base from home. And from your respective jurisdictions, it's good to build from, for instance, if you are Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, it's good to build from there. Your domestic laws, your practice is good to have a firm foundation of certain key things to build a base. One of the important things that I think as a young lawyer you need to pay attention to is to build soft skills. You need to develop a strong communication, negotiation, and time management skill. It helps you to effectively interact with clients, even your colleagues and other stakeholders. Trust me, when you start working on the international level, you realize how important soft skills are. It's very important to learn some soft skills. It's not just about the technical skills or the law. You should be interested in other things. Another important thing is teamwork. I know how people want to thrive individually and take glory for themselves. Yes, it's good, but if you want to go far, you need to go together and not alone. Is one thing that I've come to learn in my experience as a lawyer. You need to cooperate with others. Sharing knowledge is one of the things that, as a young lawyer, you should not take lightly, because, I mean, one person does not have all the knowledge in their head, for lack of better expression. You need to share what you need to support each other's growth so that you can get there. And by teamwork, I mean, even though you are doing teamwork, you need to have independence, to have your own independent mindset. It also sets you apart in teamwork, collaboration. Just to touch on a few, one key thing too is competence. You need to stay up to date with the latest. To deliver high quality services. Because of time, my colleagues some other things regarding working from the base, as in looking at the domestic level, working from the domestic level. If you develop these skills at your base, as a young African lawyer, you can build strong reputations. You will deliver exceptionally. Growth and development in the profession. And I say this from experience because when you start working with law firms, that the global law firms that, I mean, we all know, I mean, both in Africa and outside Africa, you would see some of these things play out and you would understand where I'm coming from. That base is very important. You need to play with those at the top. Then you need that top base to be able to do so. I also believe that as a young lawyer, you should be interested in joining international networks and communities. I mean, I know it can be daunting, often considering financial obligations and so on and so forth. However, I think that to thrive, you must be intentional about the course that you want to start. You need to have a plan, and most importantly, you need to pace yourself. Don't be in too much of a hurry. Don't accept anything that comes your way. Just pace yourself and make sure that you are. And you even need to restructure your goals just to make sure that you're on the right path. Things change, it's okay. You know, the type of communities you can associate yourself to depends on what your goals are. And I can speak in respect of dispute resolution because I'll start from home. And by that, I mean, join the local bar committees like Association, the Ghana Bar Association, the Kenyan Bar Association. Join the committees in those associations. Get involved in the relevant ways. Build a reputation for yourself. I mean, there are other international ones, like we have the Africa Bar Association, which can associate practitioners. Within the ICT, you have the IBA, the Lagos Court of Arbitration, the LCF. You can associate with those committees, and they have sections for young lawyers particularly, and there are always programs giving leadership opportunities to young lawyers, which helps them to learn leadership skills and all of that. They also want to consider some international work experience. Get a lot of questions when it comes to international work experience. Trust me, if you find it good, you can enhance your practice as a young lawyer in terms of your career. But I must caution that this can be very intense because of it's also not impossible to stand out. Being an alumni of AFBA, I speak to my experiences here. I had an opportunity a few years ago to work with international law firms through the AFBA secondment program. I was an inside and follow-up journey for my career anyway. And during my time, there were certain things that I achieved or what I gained from that experience, one of which was the global perspectives that I gained. My global novels in London, and they had me gaining some global perspectives on international dispute work. For you to be able to join AFBA or for AFBA to select you for this segment, you must already be doing some cross-border work one way or the other. But going into the secondment, I got a deeper insight of cross-border work within the dispute resolution space, working on international cases, how to relate with clients, and how to even generate more work through informal means and all of that. It exposed me to different legal systems, cultures and practices, and it broadened my understanding and expertise on different areas like finance, the hospitality industry, the entertainment industry. There was so many things that I had to learn, from technical skills to soft skills and all of that. I mean, I had the opportunity to also develop some transferable skills. By transferable skills, I'm talking about skills that you have developed in one context that can be applied to another, if you understand where I'm coming from. But transferable skills are essential because they show that you have the capabilities or the ability to adapt and apply your skills in different environments. That is why I say that it's good to build a base before you can think of going to play on that field. So examples, I've already given them from the beginning, but yeah, communication skills, problem-solving skills, good time management, great leadership and analytical skills. A few examples I can give you that have been regarding skills that you can transfer when you start some of these programs. These were some of the attributes like I discussed in the beginning. For me, it is not just about listing your experience, especially when you are on the journey of applying for ILFAS, for example, to get on the secondment program. It's not about listing your experience, but it's about highlighting them to also demonstrate firms or employers. So it's because you do real work anyway, for organizations, that you have the ability to adapt and succeed in doing international work, even if you do not have the direct experience. The potential is what gets you in. It's one thing that you should bear in mind. Another thing that I got from my secondment is building global network. This is very interesting. It was one of the things that piqued my interest because, during my time, during my experience with all these law firms, there's always a cocktail going on. You ask yourself, how is it that all the time these people are organizing cocktails and, but I realized that it's a catch. There is something that they may be getting from there. The cocktails and the little parties, for lack of a better expression, translates to business for them, and there is a skill to doing all of these things. It was one of the things that piqued my attention. That's their business development skill and how they go about it is very important. And these are things that you would want to pay attention to because, yes, coming back home, you would want to learn how to win clients, you learn how to, get business for your law firm or for yourself if you are practicing on your own or whichever way you look at it. Your business development skill is something that you would want to learn through networking and some of these programs. And they look informal, but they have a lot of benefits if you pay attention to it. Like I said, there is a skill to it. And working with international law firms and organizations and clients, it helps you build a network of contacts and connections across the globe and all of that. There's one thing that I also realized when it comes to networking. During my time, in our part of the world, you see that when there is networking, people meet other colleagues, either clients or other colleagues, and all they do is just hand out business cards. I think it's not a great idea. Handing out business cards without a meaningful connection, unfortunately, can be inefficient. Rather, it's always good to start a conversation. So I'm just giving you some of the tips to it. It's good to start with a conversation. You must not necessarily start with work-related conversation, no. Just pay attention to your environment. It could be any decent and relevant conversation to know each other. Sometimes it is not your technical skills that best gets you in the room or gives you the work. So many other things count. You can talk about your local events. You can talk about sports. You can look at your environment, like I said, talk about something, hobby, food, something informal. But just make sure that you're communicating in a way that somebody looking at you or listening to you knows that this is somebody who knows what he or she's talking about and is an intelligent person. So if you want to even talk about anything business related, try industry trends, challenges you face in your industry, share success stories. Don't be too stiff, for a better word. Don't be too stiff. Just flow, be flexible, and most importantly, listen actively, show genuine interest, and be authentic. Follow up after the events by sending messages or an email to continue the conversation. Because I believe that when you focus on these, you can build meaningful relationships rather, and potentially create opportunities for future collaborations or work opportunities. This is very, very important to me because if you are doing networking, there's a skill to doing it. I know that sometimes it can be difficult, but you would need to learn the skill in doing the networking and know when to leave the stage. Sometimes people are stuck with one person or two people for the longest while where there is really nothing they're talking about. Just know when to leave. Just know when to leave. So it's something you may want to think about. Another thing too is it helped me enhance my career opportunities. I must say that ILFA gives you more room to engage with law firms and the people who work within the law firms. You may be seconded to, or the other law firms that your other colleagues may be seconded to. It enhances your career, but you must be known for something in particular to enable you tailor your needs during the learning phase. That is why in the application process, it's good to demonstrate that you are a lawyer who works within maybe the finance space, dispute resolution, or corporate M&A. You need to distinguish yourself in that respect because those law firms are practice group focused. What most of us do in this part of our world, which I know that we are drifting away from it gradually. You must be known for a particular practice area, with rich domestic or cross-border experience. It makes you a more attractive candidate for global law firms or international organizations. It's also a special niche area. If you do, it's an added advantage because then they know where to place you when they give you the secondment opportunity. There are other secondment opportunities that, there are opportunities that you can also gain international work experience from. You can do internships. I remember during my LLM, I had applied for a vacation scheme in a law firm. It wasn't for a long time, but at least the little time I spent with the law firm gave me a lot of insights in terms of how they do their work and what I should expect, especially if I have a long-term plan of joining a global law firm, whether in Africa or outside Africa, and all of those things. So these are things that you should be interested in. If you're on LinkedIn and you follow certain organizations like the IBA, you realize that, then again, you would see that for internships, events, what you and that sort of has to both workforce and so by doing that, you demonstrate your skill. People get to know you for what you can do. And one thing that I think we take for granted, I always say you never know where you're old school group, your church. Don't take it for granted. I think you should do it with full chest. Give it your all, because you never know who is watching and what the person is looking out for and what the person can give you out of it. Okay. So I'll take it from other perspectives. But before I leave, I think in respect of the topic, I would recommend certain things that the African Association can also do to help our young practitioners also thrive. In the previous session, a participant mentioned something very important about reducing conference fees for young practitioners. I think it's something that the African Bar should take note of. And also creating opportunities for capacity building. Another way of getting us into conferences or getting legal practitioners into conferences is adopting something that the IBA has. I know Isaac is a beneficiary of that. He will talk more about it. Opening up essay competitions where people write, and if they excel, you sponsor them fully to be part of conferences and all of that. So I think that capacity building and then also helping financially for young practitioners to also get in, it will help them also build their skills as much as possible. I don't know if there is a young lawyers platform within the Africa Bar Association. I honestly do not know, but if there is, then that's great. But if there is not, I think that it's be good to part-time leadership groups, yes, because that also helps them build in space. African bar for young lawyers. So yes, Isaac and other panelists, Senator, I need to take up from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ama Manko, for your paper. And just to summarize what she said, she talked about African young lawyers competing globally. She talks about building a strong base from your respective domestic jurisdictions. That is very important because as an African lawyer from our various states within the continent, capacity must start from within. That is domestic. If you're in Ghana, if you're in Botswana, if you're in Nigeria, if you're in Cameroon, if you're in Algeria, you must start your practice. You must start the practice of the law locally. Then you build. You go into the continent and you compete globally. She talked about teamwork and partnership. As regards to practice of the law, it means two heads are better than one. That means lawyers should come as a team as regards setting up a law firm as a sole proprietor, which has more disadvantages than advantages. She also talked about international networks and contacts. Her colleague Isaac would elucidate on that. He talks about joining your home associations, joining the African Bar Association, joining the International Bar Association. You have other professional bodies in various fields, so that talks about building your contacts. We'll explain that later. She talks about joining the necessary committees. Luckily for the African Bar Association, I think we have there is the Young Lawyers Forum of the Bar, so once you join the AFBA, you can do that. She talks about selection for young lawyers to learn. She talked about leadership skills, developing it. She talked about expertise in law, because before you compete globally, you must get to a stage where you have to develop some requisite knowledge and expertise in that field before you can compete. And she talks about networking. Networking starts, I tax all young lawyers at the AFBA. If you don't even have cards, you must be deliberate when talking to yours. I tax all lawyers who come here, you must be deliberate when talking to your seniors. When you take their contacts, like she said, you must build a communication. You don't just say, what's your name? I'm from here. You must strike a conversation. It follows from that. It's a deliberate attempt to have a conversation. You share numbers. You do a follow-up. I hope you got to Cameroon well. How was work? And you develop relationships. You communicate, because it's very important, so the person doesn't leave the African Bar Association in Accra and forgets about you till he sees you next year or in 3 years' time. So you must be deliberate about that. She talked about building capacity in the various places, and she talked about networking and skills. In a law firm, if you have a law firm of 4 or 5 lawyers, you need to know where the partner's strengths are. A particular partner might have a very good skill in communication. So you must make sure when there are events or when there are programs, that particular partner reaches out to other people in firms, build a contact. He has the ability to follow up. So those were the high points which she gave. So we'll go to our next speaker, Mr. Isaac Latte, who has 20 minutes to give us his paper.
Thank you very much, Owachi. Owacho, sorry, Owacho. Sorry for murdering your name. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a very great privilege and honor for me to be speaking at this year's annual conference of the African Bar Association, and particularly on this topic, young lawyers thriving in a globalized world. Now, I just want to start with some personal recollections. 8 years ago, before I was called to the bar, I was driven to the banquet hall of the State House for the law dinner. And I had the privilege of being driven by a senior colleague by name Dennis Ejejumo. I recall exactly what he told me the night when he drove me to the banquet hall. He said, Isaac, the years will come very quickly, so do not slack. And it feels like it was just yesterday when he says this. But today, I can't believe that it's been 8 years since I was called to the bar. Reflecting on this journey, I have had a few personal lessons that has shaped my practice, and I think that this is a very great opportunity to share them. Now, first of all, before I interviewed at my law firm, I had absolutely no knowledge of where my career was heading towards. I mean, if you go for a standard law firm interview, one of the key questions they will ask you is that, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Who hasn't answered this question before? Show by hand. When I was asked that question, my response was that I want to be seen as a competent dispute resolution practitioner. And that was just it. I didn't think that my career had anything to do with the worlds beyond me or the countries beyond me. But that changed significantly in 2018 when I attended my very first annual conference of the International Bar Association. Now, in my firm, my senior partner is still an honorary life member of the IBA, and the managing partner at the time, Justice Nena Megache, was also at the time the chair of the African Regional Forum of the International Bar Association. So this is how it happened. He informed us about scholarship opportunities offered by the IBA. So you apply for the scholarship, you are selected, and then you get opportunity to attend the annual conference of the IBA, become a member of the IBA for 2 years, and a whole lot of things. That marked a watershed in my career because, think about it, fresh lawyer, in your first year, you attend an annual conference with 6,000 lawyers in Rome, Italy, and you don't even know where to start from. You see people exchanging cards here and there. But for me, at that stage, I realized that legal practice was more global than ever. Legal practice meant more than just going to court in Accra. Legal practice meant more than just representing a client in a family law dispute which you appear before a judge. For me, it meant that the world was becoming global. And indeed, if you look at the statistics show that at the moment, the global legal market is worth $1 trillion United States dollars, and it is projected to grow to 1.5 trillion by 2034. The question is that, how much are you making from that 1.5 trillion in 2034? And how are you going to position yourself to get your fair share of the cake? This realization calls for urgent thoughts, because I believe that some of us here have just recently been called to the bar and are thinking of where to start from and how to navigate this whole career. Again, another factor that is showing that the legal practice is becoming globalized is to take inspiration from my essay that I wrote to the IBA's Law Firm Management Committee. That essay was titled, "Is the 21st Century Lawyer a Businessman, a Professional, or a Businessman Providing a Professional Service?" I recall noting in that essay, without even knowing what I was talking about, I guess, that contemporary legal practice was becoming globalized. And this was because at the time, there was a law firm in Accra called Oxford & Beaumont that had been acquired by ENS Africa, which is the largest law firm in the world. Fast forward from 2018 to date, so many things have changed. It's gone beyond law firms acquiring firms within Africa to law firms actually setting up offices in London. And I see that my friend Mecha Gatise is here. His law firm, Olanyuwe Ajayi, in 2021 established their office in London. Can you imagine? An African law firm, a Nigerian law firm for that matter. I guess that is why they say Nigerians are the giants of Africa. But, you know, the story of Olanyuwe Ajayi is quite incredible. 3 years after they established a practice in London, this year they have had 3 nominations, if I'm not mistaken. Olanyuwe Ajayi has been nominated for the Energy Team of the Year, or shortlisted for the Energy Team of the Year, UK Growth Leader of the Year, and then the Partner of the Year in the person of Chuks Ibechukwu. This tells you that we are no more domestic as a profession. We are highly international. Once legal practice is becoming globalized, it presents opportunities. Like I've indicated, there's 1.5 billion to be grabbed. But in these opportunities are inherent challenges or inherent barriers for us as young lawyers to capitalize on these opportunities. And some of the barriers that we experience as young lawyers are some of the things I want us to consider. First of all is the education gap. And I'm happy to know that the Director General of the Nigerian School of Law is here. There's been consistent conversation across the continent that legal education in Africa is not producing lawyers who are fit for the market. I mean, think about it. Year in, year out, when you get juniors and you ask them to do any work or you do any assignment, you tend to find that as the years go by, there's a lack of commercial awareness. It's simply about researching legal cases and citing authorities without really contextualizing it in the business of a client. As lawyers, our key responsibility is to advise clients and provide solutions to their business. So it is not surprising that sometime in 2019, a former Director General of the Nigerian School of Law, in the person of Professor Tahiru Manan, noted as follows: "It is important to develop a curriculum that does not focus only on domestic law alone, but takes into account international dimensions, human rights, labor law, technology, environment, and intellectual property. We are having to catch up as a continent. Our law schools are not really equipping us, and it's about time we have discussions about how to make the 21st century law students business savvy, commercially aware, to solve challenges that we face." So it's good that as young lawyers, we are having these conversations now. It gives us food for thought. We may have lost the opportunity of being commercially aware or being taught how to be commercially aware in law school. But this provides us an opportunity to rethink our careers and think beyond the box, not just reading case laws, but also thinking about the industries in which we find ourselves. As lawyers, we are called learned for a reason. We should be able to understand the various industries that our clients operate in. And yesterday, again, I'm not trying to pick on Mitch, but my friend gave a very incredible exposition on the aviation industry. That is what lawyers, these are the skills that we are required to do. If we take the construction industry, we must understand what contractors do. That understanding will put us in a position to solve their problems. Another challenge that we face as young lawyers is a lack of exposure. I mean, as a young lawyer in Accra, or even as a young lawyer in Wa, which is up north in Ghana, you are almost unlikely to get the opportunity to advise on a complex dispute regarding your own country. But what is the reverse? I've had the opportunity to be in London on several occasions where, during trainings, you will see that partners of law firms are being schooled by a junior associate from a London law firm. Is it because we are not knowledgeable? I don't think so. Barack Obama recently said that almost every time we tend to fantasize people with big titles and great exposure, particularly if he looks at his mates in Harvard and various presidents who have been presidents of the world. But if you start engaging these people, you realize that they are confident simply because they've been exposed. When I was at Mayor Brown, I sat in a cubicle with an associate. And in another cubicle, this was an associate born in 1995, working on a dispute worth $6 billion United States dollars involving a sovereign state. Once you start getting exposed to this kind of work, it gives you the confidence that there's absolutely nothing you cannot do. But the reality is that they are not smarter than us. We can do the same work. As a matter of fact, during my first assignment at Mayor Brown, I was asked to work on a project and provide an advice to a sovereign European state. And I wouldn't want to indicate for purposes of confidentiality. After I did the work, one of the remarks by the partner and the associate was that the guy is very brilliant. And my question was, what were you expecting? We are all human beings. We all have the same brains. We all have the same capacity. You have had the opportunity to be exposed. That's the only difference. So that is where ILFA comes in. ILFA is the International Lawyers for Africa. It was set up in 2006 by an English lawyer. Can you imagine? An English lawyer set up ILFA with a view to providing exposure to African lawyers. And I guess there's significant interest in African lawyers because there's a lot of work to be done on the continent. Day in, day out, you hear people talking about work in this country that you have never heard of. Somebody will tell you, I remember I met a South African lawyer who was telling me that he was advising a client on a dispute at Pong. And he couldn't even mention the name of the city in Accra called Pong. but he was doing the work and he was getting money for it. And no lawyer here even knows about it. So ILFA provides young African lawyers the opportunity to be seconded to these law firms. They get the exposure for 3 months. You are paid a salary. Your transportation in London is catered for. You work as though you are a member of the team. And the approach is a give and take approach where the law firm benefits from you and you also benefit from them. And this is not lip service. ILFA is actually an incredible experience. Again, Mitch is here. Mitch is an ILFA alum, and he can attest to that. ILFA changes your mindset. And I'll give you 2 examples for the Nigerians here and for the Ghanaians here. In Nigeria, there's a gentleman by name Professor Abayomi or Dr. Abayomi Okubote, who did his ILFA secondment at Baker McKenzie. Now, after that secondment, Abayomi came up with a concept known as the Africa Arbitration Academy. That has now become a flagship program which is training so many young African lawyers to gain exposure and experience in international arbitration. That is what ILFA does. Again, in Ghana, there's Nania Owusu-Ankoma, who we all know, making significant strides in the arbitration space. She's currently the president of the African Users Council of the London Court of International Arbitration. And if you speak to Nania, her experience would definitely include the ILFA experience. So today, I am here to just throw out these thoughts, let you know about the opportunities out there, particularly on ILFA, because ILFA is partnering with the AFBA to have this event. Another thing I would want us to talk about is the fact that as African lawyers, we are financially handicapped. Professor Abochi was talking about the fact that as lawyers, we are often not sympathized with, or people don't empathize with us because they think we are rich. But is that really the case for young lawyers? Yesterday, I was doing some sampling of opinions about the average salary of a Nigerian lawyer, a Nigerian young lawyer. AI told me that it's between 150,000 naira to 200,000 naira. The Nigerians here, is that the case? The average monthly, I'm not talking about the likes of Olayiwu Ajayi. Mitch over there is a rich man. He earns a lot of money. But your average salary of a Nigerian lawyer is said to be 150,000 naira to 200,000 naira, which is nothing to write home about. And in Ghana, we are talking about 1,500 to 3,000 cedis. And even with 3,000 cedis, we think that is quite significant. How do you expect an African young lawyer to be exposed with this kind of salary? Let's even start from AFBA conference. Registration fees is $300. Sleeping at Labadi for 3 weeks, for 3 days will cost you about $700. And then your ticket. So by the time you end up at this conference, you've spent probably about $2,000. What can we do about this as the African Bar Association? That brings in the conversation about the International Bar Association. When I became a scholar of the International Bar Association, I volunteered to be the national representative of the Ghana on the Young Lawyers Forum, and subsequently became the African Regional Forum officer on the Young Lawyers Committee. And one thing I realized was that the IBA takes a deliberate step in ensuring that young lawyers actually assess opportunities out there. There's a scholarship for every annual conference. You write an essay, you are selected. Once you are selected, the IBA will waive your registration fee for the conference. Your ticket will be provided for by the IBA. Your hotel accommodation will be catered for. Not just any hotel, 5-star international hotels. And so maybe as action points, these are things that we can be considering as AFBA. I note that my Honorable Attorney General informed us that Ghana magnanimously supported this conference with $30,000. But I think it should move beyond individual countries and on magnanimity. There should be a clear, established plan to ensure that as African lawyers, we've put in structures to enhance the participation of young lawyers in the conferences. We shouldn't reinvent the wheel. We can adopt the IBA model. Organize essay competitions by the various committees. People write, they are selected. They are given the opportunity to present a paper here. What does that do to them? It builds their confidence. It gives them the ability to speak at these conferences. So that is something we can think about. Also, I would want to talk about leveraging international network. I think I've talked extensively about the International Bar Association. I wouldn't want to hold forth on that, but that is also a great opportunity. And then I will talk about the Africa Arbitration Academy, because I believe that the African Arbitration Academy is doing a great work on the continent. In line with the theme of this year's conference, we are saying that foreign interest in Africa, exploitation or investment. If you look at investment treaty arbitration across the world, there's a lot of concern about how foreign multinationals are exploiting Africans through exit or through investment treaty arbitration. And one of the concerns is that most African lawyers do not have the capacity to represent their countries during arbitration. I don't want to cite an example of Nigeria, but I unfortunately have to do it. But we all know the story of PNID, where there were concerns about the representation of Nigeria in the arbitration. These are the gaps that the African arbitration seeks to solve. It is an initiative set up, conceived by Abayomi Okubote, and it provides opportunity for young African lawyers to be in London for 3 weeks, going through London law firms to acquire skills on arbitration that would enhance their capacity on arbitration. Aside from that, they've just moved from just commercial arbitration to also supporting state counsel, because we know that most of the arbitrations are against states. They've initiated another program aimed towards assisting various government counsel to acquire knowledge in investment treaty arbitration. And I think that that is a commendable thing by the African Arbitration Academy. Again, there's also another opportunity by the ICCA, International Council of Commercial Arbitration. And I'm heavy on arbitration because, if you may have read, that is my field. So pardon me if I'm not talking so much about transactions, but I guess these are opportunities that we can put out there. The ICCA also has a young lawyers wing known as the Young ICCA. And what they do is to provide scholarships to young practitioners from countries such as from countries such as Ghana and across the continent, people who are not adequately represented within the arbitration space. So they provide scholarships for you to attend your university in the MITS, to do a master's program at MITS in Geneva, and then in University of Miami. But aside from that, they have what is known as the Inclusion Fund. And the Inclusion Fund supports young practitioners to attend conferences of the ICCA. I think early this year, there was a conference in Kigali on arbitration, and the Inclusion Fund sponsored a number of young African lawyers to attend the conference. Next year, the ICCA will be having its congress in Madrid, and applications just closed, unfortunately, for the Inclusion Fund. But these are things you can take notice of and scout for them as and when they come. So, in conclusion, what I would say is that the story of the African lawyer is no longer limited by geography. We are so globalized than we can ever think of. Every time there's an infrastructure project in our country, chances are that there are lawyers advising from London. As a matter of fact, I heard from a senior lawyer last week telling me that because they have very good relationships with foreign law firms, it is actually these foreign law firms that tell them, look, next year, once you have your elections over, there will be a lot of disputes. And you know why they know that? Because they know that a government official somewhere would have terminated a government contract with a foreign investor, which will result in disputes. So it's actually gone to the extent that it is rather the foreign lawyers who are chasing after our own jobs and even telling us when our jobs will be coming. So we cannot sit down disinterested in the legal practice because it has become more globalized than ever. Finally, my admonition will be that as young lawyers, we must take personal responsibility for our professional development. No law firm, no mentor, no network will do your personal development for you. You must be deliberate about it. You must take active steps in ensuring that you are getting where you want to be with your career. Amoko has talked about mentors, and I guess in this room there are several people we can reach out to be our mentors. I hope that this will just begin a conversation so that we will start thinking about how to thrive in a globalized world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac Latte, for your thought-provoking paper on globalization, arbitration, as it concerned the young African lawyer. He talked on various issues about placing Africa on the global market, which firms have been doing it, and we will say thank you for letting the AFBA know that one of the leading pioneers for doing this is a Nigerian law firm, Olanio Ajayi & Co. SN, an international law firm. He talked about building contacts around the world as an African lawyer, but like the first speaker said, you must start domestic. And he talked about joining various arbitration bodies. And we tell young lawyers, you need to read, you need to develop yourself. Because when you talk about arbitration, there are various ADR mechanisms and institutions within Africa and outside Africa who offer these courses. So you need to read. Technology, with a young lawyer now, is said technology should be at the beck and call of every young lawyer. We call young lawyers now the young techie, because when you see young lawyers with phones, I think they're able to use at least 75% function of the phones. But if you juxtapose that with lawyers who are above 25, they have iPhones and Samsung phones, but I doubt if they know how to use 20% of it. Then he made a very interesting point, and luckily for us here, we have the Director General of the largest bar law school in Nigeria here, from Nigeria, when he talked about the curriculum and building the curriculum for lawyers. It's not only for Nigeria, but I think it's an African problem, because I'll give you an example. In 2006, sometime in September, I practiced for 6-7 years then, and I decided to do an LLM. And my late father was a lawyer, and he talked about constitutional law, company law. But as a young lawyer then, I did some research, and I said technology was the way the world was going. So I got an admission to school in Scotland. And when I got to school, they said the law school was hosted by an Aberdeen business school. So I was trying to marry what was the business of a traditional LLM degree doing in a business school, Aberdeen business school. But in other climes, law is a business and is seen as a business. So your master's degree in law is offered by a business school. And then it was a new campus which was built for £300 million. So my imagination the night before I went to class was, how will a school be built for £300 million sterling? I didn't understand. I was thinking. So when I got to the university, the new campus, right from the gate, everything was fully automated. From your card to your assignments, everything was fully automated. You submit your assignments in school, there is a machine that tells you late submission. So you can see where technology is taking us. So if you just oppose that with what we have now, you talk about AI, you talk about blockchain technology. He made mention of the lawyer who was at the aviation section yesterday. Lawyers are business people. So like he said, as a lawyer, once you start to develop yourself in the industry, you must speak the language. If you're in the telco sector, you must speak like a telecom lawyer. You must understand the language. You must practice it. That's what gives your clients the advantage and the opportunity to say, I can't go for a meeting without my lawyer. If my lawyer is not there, the meeting is canceled. So we must get to that stage where we are an integral part of that business. So with that, we go to our last speaker, who is going to give us his own insight. He's a young lawyer, but experienced in various fields. So we welcome Senator Dino Melaye.
To God be the glory forever and ever. Amen. I want to say my very special respect to my teachers that are here, and the best Director General of any law school south of the Sahara and north of the Limpopo, Professor Chiroma. My profound respect, sir. The head of academics, the highly intellectually mobile head of academics of Nigerian Law School, my teacher, and of course, the most popular lecturer in Nigerian law school, Dr. Olo Nani. And I also can see my lecturer who just stepped in from base. With that, I want to say good afternoon. I am so excited to be here this afternoon. And possibly the youngest, okay, I heard some people from Ghana here got called 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. I'm very happy to know that I have juniors. Because I was going to introduce myself as a bouncing baby lawyer who just got called to the bar 3 months ago. But law was my 10th degree. And by the grace of God, I've started my LLM. And in another 3 months, I'll be defending my second PhD. I stand before you not merely as a Nigerian lawyer, but as one of the many young African lawyers determined to redefine what it means to practice law on the continent. Africa is at a decisive moment. Our societies are changing, economics are transforming, and technology is reshaping the very structure of justice delivery. Yet, amid this progress, the young lawyer continues to navigate a complex and often discouraging professional landscape. This paper seeks to examine the realities confronting young lawyers across Africa, highlight the challenges that impede growth, propose pragmatic solutions, and draw attention to the vast opportunities that lie ahead. To thrive as a young lawyer in Africa is to adapt, innovate, and collaborate without losing the moral compass that gives law its soul. I'll talk on the landscape and what it means to be a young lawyer in Africa today. To be a young lawyer in Africa today is to live in contrast. On one hand, there's unprecedented access to education, global legal resources, and professional associations. On the other hand, there is a struggle for relevance within systems that remain hierarchical, underfunded, and resistant to change. Our legal systems are products of colonial legacies, modified by local realities and modern democratic ideals. Every year, thousands of law graduates are called to the bar across Africa's jurisdictions. Yet, only a fraction find structured opportunities. The traditional legal market cannot absorb the growing talent pool, forcing many to either switch professions or settle for precarious practice. Nevertheless, this is also a generation with remarkable potential, digitally fluent, globally aware, and socially conscious. If properly guided and empowered, young lawyers can become catalysts of Africa's legal and institutional transformation. Then the challenges, barriers to growth and fulfillment. One of such is structural barriers. The structure of legal practice in most African countries is rigid and hierarchical. Advancements often depend on years of passive apprenticeship rather than measurable merits. Access to high-profile cases or leadership roles remain preserved of a privileged few. There is limited mentorship, and even where mentorship exists, it is rarely structured or accessible to all. Another factor is economic realities. Economic hardship remains one of the greatest threats to professional growth. In several jurisdictions, young lawyers earn stipends that barely cover transportation. Starting independent practice is nearly impossible without capital, while established firms often exploit an oversupply of junior lawyers. This economic strain undermines the morale, fosters unethical shortcuts, and discourages talent retention in our legal profession. Then technological and global gap. While the rest of the world has embraced legal technology, digital care management, e-filing, artificial intelligence, many African courts and firms still depend on manual filing systems and paper records. These create inefficiency and isolate young lawyers from global trends. Cross-border practice remains underdeveloped, and few platforms exist to facilitate regional collaboration. Sociopolitical and ethical hurdles. The politicization of justice, corruption, and weak institutional frameworks further complicate the legal environment. Young lawyers who aspire integrity often face moral dilemmas between survival and principle. Gender inequality also persists. Female lawyers frequently encounter subtle biases that limit progression and inclusion. The way forward. Charting a new course. The African Bar Association has a powerful platform to shape the professional growth and sustainability of young lawyers across the continent. To thrive, young lawyers must become both reformers and entrepreneurs of law. The solution requires shared responsibility among governments, bar associations, senior lawyers, and the young professionals themselves. First and foremost, the African Bar Association must look into the following. A, professional development and mentorship. Structured mentorship program. Pair young lawyers with senior practitioners and judges. Sorry, I take that again. You have to pair young lawyers with senior practitioners and judges across borders to promote knowledge transfer and ethics. Continental training series. Regular virtual and physical workshops on advocacy, digital law, arbitration, human rights, and business law must be encouraged. Leadership and practice management training. You have to equip lawyers with skills for running law firms, networking, and client relations. Career support and access to opportunities. Continental Job and Internship Network. Create an AFBA digital platform. Listing internship, clerkship, and job placement across Africa. Support for cross-border practice will have to simplify collaboration among young lawyers across jurisdiction through regional practice, licenses, or partnership. Then we have to start up grants or microfunding. We have to provide small grants for young lawyers establishing solo or boutique practices. Then we have to also look at advocacy and policy influence. Then we have to look at lobby for fair remuneration. We have to advocate for minimum wage standards and human work conditions for entry-level lawyers. We have to engage in policy engagements. We have to influence national bar associations and governments to adopt young-friendly legal policies and inclusive appointment practices. We have to protect against exploitation by establishing a whistleblowing or complaint mechanism for young lawyers facing abuse or non-payment. Then innovation and digital transformation, legal tech incubation hubs. We have to support young lawyers in developing and deploying tech-based legal solutions. Training on AI data and cyber laws. We have to equip them for emerging legal fields. Continental Knowledge Library, a shared online repository of precedents, case laws, and practice guides should be made available. Networking and international exposure, commercial young bar forum, continental young bar forums. We have to create a permanent platform for young lawyers' voices within AFBA. Then we have to have exchange programs, facilitate exchange of fellowship between African countries and global legal institutions. Then annual Young Lawyers Summit, a flagship event for networking, showcasing talent, and discussing continental reforms should be encouraged by AFBA. Generally, reintegrating legal education and mentorship. Legal education must evolve beyond theory. Law faculties and bar institutes should emphasize experiential learning, legal clinics, moot courts, and community-based lawyering. National and continental mentorship programs should be institutionalized, pairing experienced lawyers with young professionals across jurisdiction. Mentorship should be deliberate, inclusive, and reciprocal, enabling a transfer not only of skill, but of values. Then institutionalization or institutionalizing technology and innovation. The time has come to integrate innovation, artificial intelligence, and scientific legal tools into Africa's legal education from the foundation level. Technology should not be an optional skill. It must be a core part of the curriculum. Law faculties and law schools should teach legal technology, digital research tools, data analysis, and AI-assisted reasoning from the university stage to professional bar training level. This will guarantee that young lawyers graduate with a level of mastery that aligns with the demand of a modern legal practice. Institutionalizing technology and innovation in legal education is essential to ensure that Africa does not lag behind in the global transformation of law and justice. Then embracing innovations and technology, young lawyers must embrace digital reform, and this means liberation. Technology must, as a matter of urgent, utmost necessity, be seriously encouraged. Then we must also talk about entrepreneurship and diversification. We must talk about building integrity and Pan-African networks. I will not elucidate because of time. The opportunities as a continent on the rise. Despite all these hurdles, Africa presents a vast horizon of opportunity. The African continental trade area opens a multi-trillion-dollar market that demands robust legal expertise in trade, dispute resolution, and investment protection. The tech and setup ecosystem is creating new demand for counsel in venture capital, IP law, and digital compliance. Governance and human rights reforms. Efforts require young lawyers who are bold, ethical, and reform-minded to advance constitutionalism and the rule of law. Environment and energy law is gaining prominence, driven by climate change, green finance, and regulation of extractive industries. Regional and international practice is expanding through courts like ECOWAS and the East African Court of Justice and the African Court of Human and People's Rights, offering a new avenue for advocacy and continental relevance. In short, where ecosystems are broken, opportunities abound, and those willing, for those willing to innovate. I call on all young lawyers here today that there's something purposeful about young persons. There's something dynamic about young persons. There's something special and unique about young persons. Our Lord Jesus Christ lived on earth for 33 years as a young man. Today we can see his followership. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was called into prophethood at the age of 40. Today we can see his followership. The innovator of aeroplane did that at the age of 25. Today, Bob Marley lived 31 years. We are singing him. So there's something special about that age bracket. We must not waste it. We are not just young lawyers. Majority here, 80%, are young persons. So we must make sure that we utilize our youths and then bring back the long-lost reputation of our very prestigious profession. Lawyers are supposed to be change agents in any society. But today, no one is speaking for the have-nots. No one is speaking for the oppressed. Lawyers are supposed to help in ameliorating and palliating satanic situations across Africa. But today, the African bar should take the challenge of making sure that lawyers bring back the long-lost reputation of our various African nations. We know what lawyers did in the past. We know how they stood, even in Nigeria, when the NBA sneezes, government catches cold. But is the story the same over the last 1.5 decades? I would say the answer is no. So I challenge us today to become change agents. And because my former teacher and a pastor is here, he knows what songs can do in revolutionizing the world and Africa as a whole. Martin Luther King said in 1963, precisely July 17th, he said, "I have a dream that one day in the heights of Georgia, the sons and daughters of slave owners will sit with sons and daughters of slaves to build a new America." He said again in 1962 that I have a dream that one day my 4 children in the United States will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Today, we are not here as individual nations. We are here as a continent. And our resolution should be, we want Africa to take a rightful place in the Committee of Nations. In the United Nations, we want to take our place. In the Commonwealth, we want to take our place. And no one else can do it better than those that are classified and called learned people. So today, we need to take responsibility. So I want to end by singing a song that Martin Luther King sang in 1963. And after singing that song on the Great March to Washington, D.C., after singing that song, America transformed and the blacks in America were liberated. It was a sin before for a white man, a black man to enter a bus or an environment for the whites. But today, as a result of that song, as a result of that dream, a black man was in White House. For those who believe in the new Africa that is to come, for those who believe in the new individual countries in Africa to come, for those who believe that after this AFBA conference of 2025, I'm going to be a change agent in my local government, I'm going to be a change agent in my state, I'm going to be a change agent in my country, I'm going to be a change agent in Africa, you can join me in singing this song. Don't mind my voice. I'm going to take it once, and we'll take it together, and I will conclude. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Now, those who believe in that new Africa that is to come, and the new Nigeria, new Ghana, new Cote d'Ivoire, and all the African countries here can join me. We sing it together. Now, after the count of 2. 1, 2. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I do believe we overcome someday. The story. Thank you very much. Thank you. The story of the African lawyer is still being written. To thrive in Africa is to understand the success will not come from imitation of Western models, but from courageous adaptation of our own realities. We must build a profession that is inclusive, tech-driven, ethically grounded, and regionally connected. As young lawyers, we are not merely heirs to the legal order. We are architects of its rebirth. The law is our instrument to heal nations, to protect rights, and inspire justice. Let us remember, Africa does not lack laws. It lacks lawyers who dare to imagine them. A luta continua, Victoria Asata.
Thank you, our last speaker, Senator Dino Danemelaye, for your thought-provoking paper, which ended with the song from the great Martin Luther King. An aside, I would say there is unison in people who have something in common, maybe people who've been locked up unjustly over some time. Like I said earlier, for a couple of years, he had spent a number of days being locked up by the government, and it gives them that inspiration when they are in solitude to think and do things in a particular direction. I can remember a couple of times where I had to work with him to the various security agencies, and I leave him at the early hours of the morning, maybe with his phone, his wristwatch, to go and keep her home, and we'll see, maybe he comes out the next week or so. So that gives him inspiration to sing this kind of song. Thank you. Thank you for listening to all our papers. To shorten our time, we will 1, 2, 3. We have 4 rows there, so we will take questions, 2 from this row, 2 from this row, 2 from this row, and 2 from this row. Mr. Liberos, young lawyers. Okay, so we'll start with Ms. Okay, Mr. Liberos Oshomoy.
Mine is not a question. Mine is to share my experience with young lawyers. First and foremost, I disagree with some things, but I don't want to go into those ones, yeah? Because as a lawyer, you are already up there. So I disagree with the fact that our lawyers are not properly trained. No. As a lawyer, you are an embodiment of the ancient philosopher. So the Mitchell and I've forgotten his name. It's the same training that they received that took them internationally. So, as a young lawyer, I walked into a law firm, and the first question that I was asked was, who is your father? My father had no name. Did you school in London? And I said no. And the very senior lawyer, a senior advocate of Nigeria, didn't bother about my resume. I don't have a name. And he told me, since my name doesn't ring a bell, I am not employable. But I didn't allow that to deter me. I told myself, I must succeed. I will succeed. Determined, resolute, sharpened by the pain of not succeeding. I must succeed even if it is tomorrow. Not all lawyers can be the pine. Some will be the scrub. And in quoting the same Martin Luther King, he said, even if you are a street sweeper, sweep the street so well that after you leave the stage, that let it be written that here lies the remain of a great street sweeper who swept the street so well that When he left, nobody could sweep the street like him. Even as a young lawyer, whatever you do, you set your mind to do it so well. I was telling a colleague here just now, and I said, the first hallmark of a good lawyer is confidence. I had a principal, he's late now, young boy, who used to tell me, Liboros, even if you did Messian confidently, that the judge will be confused. And so, I want to tell young lawyers today, don't be deterred. The fact that Mitch here is working in Olaniwa Ajayi, not everybody can work in Olaniwa Ajayi. Why did Olaniwa Ajayi go to set law firm in London and not in Ghana? Have you asked yourself that question? Why are they setting up in London and not in Monrovia? After all, you have Nigerian banks in Ghana, Nigerian banks in Kigali, but why are they there? Because this profession is an inherited one. So you can't be better than those people who gave you the profession. So, but you can tell yourself, you know what? Whatever I want to do, I want to be the best. If it is litigation, the first thing I told myself as a young lawyer, my boss then said, take a little bit of Don Simon before you go into the court. And I told myself,
Off record.
No. Pardon?
Off record.
No. And it's a wine. Don Simon is wine. And I told myself, I said, no. What if this judge is my father? Would I talk to him? And so I got into the court. I was prepared. Because I was prepared, I spoke to the judge confidently, which brings me to the next point. As a young lawyer, you must know the rules of engagement. Those days, they say a philosopher must be a king. He knows it all. But today, as a lawyer, you are looked up to. Anything, every discipline today, be it aviation. Yesterday, Mitch was talking about aviation law, taxation law, commercial law, arbitration. So the law school gives you the basics. It is now left to you to develop yourself. I'm a litigator, true and true. But I discovered in my country as a litigator, the media gives me leverage. Nobody taught me, nobody told me, and I told myself as a lawyer, you are already everything. So tell yourself also, as a lawyer, you already have the basics. You don't need to, do you know here, he already has a law firm. He was caught 3 months ago. He already has a law firm, employing other colleagues, senior colleagues. But even though he's a rich man, he's a rich man, but also, Inebe Hiefyong, my very good friend, is a lawyer. I'm not encouraging young lawyers to just go
1 minute.
Firm. Yes. But there are some lawyers who feels, look, I can do it. I'll rough it and I'll get there. And there, Olaniwa Ajayi, Prof, didn't just start from the top. He also started from somewhere. And in somewhere, you have Alukwano Yebode and co. As young lawyers, they were already doing big transactions. So it depends on the area you want to branch into. If it is arbitration, well and good. If it is litigation, just be the best in whatever you do. Whether as a young lawyer or as an old lawyer, you'll be surprised that the sky will be too near to be your limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liboros, for that.
Although I'm not a young lawyer, more than 4 decades of practice, but I want to tell you what, in support of what I heard, which we may lose, our learned colleague, Senator, and the others, you've brought up many important points which have discussed with President Mark that will help us living from here for many of our lawyers to hit the legal frontiers of the world. AFBA must establish a database of all the lawyers, young and old, and become a permanent platform where you can find immigration lawyers, taxation lawyers, aviation lawyers, because the rest of the world who are now in the global market, they will not need to be calling the individual on the phone to say, where do I get an expert? In fact, that database that we have is the greatest asset that many organizations have. And some of them can put out the expertise there. There can be publication, peer review publication for peer-reviewed publications in order to encourage our stewardship, and also as requirements in some of the bars and professions. We were here, people were asking, do you know a lawyer in Namibia? And I can tell you, I was the first person that established the internship program at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda in October 1999 for the defense. There wasn't any, but because it is paid. And when they create the court on the continent to judge cases of genocide or others, it doesn't make sense for it to satisfy the curiosity of some other people in the West. It is for us to train our lawyers and others to know that these crimes do occur in our countries, and when they come investigating, you must be the ones, the primary. It's for among ourselves that we will get the expert witnesses that will take to all the other courts, or we'll get the visiting professionals who have the ICC. I argued as president of the International Criminal Court Bar for financing a lot of research we put to bring young African lawyers and others to the ICC internship program of student professionals, which is paid because we cannot pay the cost in Europe. And therefore, AFBA, and I think I talked to our president, is one of his key subjects to create that database. I proposed yesterday as chairman of the Reparation Commission that we must live here with what we call the Accra Declaration. And you, the young lawyer, the Accra Declaration must contain most of the proposal you made now. Because when you get here, technology has placed the map of the world, all the court organizations in your palms, in your bedroom, you see it. You can communicate with your friends and others. It's not going to be the local way of doing things. In all the real communities in the world, you are the offspring of modern technology. Those are us who are learning from you. And it is through this technology that I've seen many of the cases. One of our colleagues was here from Kenya, and he said he had a court appearance in Nairobi, and he was doing it from here. So therefore, we must know from what the learned senator said, and thank you for that. And my other colleagues, one of the young colleagues who gave a very brilliant presentation, we must make sure that we transform AFBA. Membership. I got interns from the classrooms, universities, from Uganda and others when I was in a special court for Sierra Leone. The training starts from there. The law professor and others contacted me. For the briefs I wrote in the special court for the Revolution of the United Front, we get students who were recognized by the University of California in Los Angeles. The professor reached out to us. We want to send our students. They have grants and projects. Let us make sure that under this platform, your views, your suggestions, recommendations, get into what I have proposed. If our learned president accepts, we should call it the Accra Declaration. Because we need one document we'll carry to the world, not disjointed pieces here and there, the Accra Declaration. Accra Declaration. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chief Taku, for your suggestions. It's duly noted.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, learned seniors. I must say, my name is Miss Thomas. I'm from Sierra Leone. I actually have just some observations, not direct question to the chairperson or the panelists present. Of course, according to the last panelist, I can say, or maybe it's the chairperson, the song and everything is really in place, and the thing of the young shall go is a very important thing to look at. I want to place emphasis on the situation of the young lawyers in Africa. I understand that AFBA is for Africa. I don't know. I want that confirmation to be very clear. And I want emphasis to be on the path of getting young lawyers to come for AFBA. The thing of visibility for AFBA is really not visible from my own side. So if the committee or the executive member of AFBA can do much more, I think that can help a lot. So if I can send my observation or my questions or what I want the executive to help us with, please, when it comes to young lawyers coming forward for AFBA conference, there's so much more we need to learn. I need to know what's happening in Ghana, in Nigeria, and other parts of Africa. The thing of technology and AI, which is very important now in the world, and looking at the expansion of more people having interest to do law, please try to get the young ones to come on board. The thing of transportation, especially when it comes to flights, please, if the executive can team up and work in line with these aviation, the flight companies, I think that can help us greatly. To leave Africa, to travel within Africa is very expensive, and it's really cumbersome to come over here. So if you can work on that situation for us and team up with these flight agencies, that can help us greatly. Secondly, the thing of committee members for welfare of young lawyers being on the ground. I do not see any much of that. I can say, maybe you have, I don't know. But if we can have visibility of welfare committee for especially new lawyers coming in for the first time in AFBA, we have to know so many things. We need to understand what are being done in AFBA. We're just lost to some extent. Until we're really incorporated, then we'll know better. And then lastly, the expansion of AFBA. I know AFBA has visibility all over Africa, but you know, with time, the more it expands, the more we need more out there. So please, we need expansion of AFBA, especially for the younger bar. We are coming in numbers, and we need to be visible and be seen and understand what AFBA is exactly about and understand what to do when we're here and understand exactly how to network and how to communicate so that I know what is happening in each and every other African country for me to take back home, because the take-home is what is important for what we're here for. If I do not have a take-home that I can pin on, then it's quite disturbing. So I want to thank you for a very good conference organized, but please let my points be recorded so that you can help our team moving forward. I thank you all.
Thank you, Sally from Sierra Leone. Your points are noted, and I will respond to you. Ajoke.
Hello, everybody. I think I want to take us a bit away from something that wasn't mentioned. And it's quite concerning that we do not have a lady up there at the high table, the panelist.
A lady attended virtually.
Oh, sorry, maybe I came in late.
Yes, you came late.
Yes, I accept. But then one thing, why I mention is that as a growing concern right across Africa with regards young female lawyers, and that has to do with sexual harassment. It's really, really a growing concern because we have, more especially for us, the younger female colleagues, we face some amount of sexual harassment in our various firms, regardless of your jurisdiction, you know. So I'm mentioning that because in Sierra Leone, we do have an organization called Lawyers, which is legal access for women yearning for equality, rights, and social justice. You know, so, and also the speakers, I didn't hear any recommendation in handling or tackling those issues, because it's a growing issue, but then it's, well, most people don't speak out about it, but it's utmost important to so many young female colleagues. So I'd like to bring this to AFBA and to also see, as we put together recommendations, to see how we can also put recommendations that can address these issues. And lastly, another point is just on the other speaker spoke about wellness and all that. I think as lawyers as well, our mental health most times are not in place. You know, you have so many colleagues that are facing various issues with regards to their mental health. So I think we also need to get those supports as well for younger colleagues on how you can be able to balance the work pressure, family, the clients, and so many other things. So how best we can be able to prioritize our mental health and some recommendations that can also help us as colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend from Sierra Leone. The speakers in Ejadunumele talked about gender equality. And we have a women's forum. So those are those are things that have been taken by various committees of the African Bar Association.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Sally Yema-Myers, and I'm also from Sierra Leone. This is my first time attending AFBA, and I'm really glad for the planning, the outcome, the discourse. They're very interesting and insightful. And it's really a great pleasure to learn that the organization itself pays great attention to the development of young lawyers. Personally, I'm a young lawyer, and in fact, I must tell you, I'm a pupil barrister at the moment with the firm of Tijan Colil and Partners in Sierra Leone. Young lawyers really grapple with a lot of challenges, you know, coming into the field, into the profession, you know, losing your balance. You do not even know how to navigate the profession. You do not even, most of them do not even have mentors on ground. For some of us, it was quite easy to navigate because we did our first degrees. I personally did my first degree a long time ago, started working, and then, you know, before making the decision to go and read law. So I would say I have nurtured that relationship within the profession and outside, you know, with my work experience, and that helps me a lot to navigate the profession. But that is not the case for most other young lawyers. They have a really great challenge. So coming to AFBA, listening to the discourse, knowing that great attention is paid to young lawyers, it really gladdens my heart. But one thing I would say, I think, of course, naturally, back home, we'll talk about strengthening the legal infrastructure to incorporate some other mentorship programs, but I think that can also be replicated here at AFBA. We have interacted, we have networked. I know we have networked, the platform itself provides for that. But then I'm looking forward to a situation wherein we would see some kind of pairing and mentorship programs for young lawyers, even in terms of making a decision on what to specialize in. There is so much going on right now, and there's always a challenge thinking about how, you know, what will I specialize in? Would it be contracts or commercial? Would it be admiralty? Would it be arbitration? Would it be? So we want to see a situation wherein this platform also provides that, at least with an international perspective, because coming to AFBA, you're meeting a lot of people from various countries, you know, with great experience. So I really think that will be a great move towards building and capacitating young lawyers for the future. Thank you once again.
Thank you for your contribution. Please, can we restrict our questions and suggestions to 1 minute, please?
All right. Thank you very much. I'm Julius Patamian, Ghana. I must say I commend the organizers for this program, but I ask myself, is this program live streaming? If it is not, it should have reached...
It is.
Yeah. If it is, which platforms is it live streaming on? I'm saying it's not a defense to it. It is the practicality of it. That is the simplest minimum we could have done to ourselves. So that if it's running on all programs, it doesn't need somebody to come here. The person has asked it. Secondly, before this, I asked the same question in our when GBA had a program for young lawyers. The access in terms of financial access to this program, it was prohibitive. I paid out of my pocket, maybe because I could afford it. But a lot of people couldn't access this because it was prohibitive. Secondly, everything appears to be centralized in Nigeria. Why can't we use the local means so that the local contacts here, you know, the exchange rates and what have you, why couldn't we use the local contacts here so that they could get people registered and then it could be forwarded? It helps for people like us who are now finding our feet to reach the process. And it's a suggestion I'm making, that rather than centralize everything, the essence of AFBA is not everything centralized in one place. It is for every country to be able to reach out, and then we coalesce it at a bigger level. As we talk about young lawyers, the young lawyers come in various degrees now. People who just entered and people who have other professions and are going on. The people who just enter the profession, the frustration is so much that I will not blame the seniors as a bullying tactic, But I think the best place to start with, much as we say people should find their feet, if you don't have anybody leading you, it's very difficult. So you should appeal to the seniors that when they see young lawyers, they live, they eat, they walk. If the client doesn't give you any means of transport, that means you're walking, you're eating. And we lawyers say we are defenders of people. How are we not defenders of our pupils? Why do we do this to ourselves? It begins with us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is JBF Freefam with the Ghana Bar. I think everyone has made their suggestions and comments, but I need to get this opinion from the speakers, so you have to make to speak. There is this matter that, as I said, I want to pick your opinion on. We've spoken about professional engagement, our visibility, encouraging young lawyers to be part of some of these engagements. Now, engaging a number of my colleagues, one issue that has come up is the nomenclature with our forum, the Young Lawyers Forum. And you engage seniors, and people misappreciate the sense of the young as to young in age or at the bar. And Mr. Lati, I would draw your attention to, particularly in Ghana, we have the GBA scale of fees where the ranges, the nomenclature that they use is a junior counsel as opposed to a young lawyer. I've realized that even at the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, they also have a young lawyers committee. In the IBA, which you served, they also have a young lawyers committee. And so I would want your opinion on that, whether it would be a good thing to change the nomenclature to junior counsel instead of the young. But as everyone is making comments, I will add my voice to it. In respect of the mentorship, I believe that we have to start from the basics. Now, there was a conversation about how we are trained in our law schools. And for the fact that we have a director of law school here, this point has to be made. And I would speak for Ghana. I mean, you have a system where our curriculum is such that you can go through the entire law school, read advocacy and ethics, and sometimes the only moment people get to even advocate on their feet is when they have to partake in their advocacy final exams, which is not the best. And so I believe that the mentorship should start from our law schools, right from our professional schools. We should be educated as to some of these things. Advocacy is one, and also the ethics that our seniors expect that we preserve. Because, I mean, these days, we come out and we see all manner of things. Seniors are always complaining about our appearance, our language, and respect for seniority. I believe that these traditions are, virtues that should be inculcated when we are within the law school. I mean, sometimes the moment a person is out, also wears the wig just like you do, it's difficult to get them to appreciate certain things and respect the virtues that we came to be. And so I believe that much attention should be paid to our law schools, where the local bar associations would be interested in bridging the gap, because, I mean, from the law school, they move into the fraternity. And so we should be more conscious about how they are trained so that at the time they are called to the bar, they have a seamless way of appreciating the virtues and the ethics of our profession. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Bobo Rosemary, a member of the Ghana Bar and the Nigerian Bar. I have a question for all the speakers today. You have all proposed resolutions. How do we ensure that these resolutions are actually implemented and not just mere talk? Thank you.
Any questions from the first aisle? So, Mr. Isaac, you can help answer the question from your colleague.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions. I think I'll start with JB's question. He asked about the issue of the nomenclature of young lawyers. I think this is a genuine concern because you tend to see a lot of inconsistencies in how young lawyers are defined. With the International Bar Association, a young lawyer is seen as a lawyer below the age of 35. So as far as the International Bar Association's initiatives for young lawyers are concerned, it would mean that if you are more than 35 years of age and you were called to the bar today, you would not be classified as a young lawyer. And I think that this is a bit concerning because most often you tend to find people who are desirous of taking advantage of the benefits that the IBA offers or these institutions do offer. And so I tend to identify with what you are saying. With respect to other organizations like the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, they rather define a young lawyer to be somebody below the years of 6 years of enrollment. So that is more inclusive because I guess the whole aim of assisting young lawyers or the youngness of a lawyer is in the fact that he has not acquired the relevant skills or he is in the formative years of his practice. So I guess these are issues that would call for some sort of advocacy. And with time, I think that within the Ghana Bar, we can start having these conversations. I know that you tend to have an interest in the activities of the Ghana Bar young lawyers. So these are things that we can start taking up. Maybe with the African Bar Association, with respect to the Young Lawyers Forum, since we have the vice president here, these are conversations that we can... No, the president is also here. So these are conversations that we can have. I am not quite sure if... I'm not quite sure if the Young Lawyers Forum of the African Bar Association is so much well established and defined because when I had a look at the brochure of the African Bar Association, there wasn't any representation of young lawyers on the executive committee. So maybe it's about time we start structuring the Young Lawyers Forum of the African Bar Association, and then as part of the structures, we have a conversation on who qualifies as a young lawyer. I think that it would be more ideal to see a young lawyer as somebody who is below a certain age at the bar and not necessarily your actual age. That's my opinion. With respect to the question regarding how the resolutions passed here are going to be implemented, then again, I think I would rather defer to the president and the vice president who are here. But in an ideal situation, I think that every conference session should have had rapporteurs, and all the conversations that we are having should have been recorded. I think that that is the best practices internationally, that for every session at a conference, there will be rapporteurs, and all these will be captured so that at our next meeting, we can hold the African Bar Association accountable for all the conversations that we've had. And of course, this is being recorded. This is being recorded, so we can raise these issues up within the next conference or within a mid-year conference. I do know that in other international organizations, there are mid-year conferences where we tend to reflect on the deliberations that we've had to see whether there's been implementation. I must confess that I am a bit new to AFBA. I don't know whether there is mid-year conferences that provides us the opportunity to reflect on various resolutions that we have passed in the past. So these are my thoughts on the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I will make a concluding statement and then respond to the question on resolutions. Mine is to energize all the young lawyers here and to also say that I would prefer the model of most of the African countries to be adopted by AFBA and not what the International Bar categorizes as young persons. Because law is all about experience. To become a senior advocate in Nigeria, you need to have practiced for 10 years. So if you're going to redefine definition of young lawyers in Nigeria, then people like me will not be seen as a young lawyer, and that's can be catastrophic, it can be a disaster because, I mean, what experience are you coming with? So I think officially, AFBA should define in Africa who is regarded as a young lawyer and should not be less than those within 5 years and below, should be categorized as young lawyers. Then I also want to say that my major meat in this conference is for the young lawyers here to take ownership and leadership of having a just and egalitarian Africa. In an unjust society, silence is a crime. We must go back to our various countries and become the voice of the people, the defender of integrity, of justice, and equity. As young persons, 80 to 85% of young lawyers across board are people below 35. And in this hall today, 80% of us are the young, real young persons. And like I said in my presentation, there is something very dynamic and purposeful about that age bracket. It's a very unique age bracket that we should capitalize on. And you have a lot of influence in the society. And demographically speaking, you are the majority in most of the countries. So you can actually, speak the truth to power. Old people, with apology to all the older people here, once you cross 65, you are already descending. The Holy Book is very clear about it. The book of Joel. It said, in the last day I will pour my spirit upon all flesh. Your sons and daughters shall prophesy. Old men shall dream dreams. If you go to sleep, you can see yourself discussing with Trump, only for you to wake up and find out that you are in East Legon. Old men, he said, old people shall dream dreams. The next verse says, young people shall see vision. So if you just oppose young people's vision, and where there is no vision, the people perish, you know that the future of Africa is in the hands of the young ones. So I want to encourage you this afternoon to be agitated in your spirits and become agents of change in your various communities and countries. And talking about resolution and how to make sure that the resolutions of this conference is impacted, I will advise quickly that I recommend that the AFBA, since the president and the vice president is here, please, the media coverage for this conference is not the best. For a continental conference that will herald the voice of African lawyers, I expected that we should have the CNN, BBC, and Al Jazeera at least at the opening ceremony. Because how do you herald the conclusions, resolutions, and even awareness of this when there is no, we've had an opening ceremony, well attended, but the reportage out there internationally is nowhere. So I want to advise the next conference, and since Nigeria is chairing at the moment, there's no reason why channels and Arise couldn't have covered it. Even the Ghana TV was not physically present and is not in the news in Ghana. So I want to advise us that this platform is a very veritable platform. I love it. I love what they have done. I love the organization. But the message will have to go out. If the message is not out, then we have not actually done anything. So please, that should be done. I also want to advise that the way to make resolutions useful is that at the opening ceremony, I expected us to adopt the resolutions and rapporteur's report of the last conference in Zambia. But what happened was just a transfer of flag from Zambia to Ghana. Next one, I want us to say, this is the resolution from the last conference, and we are adopting it, and then before we now prepare that of because this documentation is very, very important for upcoming generation of lawyers, because you have to imbibe, you have to indoctrinate, and you have to entrench history. We've done beautifully well, but we just need to, cross the T's and dot the I's where necessary. So please, this program is being recorded session by session, and I believe that the African Bar at the end of the day must put up a very high-powered repertoire group who will look at the resolutions and the recorded video of each of the sections, and then come up with a very powerful resolution or communique at the end of the day that must be given some media leverage, and not just media leverage, to also be circulated in Canada at the International Bar Conference early next month. That is the way to project Africa and to show the world that we are serious-minded individuals. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Dino. And in response to the question from the young man from the Ghana Bar Association, at the African Bar, if you go to the website and you look at the information put at the African Bar, young lawyers are referred to 0 to 7 years of experience. That's the young lawyer, that is the catchment age. Not the age of the lawyer, but the age in practice. That is what is used at the African Bar. So Mr. President is here. We would allow him respond to one or two of the questions at that. And with regards to the committees, the way the African Bar is structured, with the various committee levels, you can have various committee meetings and sessions throughout the year. There is no time limit. Mr.
Yeah, thank you. I've been here and spent quality time. I thank the resource persons and the delegates that has given time to be here. The Sierra Leone delegates, they were asking about who are members of AFBA and who do they think. AFBA is made up of African countries, the 54 countries in Africa recognized by the United Nations. AFBA is also made up of people of African descent, the Caribbeans, the people from Brazil. And wherever you are of African descent, you are a member of AFBA. And we have associate membership, which allows Europe or anybody to also be part of us, those who believe in what we are doing. AFBA has country forums, or fora, if you, and Sierra Leone has, I think we have this one Tijani or something, who is your chairman. So the thing is for you to organize yourself in those country forums, and that is where you can bring all your problems or anything you think or suggestions. Then AFBA will carry it as AFBA project. We cannot dictate for you in your country or anything. It is what we bring there that we give Philip to, that we support. So many of the countries have this forum in there. They have chairmen, they are constituted. So it is that place that you get whatever. Like he has said there, the young lawyers is age at practice is 7 years. You also pay less money for registration and renewal. All these are taken into consideration. What happens? There is a communique committee. There is a resolutions. All committees, all these that hold young lawyers, you have been chosen to produce your resolutions. The resolutions, these young lawyers now, their program we produce, will help us for the communique at the end of the conference. Last year conference, we have the communique, and that communique has been given to all African countries, of African governments. We have given it to AU, we have given it to United Nations. There is nowhere we have not sent that communique of last year to. This one, when it's ready, we also do it that way. We send it to everywhere. That's what we do. We have all these things in practice, and we implement them. So I thank you, and I want to say that as much as we are taking care of the young lawyers because we believe they are the future, because they are the majority. And if we get them and get their practice to be well, Africa will also be well, because they have the more energy now to work. Like one of the speakers said here, some of us 60 plus, we are nearing the departure launch, and not too much, we don't have too much strength to move again. So we need the energy and that the young ones have. The only thing is that we must show them direction, we must assist them. And that is why mentoring is good. So I think the young lawyers here, we did this program specifically for them. They planned it. We called them. They planned it with that ILFA who said they want to do our training. So we have regard for their interests. That's why we did it this way. And they have virtually like a whole day now. They did one by 9, did one now. So we gave them quality time. And we think we will improve when next in future conferences.
Thank you once more, the President of the African Bar Association, High Chief Ibrahim Mak, for the explanations and the clear guidelines on what needs to be done. With this, it brings us to an end of session 13. And once again, we thank the speakers who have taken their time and effort to present these various papers. And we look forward to robust engagements on the Young Lawyer Forums from the regional associations and even the African Bar Association. So the issue of the young lawyers will not be dealt with annually. And look forward to seeing you again next year, because you'll still be young lawyers. Bye-bye, thank you.
Fabulous. May I call on our Chief Taku to come and do this presentation on behalf of the African Bar Association to show our token of appreciation to the panelists this morning, this afternoon. The first person is, let us call the coordinator himself, first of all. Because I believe even in the hierarchy of the profession is, I believe is senior to, at least is senior to Senator Dino Malai.
Yeah. Mr. Coordinator, I'm very honored to be called upon to give this award to you. I came here because even though we're called seniors, in terms of modern technology, as I said, it is these younger lawyers who hold the key. They are the ones who lead the torch for us, the elders, to be able to carry out international and national practice now because of the new tools. They are our teachers and everything, and we, the senior lawyers, will be able to help them, to help us, and to help African lawyers, AFBA. Thank you for your very, very, very largely successful coordination. Thank
you. Distinguished gentlemen, may I also call on the panel, member of the panel, Mr. Isaac.
Yes, Mr. Isaac, you brought this vision and energy that I very well know. For some of the people from the Cameroons who are here will know, I left the leadership from the university. Thereafter, I got into the bar, and within 4 years, I contested election to be a member of the executive of the Bar Council. I was dismissed by everybody, including my elders, since I was a professor, although a junior to me, that, oh, you want to disgrace the family. I won the election landslide. That's why I found myself with Chief Abiola and others in Abuja on the 18th of April, 1991, and joined AFBA, and now Chief Abiola died long ago. I'm the chairman of the Representational Committee. And therefore, I see you as a model. We should not only listen to him, but see him as a model. And I think he should also begin to tell us that we can be him, or we must be like him. Thanks so much, and thank you for your brilliance. Thank you.
And the last but not the least is our own Senator Dino Milari.
Honorable leather colleague, Honorable Senator, as I sat there and listened to you a bit, I have hopes for Africa. Many who have been into politics and occupy the position you have use this position to suppress. And you've now, by becoming a lawyer and being here to talk to us, you become a leading voice, a light on top of the mountain for many of these people to see, and the hope for many other young lawyers here. You're an accomplished, but I've heard what you said. I'm very, very ideological, very, very Pan-Africanist. And of course, I see our distinguished sister here, Dr. Gozi Osi, and the president, and I say that you carry the whole of Africa. I wrote a paper, and standing from the International Court, I said that law is politics. You cannot pretend, especially at every time you come into interface with politicians, with policy decisions, law is politics. And this politics with policies that affirm our humanity first, and affirm the fact that leaders like you who have been there are now teaching others in the continent. They can be successful in politics and many other endeavors fields, and yes, you'll be very passionate about justice for your own people. And also, although a young counsel, you've shown that leadership from here, even as a young counsel, and all of you are leaders, irrespective of age, you are leaders here. You are important. And when I watched you were talking, and I learned that I was in tears, but I'm a traditional chief. I have to be very, very. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your contribution. African Bar is very grateful. High Chief Mark, who's a great leader with strong composure. We virtually came to our knees to beg him, don't get into politics now, share your political ambitions, and come and lead the African Bar. And respectfully, he agreed. Thanks to Chief Mark. Thank you.
Hold on, Chief. Hold on, Chief. Please, may we give our Chief another round of applause? And may the President join us for group photograph. My teacher, the DG, Dr. Ngoji, by virtue of the presence of the DG of Nigerian Law School, who was my teacher in 1987 to 89, I'm still a young lawyer.
This brings us to the end of the call, and thank you all for attending.
day on my jet. I day on my jet. Kese, 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 kese. Kese, kese, baby, kese, kese. How many times they go tell the person? They know the beat to the
law. And to help us drive the discussion, we have a solid group of panelists. Permit me to start by introducing the chair of the session, who is standing by me surveying the room. Mr. Stanislaus Ajong is the Vice President of the African Bar Association, Central Africa. Please give me a warm round of applause. May I also invite other panelists. Rosemary Nwobo, please come up. Please, a warm round of applause for her as she comes to join. And Dr. Emmanuel Olowunoni is here. Please come up. I understand we have online one of the presenters, Geraldine Mba. She will help to drive the discussion this afternoon. May I ask you to please move to the front, please? There's too much space here. Can you please come up to the front and, fill up these few seats? Please, quickly. Thank you very much. So I'll hand over the microphone to Stanislaus to moderate, tell us what the rules are, and guide us through this afternoon. Stanislaus. Thank you.
Okay. Learned colleagues, thank you very much for coming up to this session. In order to manage our time properly, we shall not go to the detailed profile of our panelists. It's all contained in the brochure. You have it online and you have the hard copies. But it's important for us to note that there are specialists in the various domains where they practice and are imbued with the knowledge that can help us move the profession further, help the African lawyer, help the consumers of our services, that we mean the population of Africa. What we're going to do today, we will start with the learned barrister who is called to the Ghanaian and Nigerian bar. That is the learned barrister Rosemary Nwobo Rosemary Ochechiamaka. That is the name. Please let's give her a hand and listen to the presentation. As I say, the profile is there. You will get it at the end.
Hello, learned colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm humbled to be here today, and I'll be making my presentation on intellectual property and its global impacts in our economy today. Africa is taking center stage in global industrialization, with entertainment, media, and sports sector emerging as powerful drivers of this growth. Today, we turn our attention to the history and evolution of these sectors, exploring how their transformation over time can serve as a catalyst for sustainable economic growth across the continent. At the same time, it is crucial to ensure that foreign investment and participation in these industries contribute positively to Africa's development rather than undermining the economic sovereignty. Before independence, European merchants were primarily invested in the ivory and gold trade. By the 7th century, enslaved Africans, as well as other valuable goods like ivory, gold, and salt, became the main exports from sub-Saharan Africa. As transatlantic slave trade surpassed the trans-Saharan route, after independence, foreign investment remained concentrated in extractive industries such as oil, mining and agriculture, diamonds, and other resources. Sectors structured largely around resource exploitation. In the 2000s, Africa experienced a gradual shift from extractive sectors to services, particularly in finance, telecommunication, and entertainment of today. Today, foreign investment increasingly targets African creatives and digital economics, driven by technology innovation and a growing middle class. Overview of foreign investment in the entertainment industry. The African entertainment industry is projected to reach over 14 billion by 2027, growing at an annual rate of about 8%. Major areas such as film, music, OTT platforms, digital streaming services that deliver video, music, or other media content directly over the internet, gaming, and digital streaming. Global investors such as Netflix, Universal, Sony, and Amazon have poured funds in production, talent development, and content acquisition into Africa's youthful population and digital consumption habits, making the continent one of the most vibrant emerging markets. Between 2016 and 2022, Netflix invested $175 million in South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya. Around the same time, Nigeria-owned artist Mr. Easy launched a 20 million fund to invest in Africa's future creative talent. The International Finance Corporation, IFC, a subsidiary of the World Bank, has also identified sports, entertainment as scalable industries requiring effective financial tools and business frameworks. However, not all funded enterprises have succeeded. An example is Iroko TV. Raised 35 million, but spent 109 million attempting to build an Africa equivalent of Netflix. Founder Jason Njoku later admitted that low GDP per capita and limited willingness to pay for premium services rendered the model unsustainable. This raises a critical question. Why is there still no viable market for paid premium African streaming services? Netflix, which spent approximately $23 million on Nigerian original production, has recently scaled back operations due to limited revenue potential. A Netflix premium plan in Nigeria is $5.49 per month, compared to $16.52 in the UK and $70 in the US, reflecting stark economic disparities. While investors' confidence in Africa's film streaming sector have weakened, the music industry is thriving. In 2024, African artists received 59 million in Spotify royalties, with Nigeria and South Africa taking the largest share. Yet this remains small compared to Spotify's 10 billion global payout, showing that Africa represents only 2% of the global streaming market. In 2024, Universal Music Group acquired a majority stake in Nigeria's Maven Global, underscoring growing foreign investment in Africa's creative enterprise. Despite this positive investment, Africa's biggest challenge remains IP protection. Unlike in the West, where copyright and trademark laws are robustly enforced, many African creatives are unaware of their rights or lack of means to enforce them. This allows foreign investors to disproportionately benefit from Africa's talent, often extracting more value than is retained within the continent. As humans, we create. We bring ideas to life and monetize them. Laws play a vital role in this process by creating rights that enable creatives to protect and drive value from their work. To ensure economic growth, strong IP laws coupled with investor understanding and infrastructure development is essential for Africa to unlock the full socio-economic potential in sports, entertainment, and the creative industry. Key pillars for strengthening intellectual property to foster economic growth in Africa: education. Integration of IP laws into schools and university curriculum to build early awareness, because inasmuch as there is a foreign investment which can pull economic growth, individuals in the entertainment or creative industry need to know their ideas and creativity can be protected to attract value. This can as well boost economic growth, because this will generate income which can transgress to creatives being able to afford the necessary and luxuries of life, leading to great socio-economic impact. Enactment of IP legal framework. Strengthening and harmonizing IP laws such as patents, copyright and trademark will ensure better protection and enforcement. When these laws are strengthened and reformed to suit our ever-evolving society, indigenous investors in the entertainment, media, and sport industry will have greater bargaining power when dealing with foreign investors. Many African music label production houses have weak or uncertain IP protections. If their songs, films, or trademarks are not registered or easily pirated, investors will not find it hard to measure the true value of the company. Encouraging participation and development in entertainment and media. Music and film are key factors to economic growth and development. Well-developed entertainment sector can create multiple jobs from directors, dancers, managers, set designers, publicists, amongst others. Investing in musicians, actors, and actresses can result in other business activities, including brand deals, musicians, actors, could stand the chance of partnering with product companies, clothes companies, social media, among others, to promote themselves and other businesses. Collective funding. Establish creative industry funds to support inventors and small enterprises. This can be done through the Ministry of Tourism and work in collaboration with regulators of foreign investment in the nation, which can well spread across the continent. Promotion of IP understanding through campaigns and summits around Africa, and training for creative by infusing this training into foreign investment partnership. Investment-friendly policies. Design balanced policies that protect African ownership while attracting sustainable foreign investment, as well as relaxation on stringent investment policies and laws. Law reforms, which include liability for IP infringement. Law reforms to meet the ever-growing and evolving IP market. These law reforms can be effective through effective and effectual policy and lawmaking. People in the institutions should ensure that a framework is provided to identify and protect and commercialize intellectual property. Stronger negotiation tactic when it comes to contracts, partnership agreements, and negotiation involving equipment or production rights. This can serve as tools to ensure that our intellectual property is respected in return, proper value addition to remain within the continent. This is, instead of selling full rights to Netflix or any foreign platform, African filmmakers can negotiate for a 40-50 royalty or profit-sharing model. That means the streaming platform still gets distribution rights and global reach, but the filmmaker or studio retains ownership of the intellectual property, IP, and receives a share of ongoing revenue every time the film is streamed, relicensed, or adapted. On this note, I'll end with this. As Africans, we must raise our value and recognize that we are valuable. Only when we see ourselves as assets can we attract foreign investment that adds value to our continent rather than take from it. Furthermore, we are all shareholders and stakeholders in the creative industries. As lawyers, doctors, or any sector you belong to, we are all shareholders and stakeholders in the creative industry, and we all need to make an impact by what we do. And it is in the best interest to push for the protection of intellectual property to foster sustainable economic growth. My main point today is basically to infuse the training of intellectual property in our education from the grassroots, which is from the primary schools and to the university level and to the secondary school level, to ensure that these students, with the ideas they have, they should actually know that their intellectual property can be protected by means of intellectual property law. Thank you.
I call on us to give another hand to this excellent presentation by our able friend. As I earlier stated, we try to manage our time such that we don't intrude into the time of the next session. I will direct you to page 66 of the brochure. At 64, you will get the theme and the profile of the presenters. At this time, gentlemen, we shall be calling on a very prominent person. Me, I'm from Cameroon, and when I shared information about this session to colleagues in Cameroon, and they saw a certain lecturer of the Nigerian Law School, I started receiving messages from left and right. That was my lecturer. That was my lecturer in Abuja. He was my lecturer. So teaching is a noble profession. The glory comes with recognition. Please, there is... So, it's a privilege to me, an honor, to have the learned lecturer, Dr. Emmanuel Oluwafemi Oluwonomi of the Nigerian Law School, Abuja campus. They tell me, they still Abuja. Please, we're waiting to learn as students, but now to help Africa grow. Thank you.
Thank you, the chairman of the section. The leadership of the Africa Bar, the chairman of the section, the Director General of the Nigerian Law School, Professor Isa Hayatu Chiroma, who made it possible for my physical presence here, my lecturer some 19 years ago, S.A. Osabolu, who taught me company law, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you this afternoon. My senator who represented my federal constituency for years and my senatorial district, I'd like to welcome you. I've been given a topic, foreign interest in Africa's sport industry and player, exploitation or investment. In doing this, I have looked at the topics first by considering the contribution of foreign investment in the growth and development of sport marketing, sports industry development in the continent of Africa, and as well I've also looked at the consequences of the dominance of foreign interest in the sport industry in Africa. And in concluding my paper, I made some recommendations in order to create a balance between the need for foreign interest in Africa's sport industry and as well as the need for local development without the dominance and exploitation aspect of foreign interest in the Africa industry. Foreign interest in Africa's sport industry have become one of the most areas of global economic and cultural interactions in recent years. And the reason is not far-fetched. Number one, the globalization and the globalization of the sport industry. The sport industry, whether from the continent of Africa or the Europe or the Asian, is just one big industry. And secondly, the abundance of sport talent and human resources in the continent of Africa, and the recent development of our local league, and of course, contributing to foreign interest in the Africa sport industry is the huge fan base and the massive young person in the continent of Africa. These days, particularly from various clubs in the football subset of the industry to those of us who follow other games, you will realize that there is a huge fan base, strongly presence in the continent of Africa. The rise of foreign interest and expertise have ignited extensive discussion about whether such involvement actually signify a true commitment to the continent future, or on the contrary, whether they also serve as a means of exploiting our infrastructure and local talent in the continent of Africa. Gladly, the Africa Bar 2025 conference have brought to the forefront the debate, and the leadership of the association must be appreciated for bringing up this issue at this particular time. Historically, sport have been very crucial to us in the Africa society. I must say this just by way of saying it, that colonialism did not actually sport was not brought into the continent of Africa by reason of colonialism. This is because sport have always been part of us, from our local hunting, our local festival, our various age group grade, etc. One could say that even before the advent of colonialism, there have been strong structure, formalized competition between between settlement and other settlement over the years, even before colonialism. Historically, Africa have been crucial. Sport have been crucial for us in the African society, because to us in Africa, sport is a source of national pride. That explained, aside from the debate between Nigeria and Ghana over who have the better jollof rice, anytime the Super Eagle of Nigeria and the Black Stars of Ghana are meeting, it's always very tense. It's always very so much to fight for, because to us, sport is a national pride. Social unity and inclusivity. When it comes to sport in Africa, we don't care where you are from. We don't care your tribe. We don't care your religions. We don't care. We just want to know you are part of the country and you are good to go. It's also a pathway to national acclaim. And of course, sport is in tandem with the resilient spirit of the Africa people. Over the years, there have been increase, therefore, in sport, particularly talking about foreign interest in sport. On one hand, supporters of foreign investment claim that these outside influences serve as a catalyst for essential development in infrastructure, training facility, organizational capacity. Investment in sport could enhance professional standards, provide crucial financial resources, and create opportunity for local talent to compete on the global scale. Furthermore, forming partnership with established sport institutions from Europe, America, Asia could promote knowledge transfer, improve the quality of sport administration, and even contribute to broader socio-economic progress within host country. From this viewpoint, foreign interests are therefore regarded as a lifeline for the Africa sport industry. But on the other hand, too, there's an increasing number of critics who argue that foreign involvement often conceives exploitative practices. Opponents in this regard point out many cases of financial advantage, disappropriation, benefiting only the foreign investor and leaving Africa domestic league with only minimum return. And for those of us who are from Nigeria, there's a recent cry that the local league, when they are played over the weekend, the stadium is virtually empty because people are either following Chelsea elsewhere, or they are following Arsenal or Man U, or they are with the La Liga. The perception of exploitation is further exacerbated by concern regarding the lack of transparency, unequal bargaining power, and the potential dilutions of local sporting identity in favor of standardized international commercial model. But having said this, we must also agree that Africa have done well on the global scale in the sport industry. In this regard, I mentioned 5 points. Number one, the emergence of global players from the continent of Africa. In Ghana, you talk about the Abedi Pele, you talk about George of Liberia, and you talk about the prominent player from Nigeria, and both in time past and in the contemporary society. You talk about Didi Drogba, you talk about Yekini Rashidi, and so many players all over the continent of Africa who have contributed massively at the global stage. We have also not been left out in the hosting of international tournaments. And that is very important for us in Africa. We've been privileged to host several tournaments, and we look forward to 2030 when Morocco will be co-hosting the great FIFA World Cup. And of course, our exploit as a continent in the football subset of sport industry cannot be over-exaggerated. Of course, we also have massive participation in sport governance, sports institutions, and sport organization, because we have our people sitting in various sport organizations globally, from FIFA to Olympic and all of that. The positive aspect of foreign investment in Africa could be summarized in 7 points. Number one, the entrepreneurship in athlete development, particularly before the ban of FIFA on the third party's ownership of footballers globally. Then number two, the rise in sports tourism and investment. Number three, infrastructural development as a result of the cooperation and the investment of sport organizations in the continent of Africa, particularly in preparing a host country for a major tournament. And then number four, sustainable local market. And of course, the broadcasting rights, which have given birth to several other corporate entities in the continent of Africa, like you have the SuperSport, you have the various television rights coming into being. And their sponsorship and endorsement, particularly also with the strategic partnership with International Club for Talent Development. Overall, foreign interests in sport highlight the globalizations of the sports industry, where events, teams, and athletes transcend national borders, creating a rich tapestry of cultural and competitive exchange. A massive market of 1.4 billion people with a young population and a growing middle class is creating a significant demand for sport and entertainment content, making the Africa industry a huge socio-economic development opportunity for foreign investors. Having said this, are we now saying that all is good to go? Certainly not. There is the exploitative aspect of foreign interest in Africa player and Africa industry. In this regard, I highlighted 7 impacts of foreign interest in Africa's sport industry, which one could be considered as the exploitative aspect of it. Number one, you have the human trafficking. Number two, you have the exploitative contract that Africa players are made to sign on a daily basis, particularly for lack of details of how these things work at the global trend. And number three, the abuse and the neglect that follow. Sometimes you have our players moving to seek for greener pasture, and then they are not able to sign with a club, and then they are not able to come back home, and then they suffer some levels of neglect and abuses in the nations of the world. Then the economic disparities, and then the drain of players from the continent of Africa. You can imagine what it will be like when you have certain players who play today as a foreigner, if they are to be part of the Black Stars of Ghana. I don't want to mention them, but you and I know so many players who are of Ghana origin, who today play in La Liga, and they've adopted Spain, and some who played in Italy and who have adopted Italy. And then, of course, you still remember the famous 2 brothers having to face each other for the first time in history, because 2 brothers representing 2 different countries. So you can imagine the situation we find ourselves. And for us in Nigeria, you have some players today, the number 10 man who play in Arsenal, whose full name will, of course, automatically show where he comes from, but he's not available to play for Nigeria because of these particular issues. Some of them were born there, but of course, some of them left Africa short in seeking for greener pasture, and in the course of seeking for greener pasture, they were lured away and they changed nationality. And it's part of my recommendation that the time we need to begin to revisit the shift in nationality, particularly for sport person. And of course, you remember the stories at the concluded Olympic and the World Athlete competition some of our Africa brothers and sisters who didn't represent Africa country. Some of them have a valid point of being neglected at home, but of course we also know that some changed nationality out of desperation, and of course we also know some were negotiated into some of those options. Okay, so the muscle drain, then the loss of local talent, and particularly, finally, on the exploitative aspect of foreign dominance in Africa's sport is the cultural impact. The cultural impact, because when we talk so much in terms of money, we can't actually quantify, we can't actually put the money value on cultural homogenization that happened by reasons of foreign dominance in Africa sport. Today, many of our local sports have been lost. And today, people, so many young persons don't know this particular game from my village, talking about Ise. When you tell them about Ise, I was so glad to see at the exhibition center yesterday, a gentleman selling it there. But for some people, this generation now, they don't even know what Ise is all about. So today, many of our local games, many of our cultural games have actually vanished as a result of dominance of foreign influence in sport. As I begin to wrap up, the involvement of foreign interests in the African sport industry is a complex and multifaceted issue, marked by both opportunity as well as challenges. While foreign investment can bring the much-needed resources and expertise and global exposures to Africa's sport, it also raises important concern about exploitation, cultural homogenization, and the redistribution of profit and benefit on the long run. What then is the way forward for the continent of Africa? As I stand here today, I have 8 recommendations. Number 1, there is the need for comprehensive sport legislation, clear policy, and regulation to govern sport and foreign investment in the sport industry across the countries of Africa. In this regard, one must salute the innovative provisions that have been made by the South Africa government in this particular regard. Other Africa countries must follow suit. Number 2, there is the need to build our local capacity and promote local sport development so that it will not just be all about football, football, football. So there is more to read. Just like I said that before colonialism, there were so many games that today are gradually going into extinction. And you do not know how much value is lost when a culture of a people is suddenly lost. Number 3, there is the need for monitoring and strengthening regulations and recruitment exercise and contract signing for players. Next one, there is the need for increasing awareness about human trafficking in the sport industry, because today the sport industry seems to be an escape route for human trafficker in moving people from the continent of Africa to anywhere. Most trafficking are labeled as the need for trial. So we are moving the players to go and have a trial to see whether they will have opportunity. And then that is the common way of trafficking people today. And there is the need for the various authorities to check that area and do something. There is the need also to avoid exploitative contract. And in this regard, it is we as members of the legal profession that can help, because by reasons of our training, we could put together a contract, and we could be of a great assistance in sport representations and agency to sport person and to be sport person. So it is very important, therefore, leading from this point, therefore, I will call for a sport law curriculum as part of the undergraduate studies across the continent of Africa, and the need for us to be assertive with the development of sport law curriculum, because somebody said that the future is certainly bright for technology, for entertainment, and the sport industry. You and I remember that even in the days of COVID, when the OO was granted, the sport industry was still finding a way of striving. That's to let you know that the industry is very resilient. And it is therefore very important that as members of the legal profession, that we begin to get groomed, get mentored, get trained to be a participant in the sport industry. And more so again, the sport industry is an industry that is globalized. In other words, you could participate in the sport industry virtually from anywhere in the world, anywhere in the world. In other words, you could be a football agent to a player in any part of the world from the comfort of your law firm in the continent of Africa. Beautiful. There is also the need for sport arbitrations and mediation. I will strongly speak in this regard because over the year, I have made so much issues, particularly on the issue of resolving sport dispute in the continent of Africa, because one of the things that is also killing local involvement in the sport industry in the continent of Africa is the absence or near absence of a predictable structure, a systematic approach to resolution of sport dispute in the continent of Africa. From Ghana to Nigeria to Burkina Faso to Mali, the issue is the same, where you have this contention as to national sovereignty and mandatory arbitration for the sport industry, particularly because the industry prioritizes arbitrations and mediation as a means of settling dispute. So it is therefore very important that there is the need for institutionalized arbitration in our continent for national football dispute and other sport disputes to be settled. We must place a model, independent, procedural, functional, predictable sport arbitration arbitral institution in order to remove the absence and the uncertainty of legal and regulatory policy underlining the development prospect of legal framework for sport arbitrations in Africa. Arbitration and mediation training should be functioned to cater for sport industry, and in this regard, sport arbitration in view of recent events in the industry. It is strongly contended that sport arbitration will require expertise and a grasp of knowledge of arbitrations and sport law, and it is therefore not out of place that this should be made part of the curriculum of the Charter Institute of Arbitrators and their branches all over in Africa in collaboration with CAS for trainings of members. It is interesting to know that as of today, most countries and international sport federations have acceded to the jurisdictions of CAS, but back home here, there seems to be no predictable framework at the continental level. CAF, or better still, the African Union may consider establishing a regional sport arbitral institution to cater for local peculiarity, cultural differences, and the advancement of sport management in Africa. And finally, if we say that we do not want foreign dominance in our sport industry, it therefore means that we must also rise up to understand and appreciate that sport have gone from being just a means of pleasure, just playing ball alone. It has now become a business. In fact, somebody called it a ruthless multi-billion-dollar industry. In this regard, it is time for us, we suggest that the concept of best practices would, to a large extent, curb the problem of corrupt practices in the sport governance. And if this is done, it is important that we promote sport as a business in the continent of Africa in order to allow our entrepreneurs and investors, local investors, to begin to put their money in the sport industry. If this is done, then it becomes a fair play, a balance between foreign involvement in the sport industry and local participation in the sport industry. It is on this note, therefore, Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I rest my case. Thank you. God bless.
Once again, I pray us to give a hand, and a very solid one, for Dr. Oluwafemi. I followed the presentation. He mentioned a number of players across the African continent, but I failed to hear any name from Cameroon. Oh, as chairperson of the session, I felt abandoned. Okay, thank you for that. But then we have an adopted son, His Excellency President Josh Weah Oppong, played for Tone Kalara Club of Yaoundé. He's a Cameroonian by that connection. Thank you for that one. Okay. As we said, we're trying to make sure that we manage our time properly. We have a presentation that is supposed to come online. And we have a presenter who will be appearing from the United States of America. I want to just check with our... Okay. Yes. Learned colleagues, let's welcome Geraldine Mba for the next presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our distinguished guests and our honorable colleagues. It is with great honor I do my presentation today, and I hope you all can hear me. Akwa Bagana. Thank you for having me here. Is one that is very critical to our continent. It brings to bear the current decision in the United States, where in the case of bats and anthropic, there was a 1.5 billion settlement where the AI company was requested to pay $3,000 per use of a pirated book to teach AI model of anthropic. So this should begin to make us think, have a rethink, and know that IP is no joking matter in the rest of the world. So maybe only in Africa are we not too serious with what is happening in the IP field and the IP terrain. So we must begin to take our creatives, our authors seriously, our designers seriously. So today I will be speaking on navigating foreign influence in Africa's creative economy. Navigating foreign influence in Africa's creative economy, legal framework for balanced IP protection and international collaboration. I've sent in a slide. I don't know if the organizers will be able to project my slides so the audience can follow through why I do my presentation. Thank you very much. I'll start with the first one. The title of our discussion today is not just academic for me. It's actually something that is pressing. It's Africa's creative economy. It is actually our powerhouse, our thriving creative. We're talking about Nollywood, which produces more films annually than Hollywood. We're talking about Afrobeats, with artists like Burna Boy and Thames winning Grammys everywhere and selling out stadiums globally. We're talking about the vibrant fashion scenes of Lagos, of Nairobi, of Accra. We're asking, are this money actually coming back to our creatives? But this global success brings a critical question: who truly benefits? When a foreign streaming service licenses a Nollywood film, is the Nigerian producer really getting his fair share? When a major international fashion house is inspired by our Ghana's kente cloth patterns, where is the line between just inspiration and appropriation? Our conversation today is actually about navigating this complex terrain. We will diagnose the problems of imbalance, influence, and propose a legal framework that ensures that our creatives are not just seen and heard, but that also they are equitably compensated in the control of their intellectual property. This is about building a sustainable ecosystem, and that is the core of my presentation today. Slide 2, please. We'll be looking at Africa's creative economy, how it drives social economic growth, but yet it faces legal economic imbalance from foreign influence. We want these foreign direct investors. We want them here. So my paper will be proposing a balanced IP protection strategy, fostering equitable and international collaboration. My abstract actually lays out the cortices, the opportunity that we, as we all know, is immense. We can see how much is being generated internally. So you can imagine what it will look like if it's sold to the rest of the world. The creative industry is a massive employer of our youth. I think statistics actually shows that it employs about 30% of our youth. It's a key driver of our GDP. It is projected by the African Bank that it will contribute about 500 billion in the year 2030. So we must look into this critically so that it is harnessed and is invested in the African continent and not taken elsewhere, like we have our cocoa, our crude oil. We must ensure that we have adequate laws in place, that we have adequate experts to work with our creatives, so these assets are not transported and exploited abroad without us truly benefiting from the gains that we are meant to have. However, the imbalances are very real. So let me give a concrete example from the music industry. An up-and-coming amapiano producer from South Africa, he gets a track signed by a major international label. The excitement is palpable, everybody's happy. Oh, you've been signed up. But the contract is governed by foreign laws, assigns and master rights to label in perpetuity for all territories in exchange for just a small advance. And the creative is happy. Meanwhile, has given us total ownership, not knowing how well the song will do in the future. Take, for instance, the current rave of the US, Taylor Swift. As young as 16 years, she already had a label registered. She already had her IP assets registered. But come back here to Nigeria. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift is 35 years now. But as at 16, she had already registered her IP rights. Why? Because they have modalities in place to protect their creatives. But do we say we have such for Africa? We say we have such for our creatives in Africa. So that's the essence of our presentation today, that we must begin to look out for their interests. But the contract governed by the contract that our creatives signed with this organization are governed by foreign laws, assigns and the master rights to the label is yielded to them in perpetuity. In exchange for just a small advance, the song becomes a global hit tomorrow and is used in a Hollywood movie, and the Hollywood movie capitalizes on the fact that the right has been signed out. And we notice that our creative, though a big name, doesn't even have access to the funds. So this is the imbalance. Our growth is being stunted by a leakage of value. The proposal, therefore, is not just to shut our foreign collaboration. We need it, but we must build a framework that ensures it happens on a more equitable terms that will benefit our creative, protecting their foundational IP rights of all the creators. Slide 3, please. So now we'll be looking at Africa's creative economy. Looking at the African creative economy, we'll be looking at things like our film industry, the music industry, the fashion industry, and the digital arts. The film industry, you cannot rule out Nollywood. Nollywood turns out about 2,500 movies annually. It is obviously a giant, but we also must look at Riverwood in Kenya and look at Gallywood in Ghana. The risk here is actually in the distribution of the deals. A Nigerian production company, for instance, might sign away all their international streaming rights to a foreign distributor just for a flat rate, thereby missing out on the back-end profit when the film performs well on the global stage and in the cinemas in New York. So we must be careful on how the rights of ownership to our works are signed out. Look at the music industry. Our Afrobeat and our Amapiano are globally phenomenal. I feel so much joy when I'm driving in the streets of the US and you're probably in a taxi or you just turn on the radio and you hear a Nigerian music. You actually hear Reno playing. And you're asking yourself, is Reno actually getting paid royalty for this music? Your best is as good as mine. I don't know. So the risk, as I mentioned, is in the recording and publishing of the contracts. We have seen cases where artists sign 360 deals that give a foreign label a percentage of everything that they own, from the touring to the merchandise, their personality, often without the artist fully understanding the long-term implications. Just as I earlier mentioned, at 16 years, Taylor Swift has already started registering her IP assets. But for our creatives back home, do they actually even know what IP means, let alone going to register it? So when these foreigners come in to begin to have discussion with them, they may not even have enough funds to collaborate with a lawyer, with a counsel to guide them through. Let's look at the fashion industry. Look at the success of brands like Orange culture in Nigeria, or Mahosa in South Africa. The risk is divine piracy. A foreign fast fashion retailer can photograph a unique Ankara design at a fashion week and mass produce it in China before you know what's happening, because a massive sale. But because the creative cannot go challenge the producer in China, you discover that they are missing out. So truly, our creatives can gain more if the continent can fight for them. Let's look at the digital arts. This includes animation and gaming. A Kenya animation studio might do work for hire for a foreign client, creating character and works. I heard that was what they used to do, but recent research has shown that there's now a transfer, that their contract now transfers an IP right to them. So they are really beginning to understand that if you do not retain ownership of these rights, you will not be able to control the profits that come from it. So I'm glad that Kenya is stepping up to the game. Let's quickly look at the opportunities and the risks that are involved. So we have this duality of immense opportunity and significant risk. The opportunity is clear. There's global reach for our creative. There's new revenue stream for them. There's skill transfer for them. When Netflix invests in their original series, like we have seen in Bloodwater from South Africa or Far From Home from Nigeria, it provides a budget and a platform that local broadcasters often can't match. This actually is positive. But let's look at the risk. But the risk that is involved is that this influence can become dominant. They dominate our local creative. Let's take a real-life cautionary tale from the past, the story of many African musicians from the 60s and the 70s who sold off their rights. Legendary artists, even like our own Fela Anikulapo Kuti, and even Francophone recorder songs that are now considered classic. However, their contrast with their foreign record labels often saw them sign away everything, their copyright, for just what? A mega flat fee. And even royalties that are being paid today are like those that are being paid in the oil sector, where it doesn't really reflect what the oil companies are harvesting from our land. So we are seeing a replication of what happened before, happened even in our time. Some people will say in our crow eyes. We are seeing it replay. Their families and home countries saw little financial benefit when this music was later re-released, sampled and monetized internationally. So this must stop. So today, the same pattern can repeat with digital content. The risk is that we become a source of raw, unrefined creative talent, which is then packaged again, like they package our crude oil and import back to us, which is then packaged, owned, and profited from by the entities outside the continent. This must stop, creating a new form of cultural extraction. Let's please go to the next slide. Slide 5, structural challenges. What are the structural challenges that we have been able to identify? They include enforcement, awareness, and cost. A musician in Lagos can find their song being used in a radio. Just as I told you, I heard Reno being played in the US, in a radio advertisement, even in Kampala in Kenya, without permission. But how do they pursue this right to stop the infringement? How do they pursue royalties to be paid to them? Pursuing cross-border infringement is costly and is legally complex. I heard the statistics yesterday that to pursue an infringement case here in the US, it costs about $50,000. So where will our creatives see that? The lack of a seamless enforcement mechanism across jurisdiction makes IP rights theoretical for them and not really practical. So there's also the room for awareness. There's also the challenge of awareness. Many brilliant creators are simply not aware of what IP right is. A talented Ghanaian sculptor may know they automatically hold copyright to their work on how to license it, but they see a contract as just a paper to sign, and they do not really understand how future earnings work. So we are here as experts to be able to guide them, and we must do so rightly. There's also the issue of cost. Registering a trademark or a design patent in multiple African countries, I understand, costs about $5,000. Whereas if you were to do so in Europe, you register in one place and you have it in all the European countries that are under the EU for half the price. But it is not so for Africa. So we must begin to look at the cost of registering IP rights for our creatives as just one point, and we have AFTA. to be able to achieve that. Let's go to the next slide, please. International framework. Let's look at what is happening internationally. On the global stage, we actually have frameworks like the Berne Convention and the TRIPS Agreement. They actually set the minimum standard for IP protection. In theory, they protect a Nigerian author's copyright in France and in other countries. But in practice, these frameworks are actually double-edged. They are often designed around the Western conceptions of individual ownership. It doesn't really protect our communal and traditional knowledge that Africa is known for. For instance, how does the Berne Convention protect a traditional Tanzania textile, the Ghana kente, or even the Yoruba adire that has been used by a community for generations, but was never, we can't really identify the author because communally we own it. So how can the Berne Convention protect them when all it recognized as individual ownership? So, and when a major house uses that pattern, the community has no standing under this international framework to claim infringement because they cannot point to a single copyright holder. The framework provides a base level of protection that is insufficient to address our uniqueness as Africans. So that is why we must stand up and help ourselves. So let's look at the regional and the domestic framework that we have. Slide 7, please. We have in Africa ARIPO for Anglophone, WAPI for the Francophone, and we also have our AFTA, which has a potential for continental IP amortization. So this is where our regional and domestic bodies must begin to gear up. Here in the US, they say they must lawyer up to ensure that we have adequate laws to protect our creatives. In Nigeria, we have the Nigerian Copyright Commission that has already had an amendment, but enforcement is still a hurdle. In South Africa, they have a robust IP laws, but the cost of litigation there, I hear, is high. And in Kenya, they are proactive. They are proactive with their agencies, but there is no grassroots awareness. So you see, from wherever you go, from the south of Africa, the north of Africa, the west to the east, there's still a challenge which we must address. And there's no better place to do it than in this AFBA conference, where we'll be able to have an appropriate communique that we can spread to our policymakers to make the right laws to protect our creative. Slide 8, please. So now we'll be looking at the key issues in collaboration. What are the key issues we should look at? We look at the issue of ownership of the IP, the jurisdiction and dispute resolution, the remuneration and royal accounting. I will also look at royal rights. Quickly, let's look at ownership of the IP. This is actually a big one. It is work for hire, where the foreign partner owns everything. That's what we are saying. Is that what should be happening? No. Or should there be a licensing deal? So we should put on our lawyer cap and begin to should this be a work for hire? Should this be a franchise? Should this be a licensing fee? Should we get joint venture involved? But whatever it is, make sure that the ownership still lies on the creative. The ownership still lies on the creative. That is why you will not see the Chinese sell out the whole ownership to their software. They will not sell it out completely. A part of the ownership is still retained by them. So we must also be able to advise our creatives to do so, not allow our young mind design apps and software that will be completely sold out to the West, like as if they don't know what they are doing. That will not happen again under our watch. There's also the issue of jurisdiction and dispute resolution. This is also a trap. You see a contract where the laws that will govern it will be in New York, and the jurisdiction where the matter will be held in New York. This is a massive disadvantage. And when it's probably time for the creative to get a visa to New York to go and fight his case, he doesn't even get. The case is gone, it's lost. So how does he get his royalties? So we must look carefully when we are drafting these contracts on their behalf. There's also the issue of remuneration and royalty accounting. Contracts must be transparent. We must ensure that we cross our T's and dot our I's. We have seen cases where artists are promised royalties, but the accounting statement are opaque, they're not clear. You can't even audit it. They are not even made available to you. We also let's quickly go to the moral rights. We must ensure that the creator is attributed to their work at all times. Do not distort it beyond what the creator wants it to be. And they can only do that if they retain ownership. Let's go to our comparative lessons for today. Let's compare it with what is happening in other parts of the world. In South Korea, they protect their cultural industries with strong government support. In the European Union, they have a system of geographical identification. That is why you cannot create your wine today and call it champagne. No, champagne can only come from France. Cheese can only come from France. The Scottish whiskey can only come from Scotland. So we must also do it so that Adire can only come from the Yoruba land. Kente can only come from Ghana. So we must continue to geographically protect our rights. If we don't do it, the world will not do it for us. Let's look what's happening in Canada. In Canada, Canada has content quotas requiring a certain percentage of content to be broadcasted locally. You cannot bring in international materials without first broadcasting a percentage of their local quotas. I don't know if that's what is obtainable in the African continent now, but this is the strategic front to take. So let's go to slide 9, proposal for a balanced framework. What is our proposal today? So what is the way forward? So we propose a 3-pillar framework. We look at strengthening our regional system. We must empower ARIPO, OAPI, and fully realize after IP protocol. It is dragging for too long. After is delaying. So we must continue to work with the policymakers and us to ensure that after gets into place so that you can register in one place and in the whole 54 countries of Africa, your IP right is duly registered. You don't have to jump from one place to another trying to ensure it is registered. Let's create a Pan-African copyright registry that is low cost and digitally accessible to every creator with a smartphone. Also, another way to go is to develop model contracts and guidelines. The AFBA, in collaboration with creator unions, could develop model contract clauses for common collaboration like a music licensing deal or a few distribution agreements that would provide a fair starting point for negotiation, like a smart contract. You don't know how to over-negotiate, so you don't shoot yourself in the leg, and educate our creators on what to look out for. Thirdly, we must establish a dispute resolution mechanism, not one that will be seated in New York or in London when the creative is back here in Africa and cannot get a visa. It must be specialized IP creation center for Africa. This would provide a credible alternative to costly litigation in foreign courts, ensuring dispute between a Kenya tech startup and a Silicon Valley firm, assuming it's adjudicated in the US. Where do you think judgment will go? So that is why it must be resolved here in Africa in a neutral ground. So we'll go to slide 11. We're rounding up. Implementation of this strategy. How do we round it up? How do we implement it? So how do this happen? It requires what? A multi-stakeholder approach. For policymakers, we need to domesticate and implement after quickly. We can't keep waiting. The world has gone too far. The digital race is on. AI is taking over, or else we will lose it forever. We also need to review national copyright and trademark acts to make them fit for the digital age. If a company in the US can get 1.5 billion settlement, I know African can get more because they have used most of our works out there. But who will fight for us? Who will go for us? Who will bail the cat? For the creative industries, creators must unionize and organize. Gigs and filmmakers, I know we have one now, but we must begin to lawyer up. They can negotiate and renegotiate standard agreements with streaming services, even agreement that you already have. Go back and renegotiate it to ensure that it provides for this digital age. Public awareness is another implementation strategy. We need more campaign. We need campaign down to the grassroots, to our schools, where our young minds are creating talent, translated even to local languages, to all the languages in Africa that explain IP in simple terms. Your idea is your property. Let's help them protect it. In conclusion, the goal is not just to build walls. We are not driving the foreign investors away, but we want to build a stronger foundation for our house, for Africa that is our own, for our creatives, for creative explosion. It is actually real, it is here, but without a balanced legal framework, it risks becoming a story of missed opportunities and renewed exploitation. I remember, we're closing, Beyonce used some of Africans' rhetorics in her song. I don't know how much has been paid to Africa for that. And these are people who can actually afford it if the right laws are in place and the right demands are made. We have the talent, we have the story, we have the music. Now we must secure the value by harmonizing our laws as one, educating our creative and insisting on fair terms. We can ensure that the term Burna Boy, the next Oscar-winning filmmaker from Africa, is not just a global name. It is actually one that commands respect and commands the royalty that is due to it. This is just more than a legal issue for every one of us. All hands must be on deck. With AFBA and other African bars and regional bodies, we must stand and pay attention to this key issue and bring profit to our creatives. I look forward to our discussion and to collaborating with our policymakers to ensure that we have the right laws in place for all our creatives. Thank you for having me. And with this, I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Please let us give our learned friend another hand. Thank you very much. Between us is an interactive session. The question and answers will help us to beef up the recommendations that we're putting up to the AFBA Secretariat as resolutions from this session. So how do we do it? We would, let's make it equitable. Two, okay, we'll have two there already. Let's get two here. One. Well, then we'll get the third here. We need two again. If not, then we're good to go. Okay, who will help us with the mics? That's it. Okay, we start with the, was it the senator was up first? Oh, yes. Please.
I beg to lean on existing protocol. Because of my weight and size, if I stand on the protocol, I may break the protocol. I want to celebrate the speakers. The three speakers actually, I'm impressed with your presentations. And while you were speaking, I took a short note of web of challenges in African sport. So I want to ask questions, how you quickly, the three of you, respond to this. One is corruption in the sport industry. How do you tackle corruption, because it's the bane of our development as a continent? And this corruption is dancing from Nigeria to Ghana to every country of Africa. And it's actually one of the major reasons why we are where we are in terms of sports. Many a times, monies belonging to athletes not given to them. Accommodations are substandard. Even to get rights is a problem. So corruption generally. Maybe you take notes, please. Secondly is financial constraints to infrastructural limitations. Is a major problem. How do you tackle it? Financial constraints and infrastructural limitations. The third is most of these athletes in Africa self-sponsor themselves. How do you cure that? Because they sponsor themselves to competitions. When you have federations in every country, there's a basketball federation, there's athletes, there's football, there's all that. There's also limited access to international competitions. How do you make sure that athletes in Africa have access to international competitions, because that is the only way to get exposure, the exposure they need at the international scene. Then there's also lack of professional guidance and representations. How do you cure that? And there's also poor financial decision, and many of them, they sign unfavorable contracts out of ignorance. You see some players, young, 19, 17, 18-year-old, signing wonderful tens of millions of dollars and pounds contracts. But when it comes to our players in Africa, they who play better, who are better exposed, the contract is not as attractive as other players from Europe and America. How do you cure that? There's also the issue of female gender-based discriminations from coaches, from sponsors, even teammates. How do you curtail that? And finally, there's issue of visa problem. Very wonderful athletes have not been able to move out of African continent, various countries and localities because of visa restrictions or lack of visa. How do you recommend? What is your recommendation to all these impediments? Thank you.
Thank you. The questions are well noted. We are trying to save time. Please don't repeat the questions. We go to the next gentleman.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Owecho Adejogiri from Nigeria. Mine is a question and a contribution, all infused in one. If we take the first two presenters, when we talked about sport, the doctor talked about investment in sports. But from a practical point of view, when we come for conferences, when we listen to well-written paper and well-thought-out paper, but let's go to the practical side. Sports is big business. I have been into sports administration for over 21 years, starting from the Nigerian Football Federation, where I was in the disciplinary committee and I went to the ethics committee. And for the last 2 years, I am a judge of the FIA, that is the Federation International Automobile, which is on the appeal court at the International Tribunal. Now, when you look at model sports countries, and when you look at FIFA, when you look at FIA, when you look at the Premier League, we're talking sports administration at its highest. If you take an example, the English Premier League is a model which is studied in Harvard and in other big institutions. So when we are talking sports generally, it goes beyond government investments. I don't think there is any country outside Africa where the richest men or the biggest organization does not invest in sports. So we can continue to talk and talk and talk. But when we as a continent do not invest our money in sports, I don't expect the man from England or the man from Dubai or the man from Asia to bring his money and invest in Nigerian sports. I give you an example. In the FIA family, there is the Formula One, which the rights have been assigned for commercial purposes. And a typical FIA Formula One race, like the Silverstone in London, has an attendance of 400,000 people attending it for 3 days or 4 days. And a typical race, an FIA race for 3 days, you have about 350 DHL planes landing in London for logistic purposes. Landing for logistic purposes. So imagine the cost and the merchandise and the commercial rights for that. So if we bring that to Africa, I don't think there is any African state now that can host a Formula One race with having 250 planes coming into Abuja and having to take 200 or 300,000 people. So that is what sports is about. So it goes beyond government investments, private sectors and organizations. We as Africans, we must look inwards. We have the African Development Bank, we have institutions. So for us to grow our sports, to get to a stage that it is global and it gives us employment opportunities, we must do that. Doctor talked about qualifying sports. When you come to arbitration, when you come to sports, if you had, in the last 20 years, the Nigerian Football Federation have been saddled with cases of election being stopped by the courts. So his conclusion is that it's high time we codify our sports administration so that cases for sports are decided via arbitration and codified dispute resolution, because we have the model in CAS. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come to this role. Yes, sir. The microphone.
Thank you very much. To allay the chairman's fears when Cameroon was not called, I just wanted to mention that when Ms. Mba spoke, she talked about African artist works that are used, and she did not mention Cameroon. So for Mr. Chairman, I wanted to mention that Rihanna and the late Michael Jackson used portions of Cameroonian-born Manu Dibango's music, and they got away with it in that way. But in 2010, when Shakira played Zamina Mina, she actually did negotiate with the Cameroonian group. Mr. Chairman, I hope you will not have fears this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment and information. There we go. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Grateful Pepple. So my question borders around the role of AI and how it is possible that AI is already generating African art, music. Whatever I think of, AI can generate it. So as we are here thinking about how to protect our IP, somebody in US can use AI to generate a painting that looks African, but it's not done by an African. So what are your recommendations on how we can mitigate the loss of relevance, the growing loss of relevance for our African creatives? Thank you. And sorry, just to add that my worry, as by way of comment, is that oftentimes when we talk here at AFBA, we don't have the stakeholders who are directly involved in these things. We are lawyers, yes, I know we can do advocacy and all that, but I was expecting to see maybe somebody from the creative industry coming here to take back some of these, things that we are talking about back to the industry, back to their fellow stakeholders. So I hope that in subsequent gatherings like this, we'll begin to think about getting those stakeholders who need to speak to be actually actively involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well noted. I'm sure the top management of AFBA should also take note of that. We have, yes, sir.
Learned colleagues, I think the three presenters did real good job.
Sorry, can you present yourself? We just want to know.
Good.
Thank you.
Ezekwe, yeah. So the issue is, in Africa, we do have good legislations. But our biggest problem is implementation. And for many of us, we also believe that as a people, we don't love our country, we don't love our continent. If you create gap for anybody, there will definitely be exploitation. I was in Brazil 2014, and Blasters' match against Germany was held. And if you're a Ghanaian, you felt very proud. The following day, what news item did we get? Flying hard dollars from Ghana to Brazil to pay players. Whatever good image the performance of the Black Stars gave Ghana on the field was eroded because state officials who ought to have acted in a way that will really bring positive posture to the country did not. Now, the other side of it is that people even don't value the work of professionals. And so, sportsmen, creative artists, their managers, the coaches, whatever, do not believe that before they enter into any agreement, they should talk to their lawyers. And so I agree with Madam Imba that we need to drill down the education so that people will appreciate the role that professionals, lawyers, play in protecting their intellectual property. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That should be the last question or comment.
Thank you very much. Julius Matamia, Ghana Bar Association. Mr. Chairman, the presenter may be forgiven. We appreciate Roger Miller. We appreciate Samuel Tufis. They are brand names in Ghana, so never mind. I think as young lawyers, we are worried about the way our talents are being wasted. The topic is foreign interest exploitation, but I'll change it to local interest exploitation. If you come to the talents we have now, truth be told, majority of them would rather like to be exploited by foreigners than to be exploited in-house. Because in-house, they are not even getting any contracts to sign to. They're only giving papers, and then they sign something, and that's it. How is it possible that we have delegations going for international tournaments, and then the officials are more than the players that are going for the tournament? You have one boxer, two boxers going, and you have about 10 officials going. How in God's name is that possible? These people, some of them who have to switch nationalities, did we take care of their training? Did we pay for their training? Have we paid for their tickets? Do we feed them? We have to look internally with regards to this. The worst part is, when it even comes to, in Ghana here as an example, watching Black Stars matches, it's not easy and possible to watch it on local networks. We have to switch on to foreign networks before we can even watch our own matches. What are we doing to ourselves? In any way, as for Kente, the last speaker may be assured that just in this October, our Kente has been recognized by the UN under the geographic indication status. And so at least our Kente is secured. But what you called, I didn't get the name well, but I think the local one we have here is Owari. And the one you were showing, we call it Owari here. What did you call it? What? All right, I won't try calling it. But it's Owari in Ghana. So I'm just wondering, Ghana, Nigeria, looks like we all have this. Could we get it codified like we all did for Kinte so that we know that Ghana, Nigeria shares this? But overall, I think the former Chief Justice of Ghana, Justice Eni Yeboah, he took interest in sports. He rose through CAF ranks. He rose through to FIFA arbitration panels and the rest. And I'm even hearing my Nigerian friend saying he's risen through the ranks. I think the message here is that intellectual property, and especially sports, is a very lucrative area for which we lawyers seated here, if we decide today, the African Bar Association can take sports law and its implementation as something worth it in promoting in our countries, we will get very far. And I encourage everyone here, one way or the other, it's a way of raising talents, and let us focus on protecting our intellectual property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, unfortunately, we're caught up with time. But gender balance. Okay, as you come. Yes, able friend.
Good afternoon. I'm Sally Myers. I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm taking my cue from my learned friend there, and he was talking about the emergence of AI and its impact on creatives. So I was thinking to myself, with the emergence of AI, how do we even detect some of the infringement and identify or locate the infringers themselves with the emergence of technology and AI? And I'm really happy about the contribution by Ms. Mba, Geraldine Mba, when she spoke about the harmonization, because honestly, we need to get a harmonized approach to this, a regional cooperation to harmonize at least our approach to this and try to strengthen our enforcement of the enforcement mechanisms to protect the intellectual property rights. But I have a question, and that's for Dr. Oluwelomi. Sorry, I missed the name. About the sports law.
And this is a situation, I don't even think it's a question. I'm actually bringing something to your attention. So maybe after this, you can advise. In my country, there is what we call the under-17 team, local team. And one of the parents, some parents decided to take their son, who is 16 at the moment, to play for the under-17 team. I know that's at our domestic level, but it escalated to the wider sports level. So that's why I'm bringing it to your attention. So at least we are guided, because sometimes we do not even know our approach to the law and how it could benefit. This family sent in the son to be part of the under-16 team, but then in Mali, when they were playing, I think they did some MRI, and a report came in that said the bone measurement or test that was done to the son, they realized that he had reached his growth limit. So based on that, they're suggesting, or they do believe, that he has passed 16, the age of 16. And that was it. No remedy, no provision. The parents asked for another test at their cost. Because I understand that, if there is a procedure, naturally, you wouldn't have the organizers doing another test at their cost. But the parents requested that they do the test at their cost, and they were refused. They asked that they see the results, they were refused. They tried to send the birth certificates and prior MRI tests that they had done in South Africa and Kenya. They still weren't given audience. And at this point, they are lost. Because it's really confusing. There is no enforcement, no proper understanding of how the laws themselves will benefit you in situations like that. And these are learned and enlightened parents. How much more parents who do not have the opportunity to have a platform? So that's why I'm bringing this to your attention. Maybe you can address it during this meeting or after, but I would like to know more about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start with Dr. Olu. Yes, please. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've listened to the various contributions. Obviously, the feedback shows that we are happy with the discussion, because many of the issues raised are actually feedback, not necessarily question. But just to buttress what Senator Dino Melaye said, there's so much of corruptions in the continent of Africa in the sport industry, and that also is in tandem with the issue I raised, that there is the need for comprehensive legislation for sport law development in the continent of Africa. And on that also, I've also suggested in another forum that, particularly like what we have in Cameroon, where you have the involvement of former footballer in person of Samuel Eto'o, that the athletes must get back into the industry, particularly when they are out of active participation, and be part of the governance. Because when you leave governance to people who are not passionate about it, who are not interested about it, it becomes a selfish agenda. But when governance is pursued and is led by people who are passionate about it, who are interested in it, who see it as a career development for themselves and for those who come in after them, then the narration will change. Also, to the need for infrastructural development, we can't overemphasize that. The problem of an athlete changing nationality particularly is also caused by the issue of self-sponsorship. And so we look forward to a future where, particularly in one of my papers, I condemn the abrogation, the law made against third-party ownership, particularly in the football industry by FIFA, because one of the ways by which athletes and sport persons develop in other climates is that they are trained by investors. Investors invest on them. For instance, if you show yourself as capable of participating in a swimming tournament, you see an interested investor get you a coach, get you facility, begin to train you with an understanding that when you become a celebrity,
a celebrity, where you are able to break through, then there is going to be a compensatory system. And that is a culture we have not, we are yet to adopt in the continent of Africa. Philanthropists, investors must find a way of sponsoring athletes, because it's difficult for a person from a very humble background getting talented, but no facility, no investment, no opportunity to develop and blossom. So I want to suggest again and again and again, and that is only possible too, like I said, if the atmosphere is made conducive. On the issue for the need for private investment, as raised by Mr. Owocho, perfectly said. The nations of the world, as it is today, have embraced sport as an investment. And so we are no longer talking about government leading. Most countries in Africa, the federations, they just wait for government to send the subversion, to just send in the budgetary allocation, and that is what they work with. Nobody is interested in the entrepreneurship aspect of sport, the investment opportunity, the career opportunity in the sport industry, and how to develop it. And so we must stop that. So there is the need for private investment, and the private sector should actually drive the sport industry. When private sectors drive the sport industry, it begins to yield its maximum result for us. Of course, he also mentioned that he agreed with me that there is the need for functional, predictable structure and formal arbitral institutions and legislation to regulate sport industry in the continent of Africa. Certainly, and like I said, I would even prefer that it is taken from the highest level, talking about the Africa Union leading in that regard, putting together a tribunal. We could call it Africa Court of Sport of Arbitration. We could call it things like that, but let it be an avenue that allow people to ventilate, because one of the issues of private investment in the sport industry is the uncertainty with respect to dispute resolution. Nobody wants to put money in a place where they are not sure how the dispute will be resolved, how issues, because for every commercial and investment, there will always be dispute emanating from it. And so there must be an understanding that if there is dispute, it is going to be resolved in one way or the other. And with that understanding, people will be happy. All right. Also, as I close, I joined the lady from Sierra Leone. Her concern also, it could be from the issues I earlier raised, that the awareness of sport law, sport industry, sport law practice in Africa is at the lowest ebb. Most of the sport agents, sport representatives are not handled by us as lawyers. And there is the need for us to go into this particular industry because, like I said, as lawyers, we, by reasons of our training, we are the most suitable profession for the sport industry to drive it in terms of giving legal counsel, in term of procurement of visas, immigration, in terms of contract drafting, contract negotiation, and contract renegotiation, because most of our players did not even understand the concept of renegotiation. Renegotiation in sport means when you negotiate a fee for a period of time, there's a clause there that enables you to come back again and renegotiate in case it turns out to be that you suddenly have these ghost factors in your favor, and suddenly you are just doing well from every side. So you could come back again for renegotiation in order to get something enhanced. And that is where I said that there is the need for us as Africa to include in our curriculum sport law as part of our work. Let us not just assume that sport is not law. Everything about sport is law, from contract to labor to immigration to law of contract to tortious liability to criminal liability to constitutional right, to fair hearing, just name it, to commercial law. All aspects of law have one way or the other influencing in the sport industry. And the earlier we become the key player, the better. Mr. Chairman, sir, I also author a book, for those of you who are not from, of our colleagues who are not from Nigeria. I author a book on sport law and practice in the continent of Africa. I brought a few copies for those of our colleagues who are not from Nigeria. You may wish to get a copy, but for those of us who are from Nigeria, if you want to get a copy, I have more copies at home. So you could just indicate your interest. When we get back home, I will find a way of sending it across to you. The book will help us to know more about sport law and the practice of sport law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, one more time again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Answering your question about AI. So we know that AI is a help tool. And we know just like the media is also a tool for projection. So we humans, we give orders to AIs to execute certain orders, right? And if we're giving these orders to AI and then AI does something that actually, these are orders bring something that will make AI infringe on certain rights, certain IP rights, or certain legal rights, then I believe that we as humans that has given AI that authority should be liable, such as media is actually used as a tool for projection, right? And if the media is abstract, right? And if the media or a human uses the media to actually infringe on an IP right, definitely the media authority or the media organization will actually be liable for any kind of infringement. Thank you.
Okay, as we earlier stated, we are actually caught up with time, but I don't see the management to close up the session. So let's know if Geraldine is there to give a word to questions that were directed to her specifically. If the secretary can indicate to us if Geraldine is still online. If not, we might just wait for another second to hear from our hierarchy about the procedure to close. No one is here. At this time, what we'll do is we'll call off this session. We'll work on the question and answer session, the recommendations that have been given. Okay, we've been made to understand that the gifts for the presenters is on the way. What we're going to do now is to take a group photograph of the presenters that are present here. And after the second session, that takes place from 4 o'clock, the gifts will be presented. So, thank you. The Director General of the Nigerian Law School? Oh, please.
So while they are taking photographs, we'll announce that everybody should bring their teas in order for the next session to begin. The next section is the medical law and ethics, and we are about to begin shortly after this. The reason is because we want to manage time. The Cameroon and Ghana night, we invite everybody. That night begins immediately after the end of the second session. At 6 o'clock, buses will be ready to pick people out there at the entrance of the hotel. So we want to manage time and manage it properly so that we can start. We thank this commission very much. And as they step out, we'll be inviting the presenters of the next session. Please, the next session, Secretariat, please, the screens. Speakers of the next session, we invite you to come up. Speakers of the next session, please. Remember, we are managing time. Please take your seats so that we can begin. The earlier we begin, the earlier we'll finish, so we can catch up with the next activity. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We'll give about 10 minutes so you can grab your tea and come right here with it. So grab your tea and come to the hall. We'll begin after 10 minutes, please.
This love will make me the dancing low. But that you
Ladies and gentlemen, or maybe we'll give it the next about 2-3 minutes. Within the next 2-3 minutes, we are going to begin.
the guy with the money who live fast, but still, baby, don't die young.
for coming. Thank you for your patience. We are going to begin. We ask that those that are sitting behind, please come forward. Come forward so that we can catch up with time. The session is ordinarily supposed to be for 110 minutes or so. No, 90 minutes. 90 minutes. And because of the 6 p.m. program that we have, we are going to make sure that we manage time properly. Please come closer. Today, I will be a moderator. My name is Samuel Tabi Tanyimbianyo. I'm a lawyer of the Cameroon Bar Association. I am also a member of the student division of the Ontario Bar. Because of time, I will not go into profiles. The conference brochure has our profiles there. Please refer to it in order to know the different the panelists. And if you want to know about me too, it is there. At this time, we are going to begin. At this time, how many presenters are online? We're going to begin with one of the presenters who's online. Back office, please. How many presenters are online? 2? Okay, there are 2 presenters online. At this time, since I don't see them, I cannot. Okay, they are both online. Thank you. So, let me see who we're going to begin with. We're going to make it very snappy because we want to respect your time. We thank you so much for coming. We understand it has been a very, very busy day. Just for coming, it is good for us. Just give me one moment. Let me see. Technology is failing me. Please bear with me. Can we have light music in the background, please?
For my city gone, you know be run from who you are, and waiting go be man is cast in stone. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ power Sunday, mo wádìí títí mo lè ṣàmì o. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run tó kó mi yọ, kàdé máa ṣe ohun tá lè ṣe kàdé máa yọ. Oyè Ọlọ́run, my mama leave me here, you know long.
Please. Like I said, we are going to begin. There will not be any protocol. In order to manage time, we will not even introduce the topic. We will do conclusions. So we don't want to let the cat out of the bag. Our first member of the panel is Wilmer Hack. Wilmer Hack is online. We will take him first. Please, if you're there, sir.
Can you hear me?
Can we project?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I will do it as briefly as possible. So, I'm audible, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. It is a privilege to represent Christian Council International and address the African Bar Association. I do not have a PowerPoint, but I based my presentation on the small handout that was given to you at the beginning of this session. In that handout, you will find a comprehensive overview of what I will say, and I will base my speech also mostly on that handout. So as you know, the WHO has been working on two major binding mechanisms to address pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, PPPR, and more namely the Pandemic Agreement and the amendments to the International Health Regulations, the IHR. The amendments to the IHR entered into force last month. The Pandemic Agreement is adopted at the moment, but the Pathogen Access and Benefit Sharing Annex, the PAPS Annex to this agreement, is currently being negotiated. In my presentation, I will delve into these mechanisms and address its major flaws. So first of all, I will address the core ideas behind the PPPR agenda and their flaws. So an important reason for the IHR amendments and the pandemic agreement is the idea that the risk for future pandemics is increasing. Some researchers indicated, however, that this narrative misrepresents health threats. Long-standing diseases have been steadily declining, and outbreaks of diseases like Mpox and other diseases have likely remained consistent over time. Our diagnostic technology has improved, and diseases can be determined and distinguished more easily at the moment. These higher disease detection rates do not necessarily correlate with increased severity. However, the WHO and certain actors portray it as such. Therefore, the core idea behind the PPPR agenda, including their mechanisms, are based on the idea that preventing and preparing for outbreaks is necessary. And I'm not saying that an outbreak does not require any preparation, but by diverting attention from existing global health threats to prepare for future, more unlikely and probably less severe diseases, proven deadly diseases could receive less investment. We already see this with the current implementation of the PPPR mechanisms, namely the IHR amendments, because the WHO estimated for these mechanisms it needs $10.5 billion annually. The G20 basic proposal was $15 billion annually for both mechanisms, so the pandemic agreement and the IHR amendments. This investment is done while the financial support at the moment for diseases like malaria, tuberculosis, but also nutrition support is declining. And researchers emphasize that this is also mainly due to the fact that emphasis is placed now on the PPPR and not on the proven deadly diseases anymore. A third core idea that drives the current PPPR mechanisms is the problem, and the idea that pathogen access and benefit sharing, PAPS, solves the equity crisis in accessing relevant health products during a pandemic. We majorly see this with African delegates at the moment who believe that the pandemic agreement solves the shortage of relevant health products in the country. The mechanism is currently being negotiated, with the WHO pressuring it to be completed in April 2026. Experts estimate, however, it will probably be 2028 or 2029 when such a mechanism could be in place. Well, the flaw behind PAPS is the idea that if you as a country provide access to pathogens for other actors, you receive part of the benefits yielded from the sharing. The WHO already had a framework for this called the PIP framework, but that framework failed. The case is, however, that the sharing of pathogens always works. The access to benefits, however, never did. This is also quite understandable from certain perspectives, like pharmaceutical entities want to make profits, and countries first want to fulfill their own needs before sharing health products with others. Especially the African continent felt this impact of failing access and benefit sharing mechanism during COVID-19. We therefore urgently call on negotiators, but also on lawyers who advise ministries when it comes to the PAPS mechanism, that the PAPS mechanism will not solve the problems related to accessing health products. Local capacity building should be always the center of commitments made. And we are afraid that the WHO disillusions countries by putting so much emphasis on the PAPS mechanism. Now, secondly, I will address the legal concerns behind the implementation of PPPR mechanisms in Africa. In the paper that was shared, the major concerns are being mentioned. For the time being, I will mention the most eminent. So first of all, the IHR amendments that already went into force give a non-exhaustive definition of relevant health products. I think other speakers will also address this as well. But Christian Council International and other NGOs are concerned that products related to controversial sexual and reproductive health and rights could be defined as relevant under the IHR and make use of the fast, unhindered access and benefit sharing mechanism that is outlined in the pandemic agreement. So we will give an example of this to prove our concern. The WHO Strategic Framework for Enhancing Prevention and Control of Mpox 2024-2027. It was the overarching framework to prevent Mpox. They called in that framework for addressing the integration of SRHR services in countries like the Congo to address Mpox. The second concern is that when it comes to recommending relevant health products, it is the Director General that proposes these products based on public health needs. This term is undefined, and we are afraid too ambiguous to be clearly demarcated, and that it will give too much soft power to the WHO. The third concern is that the IHR also outlines obligations of member states to address misinformation and disinformation. Also, both terms are undefined, and critical legal or medical reflections can be restricted in this manner, as was seen in the COVID-19 pandemic. So, well, finally, what to do about these implementation challenges? The paper that was shared also outlines these steps. They are very broad, but applicable to the relevant context. And in these steps, I call on the AFBA and on all of you in their respective countries to continuously review the temporary and standing recommendations of the emergency committees. The WHO established a committee after it determined a pandemic or a public health emergency of international concern. International organizations like Christian Council International always monitor these recommendations. And we also note what is said about SRHR. So knowledge on what is said in there is very important. Then it is important for national actors to contact their ministries, the relevant ministries, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Health, on the implementation of these recommendations, which relevant health products are coming in and which stakeholders, also an undefined term, are involved in the production and distribution of these health products. There you can also inform on the non-binding nature of these recommendations, including the determination of relevant health products. Those important caveats are also mentioned in the paper I gave to you, so that when cases are coming up, this can be strong evidence for actors to showcase that the pressure being put on the ministries is unlawful. And then the fourth point is that when distributing health products or recommendations that violate national law, national remedies, for instance, on conscientious freedom, are implemented. And the caveats in the treaty can also be utilized in this regards. Thank you for your attention. I hope I made it in time.
Thank you very much. You were just on time. Please let us all respect the time so that we can actually be beneficial for everybody. At this time, we'll be calling on the second presenter who is online to come up and do the presentation. Like I said, please introduce yourself briefly. And if the members of the audience are interested in knowing the panelists, please consult the conference brochure. Everything is there, so you'll be able to know their biography and contacts if you are desirous of that. Thank you very much.
I would just like to conclude more or less what Wilmer Huck said before. Thanks for your insight, and I will try to make it in 9 minutes. So we have several options to deal with the WHO right now. We can either hire an army of lawyers and go through all these things and try to change this and that, or we can make it easy and we can simply suggest our governments to exit the WHO. Because we have seen the past few years that there was not much good coming from the WHO, unfortunately. But this is actually not what I wanted to talk about, but since Wilmer made such a nice introduction for me, I want to talk today to you about the importance of the human right to physical integrity. The human right to physical integrity is the right to choose any kind of substance or anything which goes into your body, which has been threatened by the very WHO Wilmer was talking about the past few years heavily. There are people that have been forced to be vaccinated without any reason and other kind of things. So my focus is actually on this human right, with the right to say, I do not want to be vaccinated, for instance. Why is this very important right now? We have seen with COVID-19, there has been a new kind of vaccination introduced, the so-called mRNA vaccines, which we know by now have actually brought more damage than good, unfortunately. Scientists are fighting against each other, whatever it is. Bottom line, we can say these vaccines were used as a trial, actually worldwide trial, without having been tested properly before. Among others, of course, in Africa, and Africa has a long history to be a guinea pig, actually, for Western pharmaceutical companies, and I think this should urgently stop. I'm very happy to see that Africa's more self-confidence right now stands up and says, we have enough of being guinea pigs for pharmaceutical companies. What is the situation in Africa? I founded SafeBlood 4 years ago. SafeBlood is an international organization, is supposed to be a network of people who do not want vaccinations through the back door, because safe blood means blood which is safe. And the problem is that the vaccinations, the residues of these COVID vaccines, they are brought from one person to another one when you receive a blood transfusion. And the major problem is when you donate blood today, there is no verification where this blood comes from. Has this person who donates the blood, has this person actually been vaccinated with an mRNA vaccine or not? So most likely when today you get a blood pack from the Red Cross, it is from a person who has been vaccinated and you don't know it. And if you have made the decision you don't want an mRNA vaccine in your body, you have bad cards when you're admitted to a hospital. The nice thing in Africa is, first, the vaccine rate of COVID-19 was only about 5% on the whole continent, which is, from my point of view, very good, actually. And this is also a reason why Africa will play a big role in the future of health freedom, because there are a lot of unvaccinated people and because there are a lot of people who are fed up with just getting everything from Mr. Gates and whatever organization is trying to force to them. So, in Africa, the situation is very well, much better than in other parts. Let's see how does it look in other parts. In Europe, for instance, we have the situation that since 5 years, we cannot choose the blood donor at all anymore. In Africa, you still can. You can go to a hospital, you have a surgery coming up, you can say, I bring my brother as a blood donor. They're happy because they even don't have enough donors or enough blood packs at all. However, this seems like paradise for us in Europe or in other countries, because in Europe, this right is us 5 years ago. However, there is a threat that also in Africa, there are organizations and people, they want to stop this. They want to force you to also get vaccinated through the back door via blood transfusion. So it's very important that we have many lawyers, other people who will speak today and who have already talked for the past few days, who are on the side of the people. And they say it's the people's right to choose whatever goes into their body. So this is why I founded Safe Blood as an organization, to give them the choice. We have only 3 continents so far. We have Africa, South America, and the United States of America. There we can mediate blood donors, which are our members, from unvaccinated blood donors to unvaccinated receivers. No problem. We can do this in these countries. So I urge actually all the African lawyers to become active and protect this human right, because they will try to take it away from you very clearly. They will try to control what is put into your body. This is not only chemicals, this is also food and everything. This is definitely a threat. So this is actually what I wanted to lead your attention to. One word about the Safe Blood donation. Safe Blood is international. We work in the whole world. We have a network which is worldwide. And Safe Blood Africa, our website, safeblood.africa, is one part of it and a very big part of it. I personally focus on Africa. We need urgently members to make sure that this right is given, because some people want now, for instance, in South Africa, we had many cases, they would like to get unvaccinated blood, but it doesn't exist because it is not tested or is not even declared. So I was recently talking to the health minister in Zambia and said this would be a big chance for African countries to say, we are the first ones who test our blood when it's donated to the residues of mRNA vaccines. Nobody else is doing it in the world yet. So please get up, do it. It's very important that we do it. Become a member of safeblood.africa. For $20 per year, you are a member of us, and you have then guaranteed somebody who will give you his unvaccinated blood when you need it. You can also be a free member when you say, I only want to donate blood. That's it. Please think about, be careful. don't trust anybody, don't believe anything what you hear, not even from me. Check for yourself, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give him another round of applause? I want to thank the presenters so far because they have been doing a good job at managing our time. Our next speaker is the boss of law activism. So, please let us welcome Barrister Sabelo Sibanda as he comes to the rostrum.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. May I have the presentation on the screen, please? Okay, thank you so much. As noted from the screen, my major approach today is looking at the impact of foreign health programs and therefore putting across the question as regards whether we are experiencing investments or we are being exploited in as far as the funding of the health programs. You see, by way of introduction, I'll lay a foundation to the extent that Africa's health systems are increasingly tied to foreign-funded programs. We find that our health structure is now so linked to foreign-funded projects and programs to a point where we can't tell ourselves apart from what this is really about, and is being presented to us from a perspective that seems to be addressing health gaps and providing a language which speaks to what sounds like solidarity. Yet the question that we have to ask is, to what extent is this eroding our health sovereignty? And if it erodes our health sovereignty, it means it's eroding our sovereignty as individuals. And to what extent are we being put into conditional donor control? And so you find that more than anything else, the one thing that I would like each and every one of us to interrogate within ourselves is, are we policy takers or are we policy makers? And by virtue of the fact that I'm speaking mainly to lawyers, the question that therefore also arises is, as African lawyers, are we merely interpreting laws that have been put to us? Are we merely applying laws that have been put to us? Or are we part of the drafting of the legislation that speaks to who we are as African people? So you find that we need to talk to the engagements that these laws speak to, the legal instruments that come as memoranda of understanding, that come as treaties, that come as agreements. Wilma has spoken to us, and George also mentioned the World Health Organization and the pandemic preparedness agreement, and also the international health regulations. To what extent are these forms of engagement speaking to the essence of who we are as African people? And to what extent does that address the issue pertaining to where we are as Africans in as far as having agency over our lives and over our situations? Historically, you find that colonial medicine was introduced in such a manner that it applied for the protection of the colonizers. And those African people who had better access to health care per se were those who were within the vicinity of those entities where they could provide labor. It was not about their health necessarily, but it was keeping them healthy enough to continue to provide labor. And then I talk about pre-independent states being reliant on foreign and NGO interventions for purposes of clarity. When I talk about pre-independence, I'm talking about the Africa that we're in now. which is generally referred to as neo-colonial Africa, because for as long as we are still subject to direction from the West or from whoever else, and we don't have sovereignty, we are not independent. Flag independence is not independence, and that is what we have at the moment. For as long as we as lawyers cannot interrogate that further, we will perpetuate what is going on right now. So you see that the erosion of our health sovereignty is being undermined through economic dependency. We are relying on the West to fund our health initiatives. We are relying on donor organizations. And now we are getting captured legally through these so-called international instruments. And at the same time, we are being governed by donors. You find that the donors, oh God, I'm not used to this, I keep pressing the wrong button. You find that the donors end up now being the people who give direction to governments in the form of recommendation and advice. And at the same time, regulatory bypasses. By regulatory bypasses, I'm talking mainly to the aspect pertaining to our parliaments being sidelined. When you look at the pandemic preparedness, for instance, when you look at the international health regulations, our parliaments were not consulted. Yet it became binding on the 19th of September 2025, and we don't know how it happened. There was no procedure that allowed African parliamentarians to actually debate this and decide if it was for the benefit of the people or not. So this is where loctivism comes in. Loctivism, by the way, I coined loctivism by virtue of the fact that I'm a lawyer and I'm an activist, so that makes me a loctivist. So it means what I do is loctivism. So loctivism basically addresses the usage of the law strategically. And in using the law strategically, it's used as an activist tool for the benefit and advancement of the people's causes. Where we look at liberation, justice, self-determination, people-centered governance, and all these issues become relevant and vital where our health is concerned. And it's rooted in Ubuntu. So I find that these are the risks. I'm not going to go through the IHR because Wilma has already covered extensively the main issues. But in summing up, we are looking at a power grab by the World Health Organization, where the Director General now has so much power over and above our ministries of health, over and above our governments, may declare right now that there is a health emergency in Accra, and then decide that Accra must lock down, might decide Ghana must lock down. And the worst part about it is that the decision to take lockdown or whatever direction that the Director General would basically impose is not informed by an actual disease. It could be a computer-generated thing, and they pass it through. It could be that someone has died in Alaska, and then they pass it through here. There is no clear definition anymore as to what exactly we're talking about. They keep on changing definitions, like they changed the definition of pandemic to make COVID a pandemic. COVID would not have qualified as a pandemic according to the traditional definition of a pandemic. So we're looking at expanded emergency definition. That's what I'm talking about. Where now you can even have climate change being put into it. Once they failed with the other aspects, digital surveillance, and the marginalization of our traditional healing systems. The World Health Organization, according to its own records, has declared that in Africa, the primary point of departure for the people in as far as healthcare is concerned is traditional healing. It's herbs, but the international health regulations has totally closed out naturopaths. It's all about vaccine. It's all about benefiting the pharmaceutical companies. And we as lawyers have an obligation to protect the interests of the people by looking into these pieces of legislation. The horse has bolted in a way because our governments have already signed up to it, but we cannot give up. we have to see how exactly we rescue the situation regardless. Genetic data sharing, weak parliamentary oversight, financial burdens will end up being debt slaves again as a result of the health thing. We'll end up in a situation whereby, just like what happened with COVID, ended up in debt for so-called vaccines that we never even used. And now we're getting into a worse-off situation. And so now, these are some of the ethical and legal challenges that we have to deal with. Violations of informed consent, extraction of indigenous medical knowledge without fair benefit sharing. And this, in the previous session, the lady who was at the front was talking about intellectual property. We have an issue with biopiracy, and the IHR is opening up biopiracy such that our healing systems will be taken advantage of and we can't get anything out of it, and we'll then be penalized for using our system because someone has registered intellectual property over it. And then we've got regulatory asymmetries, which enables multinationals to act with impunity in our spaces. These structures are rooted, these structural problems are rooted in a global health order that treats Africa as an object and not a sovereign legal subject. And the most unfortunate part is that they treat Africa as an object because we have allowed ourselves to be objectified. We have allowed ourselves to be treated as objects. Even when we talk about the slave trade, we accept the fact that our ancestors were commodities if we call it a trade. That was the maafa, that was the enslavement, the theft of African men, women, and children. Now, the other part is not clear. I just wanted you to have a look at this, where the picture on the left, the blue, Russia claims US preparing for new pandemic by searching for virus manifestations, if I remember that part right. This was in August 2023 that Russia put this out. And then the last one, the white one, Russia again puts out a message saying, Russian defense points to US treatment of Africa as a drug testing ground. America responds and says in the middle, the Kremlin's efforts to spread deadly disinformation in Africa. I'll leave you to make out what you want of that. Whether you go with the Russian narrative that says, Africa, be careful. You're being used as testing ground. Nigeria knows what this means in as far as the testing of drugs in Nigeria without informed consent. Kenya knows what this means, where we have now more than 3 million young women who cannot conceive because they were deliberately poisoned with drugs in the name of tetanus, I believe. And yet there was within these drugs a particular drug that causes instant abortion. How much time do I have, my brother? 3 minutes, thank you. Okay, I think we'll make it. Okay, so this is our Loctivist response. As Loctivists, what we are saying is, the ethics that we are talking to must be grounded on Ubuntu, must be grounded on humaneness, must be grounded by our shared values as African people, must be informed by us saying to ourselves as Africans, we are because I am. I am because we are. So my being part of the group makes the group complete, as much as I am incomplete as long as I'm outside the group. So we have to be cognizant of that as African people. And we need to begin to define what we mean by our own rights-based public health governance. It cannot be defined for us in Geneva, in London, in New York, in Paris, or wherever else. We have to take responsibility as African people. Otherwise, what we see as an investment in our health will continue to be an exploitation of who we are as African people, exploit our resources, exploit our people. We had the army here yesterday, and the army were talking about the importance of protecting public health, which for me sounded really good. And we've had people talk about the importance of protecting our resources, protecting our culture. My brothers and sisters, one of the things I will emphasize is that there is no point protecting anything if you don't have your health. You might have the best mansion in the country. If you are sick and dying, how is that going to help you? So we need to take care of our health first. We need to protect our health. We need to ensure that these frameworks take people over profit, give us knowledge over exploitation, dignity over domination, and that we have our informed choice and consent and therefore public participation. We are reclaiming our health sovereignty. We are reclaiming whereby we are not passive anymore. We take care of ourselves. We're not going to be experimented upon, and we're not going to have policy prescriptions imposed upon us. So together we reclaim our spiritual and communal essence of healing, our constitutional dignity, ancestral authority, and the path to health sovereignty is law-based, philosophical, spiritual, and communal. We are rooted in remembering our identity, our traditional healing, and justice in African voices. Now, my brothers and sisters, we're looking at our 4 pillars as we continue with our loctivism: sovereignty, legislation, natural healing systems, intellectual property justice, and regional coordination. We need to move from donor dependency to public accountability, move from knowledge extraction to knowledge protection, move from imported ethics to Ubuntu jurisprudence, move from isolated states to a unified state, a united front for health justice. So my brothers and sisters, this paper will be made available and the slides for those who may be interested. But the bottom line is, as our way forward, let's stop allowing ourselves to be a global laboratory. We are not a laboratory and we will not be experimented upon. We will not and we do not accept being recipients of charity on a land so rich as the continent of Africa. We need to take these resources and make them work for us. We cannot be a silent subject of foreign experimentation. On the contrary, we must become our legislators, our regulators, guardian of our health future, on our terms, in our language, and through our own laws. Finally, I conclude by saying, law. When I say law, I mean lawyers as well, because law is not independent of lawyers. Law must not be neutral in the face of injustice. It must be a shield for the weak, a sword for the oppressed, and a mirror reflecting the soul of a people. To what extent, my brothers and sisters, are we allowing the so-called investment in health to end up being an exploitation? And to what extent are we taking responsibility to ensure that those of our people, the most vulnerable of our people, are defended by us who have been given the privilege by God to have the skill of being a lawyer? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At a certain time, when Sibalo Simbade was speaking, he spoke because of the electricity of a Pentecostal preacher that he used. I was like, okay, yes. Each time I meet him, I know I have one thing to learn. As a lawyer, you call yourself an advocate. How much have you advocated? This is Sibalo Simbade telling us that as lawyers, we must stand up and reclaim which is our own, because these things come in a very disguised manner. They want to inject everybody in the name of vaccination. They want, even without your consent. This is our time to stand up. We have heard from people from the NGOs. We have heard from people as lawyers. We have heard from a policymaker. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to invite someone who is actually in the field. Our next speaker is a medical doctor. In fact, he is a surgeon, And dealing with this, we'll expect him to give us a proper perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let us welcome Dr. Antonius Seyum.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I stand upon already established protocols, and I'll be dealing with the pandemic treaty, the IHR, and its global compacts and its serious threat to humanity. Luckily, some of the points have already been mentioned or talked about by my brother Wilmer, and I'll be dealing on very, very important issue which has not yet been touched. And so as I go on, okay. So before I delve into my presentation, there are certain key points that I would like to focus upon. The first being why the World Health Organization should be the last organization to be trusted with the world's health. And the next is why the WHO's pandemic treaty and the new international regulations constitute a serious threat to humanity. Okay. As you can see, Tedros Adhanom, the Director General of the WHO, just this year was imploring about 34 countries which are part of the Executive Council of the WHO to make the Center for Reproductive Health a radical abortion rights organization to get an official status in the WHO. And he was doing this disregarding the outcry by conservative nations, telling him that he was standing for abortion rights. And as you can see, the Center for Reproductive Health Rights is a member of a global coalition of reproductive health advocates, like, for example, the radical pro-abortion group, the IPPF, and here you see IPAS and the WHO as well. And here you see a news from the website of the Center for Reproductive Rights, and it's now claiming that it is litigating dozens of cases at the state, national, and regional courts against what it calls harmful laws that restrict abortion in certain countries. And it's behind all these pro-abortion rallies all over the world. And let me come to this. Mike talked about treaties, the IHR and the pandemic treaty. Let me start with the International Health Regulation. Look, so many loaded words within this document. Each one will take at least 10 or 15 minutes to explain. But I just want you to see this puzzle picture. Probably you might have seen it before. I mean, you see either an old lady or a young lady based on the way you look at things. So that's how these terms are being interpreted. They have riddled the treaty with such terms so that we'll be confused. Now, let me start by saying this has become already a legal document since September of this year, which has already been mentioned by Wilmer. And as you can see, one of, for example, the loaded terms is pandemic emergency. And it says in Article 1, pandemic emergency means a public health emergency of international concern, requiring whole of society approaches. And here you see who is going to declare that there is a public health emergency of international concern. the Director General. He will be the one declaring such emergencies. So all power has been given to this person so that he can declare any public health emergency anywhere in the world. And as you can see, there are things associated with such terms. For example, the relevant health products. By that they mean relevant health products are products needed to respond to public health emergencies, including pandemic emergencies, which may include medicines and tested vaccines and diagnostic medical equipments and so on, devices and vector control products. So all this will be part of this amendment. The other is they are also working on including equitable access to relevant health products. And as you can see, another loaded term is the whole of society approach. And when you go into it, it asks relevant parties to use whole of society approach, meaning every part of the society will be part of the response, each and every member of the society. And now, as I come to the pandemic treaty part, you will see there is a serious concern with sovereignty. That's very important. I just want you to look into this serious problem. For example, it starts by saying, recognizing that the World Health Organization is fundamental in the directing and coordinating of authority on international health work. We know when it was established long ago, the WHO only supported governments. It didn't direct or take control of what they do as a nation. But now, this has now been overridden. So, and it also talks about calling the widest possible international and regional collaboration, meaning everyone could get involved in a nation's issue, while reaffirming the principle of sovereignty of states. They tell us we're sovereign, but at the same time, they take away our sovereign rights. Yeah, that's what is happening. It's a play of words. And let me pass this. The other loaded term is pandemic-related health products and relevant health products. These are all very loaded terms. They seem benign, but when you look into them, they are very, very poisonous. For example, we asked ChatGPT, under the proposed amendments to the IHRs, should abortion kits and abortion pills be considered as health-related products? And the response was, under the proposed IHR amendments, abortion kits and abortion pills would indeed be considered health-related products. So abortion is part of this pandemic response. The other thing, all these articles are talking about this issue. I mean, the pandemic-related health products. And look, it says products that are needed for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, which may include without limitations. There is no limit to what they will include in that wording. Well, the other is vulnerable situations. And who are these? Children who lack comprehensive sexuality education and access to abortion are considered vulnerable by this definition. So comprehensive sexuality education is part of the pandemic response. This is very, very heartbreaking. And the other thing, women who want abortions, should they be considered as vulnerable people? The response, yes, women are vulnerable parts of the society during pandemics. Now, they also have a global supply chain and logistics network to provide these products to nations. And behind all this, like I said earlier, are these multi-billion-dollar globalist industries or organizations. They also talk about access to relevant health products through coordinating mechanisms and networks. The other loaded term is essential health services and essential healthcare services. What do they mean by that? I'll be focusing specifically on this because none of the presenters have touched upon this. Very, very subtle but very destructive articles. What do they mean by that? Multidisciplinarily skilled, adequate, trained domestic health care while maintaining essential healthcare services. By what they mean is, it has very serious implications. The first thing being with the pandemic treaty, they have vague pandemic treaty language, which creates an interpretive opening for abortion without explicitly referencing abortions. That's the point I would like to make. They don't mention abortion, but within the document, it directly states that nations need this service. So the May 2025 WHO Pandemic Agreement obliges states to ensure continuity of routine essential healthcare services during pandemics in accordance with national or domestic law. They say in accordance with national or domestic law, it's just a cover-up. They push us to perform this, what they call essential healthcare services, abortion during pandemics. The other is the treaty doesn't define what it calls essential healthcare services. It doesn't tell us what it is, and this leaves the definition open to the WHO to decide what it means by saying that. So once the Conference of Parties begins, ensuring the indicators or annexes, eventually these things become part of our laws, and the WHO will bring them as guidelines. So as you can see, abortion care guideline kit prepared by the WHO is clearly talking about abortion being an essential health care, an essential health care element. Like you see it, WHO has included comprehensive abortion care in the list of essential health care services. So abortion is a very vital part of their new treaty. The other is, let me pass this, CRR, meaning the Center for Reproductive Rights, is litigating nations. For example, in the US, it has litigated states like Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama during the COVID pandemic, saying that they did not provide proper essential abortion care services to citizens. So these are the reasons why they want CRR to be part of the WHO as an official part of this organization. And combining those elements, eventually, the Center for Reproductive Health and Rights now has an official relations with the WHO. It has a WHO guideline. It has a treaty clause and a track record. So eventually what they want to do is they want to make CRR, a very radical abortion rights organization, part of the WHO's structure. Therefore, while national sovereignty is recognized, it's not absolute within the treaty's cooperative framework. So even without naming abortion, the policy environment makes it plausible that abortion could be treated as part of the essential services. So when you come to the international health regulations, the WHO, the bottom line, the WHO defines what abortion is, and it tells us that abortion is essential. And also, CRR helped craft the definition of abortion within the framework of the WHO, and it is using that to litigate nations. So this is a very dangerous precedence. Now, let me come to the final part. This is what it looks like. I just want you to have a look at this picture. So we are now fighting with a multi-headed dragon. So we don't know where it is coming from, but we are in a serious danger. Just as a close-up remark, I would like to show you what our progress within the mother's womb looked like. All of us looked like this at 6 weeks, meaning at 40 days. And on the 7th week, we all looked like this. This is a 7-week-old fetus. And on the 9th week, we all looked like this. At this stage, the child can swallow and can also urinate within the womb. So it's already active. The brain is active. It has measurable brainwave activities, and it also has a beating heart starting from 3 weeks. And at 11 weeks, we all looked like this. This is 11 weeks is 2 months and 3 weeks, just before 3 months. And at this stage, our feet looked like this. Now, but very small, as you can see here. Why am I showing you all this? Because these are the kind of people within the mother's womb who are being killed every day in the name of abortion rights or reproductive rights. And look, a child sucking its thumb in its mother's womb. But I ask viewers discretion because what I'm going to show you will be very, very disturbing. But look, as you can see, this is a child or a baby killed at 11 weeks. This is what abortion is like. But we don't, unless we see this, we don't know what abortion is really like. And there is what they call a suction abortion. The outcome of this is, as you can see, this. And the DND abortion, 3 months, 4 months, the outcome is like this. I mean, I ask Your Excellencies, is this not a murder? Yeah. I mean, killing children, the most vulnerable part of our society. I mean, these are the ones who we are talking about. So this is a salt poisoning abortion. And eventually, look, I mean, who can fathom this fact? Who can argue this is not murder? I mean, this is happening as we speak now. And this is a 6.5 weeks child killed by abortion, with what they call a chemical abortion. And here is a human garbage. I mean, after they have killed the children, they throw them away like this. So I think this is a time of reckoning. We have to stand for these children. I mean, a nation is judged not by the amount of wealth it hoards. A nation is judged by its provision of protection for the most vulnerable part of its society. This is something we need to always remember. I mean, killing our children in the name of rights is not a sign of modernity. It's not a sign of modernity, and this has to stop. And they even sell body parts. You know, IPPF has been incriminated with selling body parts in thousands of dollars for different purposes. So actionable items, I'm done. Please lobby your countries to explore all legal options for reservations and amendments. That's very important. And please be vigilant as lawyers in monitoring the creation of indicators in your nations, because these are coming after the adoption. And please support countries, African countries who are at the forefront fighting against this evil. For example, Egypt. Now, it's very saddening to hear that at the Geneva Human Rights Council, the number of African nations fighting this evil is now going down. And it's only Egypt now who is standing alone, because other African nations are siding with the perpetrators of this evil for geopolitical reasons. This has been the case just recently at the Human Rights Council, where they were deliberating on maternal mortality issues. So please urge your nations to stand against this evil. I close by this quote from Dietrich Bonhoeffer: "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. and God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act. May God bless Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Antonis. Thank you very much for your presentation and for those for your slides. They were quite touching. At this time, I see our audience. Everybody has something to say. Please, for us to manage time, we are managing it slowly, and we have gotten to the very last member of the panel. Before we call on this member of the panel, I'll tell you a little story. Last year, I had gone to Peru to attend a meeting of FIDA. I had been called up to I had been invited to present a paper. When the keynote speaker came for her speech, she began by asking us at the conference that, imagine that before traveling to Peru, you had to take a plane. And in that plane, the plane is normally supposed to use two engines, a male engine and a female engine. By the time you board, the captain of the plane tells you that, oh, we had a mishap. The female engine is not working. Well, it's just a female engine. The male engine is working, so we can go. How many people will accept to stay in that plane? Well, because nobody could stay in that plane, this committee too could not only have men to talk. We had a woman, or we had two women in our midst. Unfortunately, the other one is not here. At this time, I do invite my dear friend, Kezia Kenneth, to come over.
Thank you for the opportunity, please. We'll be out of here in the next 5 minutes. I want us to look at medical law and ADR, and the fact that for every medical issue, I submit to you that you would accept that you would resolve it through alternative dispute resolution using ADR mechanisms rather than going the litigation route, because we believe that we cannot fight our medical doctors, and we need the doctors and the patients to be in one room. We need policymakers and everyone who is related to the medical profession and advocacy to appreciate the fact that we need ADR. Okay, let me use my phone. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm talking about the efficacy of ADR in resolving medical law disputes. And we are going to share the slides, so I'll be very brief. Especially if you are in Ghana, those of us who finished law school by 2010 down, we all have knowledge of ADR and the mechanisms. So this is the outline: introduction, medical law disputes, examples, practical, question and answers. Let's see what it says. Okay, so we are dealing with medical negligence, which is on the rise on the continent and in Ghana. Then we are going to talk about the cost of same, how litigation is expensive, and how we should deal with patient-centered and effective and efficient alternative dispute resolution using all the mechanisms that we know. But in this room, I'm going to be leaning towards mediation, which is more friendlier when it comes to patient-doctor relationship. So according to BEDIA 2023, the elements needed to prove malpractice claims among doctors and patients is a duty of care. I mean, those of us who are lawyers know that you have to deal with issues about duty of care, the man on the Madina Chocho, and all those things that Kumado taught us in Ghana. Okay, then also we are dealing with the issue of the skills of the medical personnel. We are dealing with the bills. Sometimes we don't explain to the clients what goes into the bill, and that can resolve in disputes. And this happens across the border, across borders. So it's not just a Ghanaian issue. It's not also just a West African issue. Then we, according to Edwards, 2021, the elements to prove in negligence, thank you so much, Doctor, is a duty of care or cause malpractice. So a duty to treat, breach, duty to provide reasonable standard, okay, and to prevent emotional or psychological harm. These are definitions. I'll share the slide. So generally, in Ghana, we have a number of disputes that are extremely expensive. There's a table that I have in the course of my research that has about 7 million in just 1 year on medical dispute claims from a particular hospital in Ghana. And we are thinking that, and it is my submission this afternoon, that if the parties had gone ADR, they may not have spent that much. They may have maintained relationships. The name of the hospitals and things would not have gone down the drain. So right now, there are some hospitals in Ghana. If you say you are going there, we will be telling you don't go, okay? Because they refuse to mend relationships as doctors and patients. Okay. So the general understanding of ADR is that it encompasses mediation, arbitration, negotiation, and these are non-adversarial, okay? But arbitration is generally known as private litigation because we do everything in litigation when we are doing arbitration. We provide evidence, we lead witnesses, the panel or the arbitrator gives a decision, which is like a judgment. However, as for mediation, you will come to the table and do all the talking. We allow you to go out, come back in. It is flexible. Relationships are mended better in mediation. So that is our submission this afternoon, that when there is a dispute, whether with our international partners or local parties and everything, we should go the ADR route. Now, in the United States Medical Law Review, mediation resolves 85% of malpractice cases. In Australia, compensation systems provide quick patient redress. In South Africa, mediation and the ombudsman and conciliation are very helpful to reduce lawsuits. I found this in a document called Nyakote EL 2025. So I think I missed a slide. Okay, so the process of dealing with the issue is that there are internal mechanisms and there are also external mechanisms. So I submit to you that every facility from this room, as medical personnel, when we are advising our clients, whether they are cross-border clients, whether they are local clients, let's submit to them that ADR mechanisms are better because they have a way of maintaining our facilities, they have a way of maintaining our relationships, they have a way of maintaining doctor-patient relationships, as well as making sure that medical health is less expensive. You know, the reason why in advanced countries the medical health bill is expensive is because of litigation and a lot of conflicts that have been going on. And we want to submit that in Africa because our systems are fragile, we should go the ADR route. What are the advantages? It is faster, it is less expensive, it is confidential. When you go through ADR, you know that within 3 months or last within 1 year, you are likely to resolve the dispute, okay? The outcomes promote fairness, there is understanding, it creates a culture of accountability because sometimes the people are able to actually make confessions when you deal with the issues about mediation. Hey, what's up? It's not working. Okay, so The system is tired. Okay, so what do we recommend? We recommend that as we go from here as practitioners, we should, it is our hope that all of us have clients and we have hospitals that we work for or we work with or we plan to work with. So we should establish medical mediation units. We should establish patient complaint desks. We should establish national, regional, and international ombuds offices. We should ensure that there's community center for mediation, and also we should conduct public education and campaigns. And I want to submit that the IHR and the pandemic preparedness does not have ADR as part of its dispute resolution mechanisms. So when we start pushing back those documents, we will be making arguments that they should add ADR as part of dispute resolution under the IHR and the pandemic and all other legislations under medical law. Then we want to conclude to say that ADR presents a transformative path for resolving medical law disputes. It promotes efficiency, it is empathetic, and it brings equity. It bridges the law and medicine and community values, and it restores trust, reduces litigation costs, and strengthens the healthcare system and accountability system, both in Ghana, West Africa, and across all parties in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kedia. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are done with the presentations. I see that there are many persons who may have questions or comments. We will be taking them. And please, if it is a comment for want of time, we would like you to give a very quantized version of your comment. If it is a question, let the question be a question. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 persons at this time. After that, we will take another batch of 2. We'll begin with you. Please, can you have the microphone?
Yeah, thank you very much. Julius Patamia, Ghana Bar Association. Let me see how I conflict. I'm a medical doctor. I would want to start by saying that with my learned, with doctors, with the surgeon's presentation, I saw a mixture of what was factual and non-factual. Abortion, defined by our laws in this country, is before the age of viability. 24 weeks elsewhere is age of viability. 26 weeks elsewhere is age of viability. That is murder. It is not abortion. And so let's stick to the facts and present the facts as they are. Then we can pass our comments on it. The pandemic accord, from Bonn through Nagoya to the pandemic influenza preparedness, PIPS, up to the pandemic accord of May 2025. It was not an abortion accord. And so I stand here saying that making the pandemic accord an abortion accord in itself doesn't add up. We can promote our interests, but let's stick to the facts. And so when Indonesia decides in 2007 not to share pathogens of the H5N1 because they felt the vaccine development and the rest, they didn't benefit. It is what led to the PIPS in 2011. And so if poor countries think that when they contribute to genetic material, they shouldn't be told when it comes to vaccines that are ready that they've not paid for the vaccine. I think the pandemic accord upholds that right, and it should rather be celebrated. Now, Donald Trump, in just this October, had his medical review, and doctor, he had a Moderna injection, anti-COVID injection. And so if the lead person who was anti-vax is taking it, what are you telling the poor people who are dying in their numbers? And for your information, Ghana here, in the year 1918, 1919, 100,000 Ghanaians died from the first influenza that happened on our coast. And that accounted for more than 5 to 10% of our population. What should our countries do when we are seeing that the anti-vaxxers campaign in the US is leading to a massive outbreak of measles in the US? Are you telling poor countries who are seeing these benefits of vaccination not to vaccinate? And for the records, Moderna has an mRNA virus vaccine. It's not the only vaccine. It's not all the COVID vaccines that were mRNA based. And so let's stick to the facts. To the ADR, yes, for a country that has poor services, that may want to go defensive medicine, it is the poor person that will pay. And unfortunately for a lot of our legislation, when it comes to the criminality of it, it becomes more like the person goes to jail and that's it. And so how can we streamline ADR in making sure that the lessons learned are not repeated, and it is just not that the person does not have to be shamed, but then bad practices are also curtailed? And to my advocates, how do you reconcile the fact that you say here that the WHO is promoting traditional medicines, and in the same forum today, one of the first person who presented said that WHO is against natural remedies? And overall, the pandemic accord, the World Health Assembly resolution by 78.1 was by the whole World Health Assembly. And in Ghana here, when COVID came, it was by an executive instrument that the President of the Republic called for a lockdown. And so how do we in this forum say that it was the Director General of the WHO who locked down the world? How do we reconcile these facts? Thank you very much.
Thank you, the lady.
Yeah, I think my question is similar to that which he directed to Madam Kezia. I'm just wondering how ADR would result in deterrence for a lot of medical institutions and medical professionals who indulge in medical malpractices. I ask this because of personal experiences where there were situations where I experienced medical malpractices, and until we had threatened to sue the hospital, no reparations was going to be made. They were not going to take, accountability for whatever had happened. So I honestly struggle to see how mediation particularly could result in any form of deterrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So under the Courts Act, Section 73 and 74.
Kezia,
Yes.
kindly hold on. Mine is a follow-up. It's actually linked to hers.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Excellencies, my name is Jennifer, and my question is also about ADR. I acknowledge that ADR is very helpful. It's fast. It's sometimes cost convenient if you look at the duration that the courts take and the shorter duration that ADR takes. If you talk about arbitration with the ADR system, because it's a bit similar to litigation, I would pardon you for that. But if you talk about mediation, especially in medical negligence, I have practiced for 10 years, and most of the time, I am at the side of, or some way, somehow, the cases that come to us are the cases where people think that their wives were not treated well. Unfortunately, some of these cases, the women die, maternal mortality, and these men, some of them with their little babies, are grieved at the process, are grieved at the medical practitioners. How do they sit across a table with this medical practitioner that you think that is responsible for the death of the love of your life and talk with the person? And let's assume, so I assume that this medical practitioner is going to be negligent, is going to be very truthful to say I was negligent. That is in a very, very unlikely situation. So I also am thinking through and seeing that perhaps mediation may not, you see, sometimes litigation, parties go through it to heal. sometimes they tell you that, lawyer, we just want to go through this process. If it is arbitration, yes, I may understand. But for mediation, looking at the person that you think, or the institution officials that you think are responsible for the demise of your partner, sitting close to you, all that, it's, well, please educate me on that further, please.
Thank you very much. We had two here. The last person, please.
Thank you.
The last person on that side.
I think similarly, referring to what Azuma said on the role of ADR, as if it was the go-to for all the issues in medical negligence resolutions. Indeed, sweeping them under the carpet of confidentiality has not helped. And we are interested in, as Amma said, the deterrence aspect of it. And therefore, if it's all handled privately and resolved as such, so far it hasn't helped at all. And like Jennifer also said, I've had patients or clients who said even going to the hospital, even passing there, brought back terrible memories. They didn't even want to see any staff than to even talk of mediation. So those are the limits of ADR, and the more we admit that, then probably we can find another way out of that. But Dr. Antonio, I hope I got your name right. I'm also concerned about some of the pictures shown and the emotions attached to some of these pictures and the descriptions given. Indeed, abortion, though illegal, for instance, in Ghana and most African countries, there are exceptions. And these pictures were provided, or you show these pictures without providing context as to the circumstances under which they were performed. Because the procedure is same. Whether it is illegal, permitted or not, the procedure of either manual evacuation or using the curettage, it's same. And therefore, the effects are the same, just like the pictures you showed. But I can tell you, for instance, in Ghana, if the lady got pregnant by, let's say, incest, or there was some form of defilement, the law permits it. And the law says it should be done safely by a professional to safeguard the safety of the lady involved. To refer to that as murder is just not appropriate. And therefore, we want to see some context to the presentation. It's not always murderous. Now, I'll come to senior here, and that'll be my last. The WHO has a system and a structure. And therefore, to portray the Director General that these new amendments to the IHR gives him, let's say, a loan, as if even arbitrarily, capriciously, to just get up and then slam the fiats. It's also not what is actually said by the structures. Indeed, it's a decision of the WHA, the Health Assembly, of which he communicates. Some of us called for these amendments actually looking at our experiences with the COVID-19, where a number of countries stick to some of the measures to avoid spread, while some other countries chose their own path against even research and proven ways that was portrayed by the WHO. They experimented this. We saw that in UK. We saw that in Norway. We saw that in Sweden. And how it worsened everything. So to conclude, what I'm saying is that these measures they've done is to ensure some kind of harmonization in controlling similar things if it should happen in the future. And therefore, we should be a bit measured and surgical in our criticism of some of this, because the structure is not as you portrayed it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will let the panel respond to those questions, and after that, we will take two last persons. The panel, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. My brother, I hope I understood you correctly on the aspect of reconciling, particularly as regards the traditional healing. The first presenter, okay, and me. Yeah, because I take my position from the fact that the text of the IHR actually makes it explicitly clear that the interventions that are being looked at are allopathic. There is no mention whatsoever of traditional or natural. And we saw it even during COVID, that the pressure and the push was away from the natural stuff and into allopathy. And that is where I come from. And on the lockdowns, yes, you're absolutely correct that it was the governments themselves that actually announced the lockdown. But the announcement was informed by a directive from the World Health Organization. We saw it even in South Africa, whereby when challenged, the government lawyers go to court and say, well, it was a directive from the World Health Organization. So that is why we are not so much looking at the implementer, but we're looking at the force behind the decision to implement in the first place. My brother, you mentioned the fact that the World Health Organization has systems and structures. Yes, you're absolutely correct. It does have systems and structures. But if you look at Article 1, 12, and 13A of the IHR, that is where it becomes explicitly clear the power and the authority that is now vested in the Director General of the World Health Organization. So I don't speak purely for purposes of sensationalizing an issue. I speak because this is what is written. We're actually analyzing what has been captured there. So this is not an attack on the World Health Organization because it's the World Health Organization. It's actually attacking the content of the document that has been presented. And by virtue of the fact that it comes from the World Health Organization, it necessarily entails attacking the entity that is bringing it through. You talk about the World Health Assembly. My brother, for as long as we have parliaments in Africa, for as long as we have agency as African people, we want to have a say in what impacts upon us. It's not enough to be told that the Africa region took a decision and said A, B, C, D. We want, as African lawyers, an opportunity to analyze these documents and see if they work to the interest and the benefit of Africa or not. We can't just accept it because the World Health Organization has said. We've seen, we know that there are some texts that are agreed upon and the UN or the World Health Organization puts additional texts thereafter. So we cannot accept that, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for want of time, we are going to take two last persons. Please, if somebody has already said a point, it will not be right to say that what this other person has said, because we are running out of time. Yes. They'll definitely will come. Let them raise that, then we will respond and close.
Let me respond to this question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm extremely appalled to hear that human life is considered as human life after 24 weeks. I mean, this is contrary to science and medical research, against. I mean, when I present this fact, I did research. As a medical doctor, I've been in the medical practice for the past 30 years, and I know what I say. Every medical textbook clearly states that human life begins at the time of conception. Let me finish. I know these issues are contentious, but you have said what you have had the chance to present the question. I think it's time for me to respond. So, human life begins at the time of conception. Leading scientists in the field of embryology, genetics, biology were at the American Senate in 1971, 1981, where they were asked clearly, when does human life begin? These are authorities. It's not me or anyone else, but authorities were asked, and they clearly, without any difference said human life begins at the time of conception. And that's a clear fact, medical fact. So the heart starts beating at 3 weeks, the brain starts activity at 6 weeks. So, for us medical doctors, for someone to be declared dead, the brain activities has to stop and the heart has to stop. And all these facts tell us that a 6-week-old fetus has life within the mother's womb. But your point, I understand, is what they call, when the child and the fetus, the uterus, there is a time, a cutoff point where they say where it can live outside of the womb. But that's just an arbitrary point. Every time, it was 7 months before, now it's 6 months, and gradually it's coming down. And we are now witnessing children who are born at 4 months to be alive. So medical research, this is the whole point. Medical research has, beyond reasonable doubt, has made it clear that human life begins at the time of conception. I can bring to you 10 sentences of evidences as a medical person. The other point regarding incest, I know there are hard cases. For example, if a woman is raped, if she gets incested or gets impregnated through incest, these are very contentious issues, and governments have their own ways of dealing with those issues. But the only time when a woman, this has been the case in many African nations and beyond, when a woman gets abortion services is when her life is in danger because of the pregnancy. That's, a medical fact. And she is presented to a board of medical doctors where they find out if this is the case and give her, the right to have that. That is a termination of pregnancy for the sake of the life of the mother, because we don't want to lose 2 lives, and we have to protect the one that can be saved. And even in those instances, the woman is given the chance to get the child reach, for example, the 5th month, if possible, the 6th month, so that the child will be taken out through C-section or in any other way and be given, support, life support in IQ. This is what we know. Otherwise, the claim that abortion is safe is totally incorrect. Abortion has never been safe and will never be safe. There's a claim that it's a safe abortion. When you terminate the life of a child, when you kill a child, that doesn't make it safe, one. The other thing, let me finish. The other thing, even trained medical doctors, gynecologists who performed abortion have made so many mistakes and caused problems for women. I can give you research after research which shows that legalization of abortion didn't make the women's lives better. I can give you facts. And there is no safe abortion. Even abortions that are done within the hospital environment by so-called trained individuals, I have come across cases where the uterus was perforated by a gynecologist and the person took out her bowels. This is happening. Bleeding and infection, all this happens even in hospital setup. So this is the fact. Regarding one final point, I didn't completely tie the pandemic treaty and IHR amendments with abortion. This is a false claim. I said at the outset that I will be talking about one area that has not been addressed by other presenters. So this is an area that needs to be addressed. So The whole issue of pandemic treaty is not about abortion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Last two hands, please. The lady and Ophelia. Please.
Thank you very much, sir. To add to what Dr. Tony said, it opened my eyes, and please, life is the most valuable thing. All what he said, theoretically, biologically is correct, spiritually correct. Conception, immediate. Once that minute, agree and come together, life begins. Spiritually, my mother Mary, when the angel visited her, unknown to her, she said, how can this be? He said, the Holy Spirit will overshadow. The young lady went to see her auntie, Queen Elizabeth, the Elizabeth, John the Baptist's mother. As soon as she entered there, because Elizabeth too was pregnant, the baby in the womb limp. So what am I trying to say? Abortion is deadly because life has started. And when we were taught in biology,
Please,
reproduction.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Reproduction, as soon as the teacher got to that level, I said, teacher, in secondary school, I cannot see why the baby limp. And even in my home, when some parents are discussing the baby in the stomach, they pinch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, the microphone to Barrister Ophelia.
My name is Ophelia Innocent. I'm a lawyer from Nigeria. I am the Publicity Secretary of the Medical Law and Ethics Committee of AFBA. I am connected to this session, and I have every reason to applaud and commend the participants. I only have just a few worries to express. One, as it relates to mediation as a way of resolving disputes. Quite agreeably, I align myself with the thoughts as expanded by Dr. Kezia. However, one area we usually will not have addressed our minds to is the area of expertise in mediation. Mediation is not just something you just come and do. There has to be people who are experts in the field. Now, given the fact that you made a recommendation that all institutions should have mediation or ADR units, do you think there will be enough manpower to man this? And what do you think could be done in that regard? That is on that. Then the second aspect is on the World Health Organization and the activism against the World Health Organization and its policies. Well, quite understandably, we can see the worries that some of us have about the policies of the World Health Organization. However, if we look at the advantage of the World Health Organization as it relates to Africa, especially because of our poor infrastructure, poor services, and all of that we have in Africa. Africa is more like an aid-dependent continent. So with the numerous advantages that come to Africa through the World Health Organization, now that we're trying to make this argument against the World Health Organization, what alternative do we think Africans can adopt in place of the benefits we get from the World Health Organization? Well, it's not just enough for us to say this system is good, not good enough for us, but we should be able to
Thank you very much.
So can you please address that?
Thank you very much. At this time, we are exceptionally giving you, sir, please, you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for the privilege.
Dr. Alex Uriri is my name. I actually have an array of questions, but I will make a double-barrel short one. One of them is, I'm of the Nigerian Bar Association, Ikeja branch. The topic under discussion is of interest because it touches on my research area. My PhD thesis was on maternal mortality and human development indicators in the Niger Delta since 2014, and I have a few publications around the subject. And I've been teaching the graduate course, the politics of population, for the past 17 years. So I'm speaking from a point of knowledge and experience. The double-barrel question touches on the issue of medical negligence that presenters reference to, and the issue of abortion. On medical negligence, I want them to comment whether on the issues of, I'm positing that there's no access to justice as it concerns litigation around medical negligence. I experienced maternal mortality in 2015, and there is an ongoing case in Abuja now, a brother friend of mine, a legal practitioner, with glaring evidence where the system will just make it in such a way that they will maintain a status quo that has no status. Thereby making...
So is that a question or a comment?
Yes, I want the presenters to comment on it.
Please, let questions be questions.
Yes. That what
you
is
have
your,
1 last minute.
Yes. The second one has to do with, in Nigeria, should abortion be liberalized, or in Africa rather, or legalized? Because abortion constitutes 25% of maternal mortality in Nigeria. And on the other one, what do you think about access to justice as it concerns medical negligence? Because there is a whole lacuna. That is an infantile area that no plenty expertise are in for lawyers to handle. So ADRO as an option is just an option because to get access to justice is a question that I want you to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will have the panelists, the last 2 panelists who did not... it's only Kezia. Kezia, over to you, please.
Okay, so under Ghanaian law, section 73 and 74 of the Courts Act talks about the issues that can go on ADR and the issues that cannot go on ADR. ADR is not blanket. There are parameters. So if the matter is felonious, you can't go under ADR as a matter of principle and law. However, we all agree that ADR is also an agreement between the parties. Some people are very litigious, so no matter what they say, I want to litigate. But you see, to what end? If you lose a family member through a certain procedure, I must say that 9 years ago, we lost a very close friend of mine. She was with me, extremely close friend, law school, everywhere. She went for a fibroid operation, and immediately they opened her up. They said anesthetic failure. She was gone. And the stories that we heard was that they scheduled her for the operation in the course of a particular day, and then they later came to say that the husband should go home because they were tired. Immediately the husband left for the house. They wheeled the woman into the theater around 7:30, 8 p.m. The man came back the following day, and my friend was gone. If you want to litigate, no wahala. Personally, I suffered a condition 6 years ago when I had my last child, and that condition could have taken my life. It's called postpartum hemorrhage. Postpartum hemorrhage can kill you in 10 minutes. But what I find, I agree with my friend here, what I find about the medical system in Ghana is that even your close friends will not admit that there was a problem. No matter how you bounce the issue around, they will tell you, oh, this thing could have happened, this possibility is there, that possibility is there. So yes, I've done just 13 years of practice as a lawyer, but I think that I would go for ADR any day than litigation because no judge will make the decision for me. It will be much more easier, much more comfortable. We allow parties to vent, okay? I agree with what you say, that this person killed your spouse, like my friend, and her children had to go through very difficult and turbulent times. But on Friday, the 10th of October, her last child became a lawyer. And I was happy that I could dress as a lawyer to go and welcome her into the bar. It was a very mixed emotion. And I agree with how you feel and how your clients feel. But you see, you have to determine what you really want. What do you want? If your clients want litigation, don't force them. Your job as a lawyer is to give the options and say, you have this option, you have that option, you have that option. You could be compensated. It doesn't bring the person back. You could vent. You could do all kinds of things that is possible under ADR. And even under arbitration, whichever one that you choose. And you see, 1 minute, sometimes when you are doing family law cases, and you see that, oh, this is your wife or this is your husband, so I don't think you should litigate it. People just want to make sure they show the other person pepe. So they want to go through a litigation. You cannot force them not to go through it. So it is a case-by-case basis. You have to analyze the facts, look at your clients, allow them to choose. You can't force any client on what to do or what not to do. You lay bare the advantages and disadvantages. And I have settled, I am a mediator also, certified and trained from 2005. I didn't know I would be a lawyer, but I was trained as a mediator in 2005. So I can tell you that when it is mediation, I know what to do to get the outcome, you see, as a mediator. But when I wear the lawyer cap, what I do is that I write a letter to the other party. I look at their body language. Their response will tell me what to tell my client, what not to tell my client, among other things. And as a Christian, let the Holy Spirit lead you. Have I answered all the questions? If I have not, there's a question about expertise. Yes. Currently in Ghana, we are training a lot of people who are not lawyers to become paralegals and ADR persons. The only issue is that we have to encourage them to enter into the medical space because this is a specialized area. All of us are still learning. If you don't learn under the principles of what to do, if you are dealing with medical law practice, you cannot be a good ADR person in the medical law field. So I think that when we finish training them in general ADR, we must encourage them to look at this side of it and then deal with it, because if we do that, then we can have a lot of people to push around and then to deal with the issues. So please, like I said, if the thing is a crime, you cannot even put it under ADR at all. I thank you very much. I hope I've answered every question. Deterrence is when you want to deal with it as a crime. You see, if you can prove that there is mens rea, there's causation, all the ingredients of a crime, if you can prove that one, then you go mens rea way. Otherwise, if you are looking for compensation, mens rea doesn't come in. Abi, you know.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we have come to the close of our session. I want to say that the views that have been expressed by the panelists at this time are still their views. We will take them for the position of AFBA after the plenary session tomorrow when we present the resolutions. If AFBA adopts them, then we will say that this is AFBA's position. So whether this talk was on the left or it was on the right, somebody said everybody is a politician, depending on whose camp you are. So yes, whether it was for abortion or it was pro-life, AFBA has not yet taken a position. Those who are interested, please be at the plenary session tomorrow to be able to know this. Also, if you are desirous, send us what you feel that we may give to AFBA so that it can be adopted as part of the resolutions. At this time, I ask you to please honor the panelists with a round of applause. We are going to be calling on AFBA Vice President Adjunct Stanislaus to please come to present the the awards of recognition to the panelists. We'll also call the panelists of the last session to please come. And then we'll also call Barrister Agbonkongo. Barrister Agbonkongo is a member of the Bar Council of the Cameroon Bar. He happens to have come here exceptionally to give us a boost. Please, sir, we invite you to come to the rostrum to help us give this award recognition. Those who did participate in the first session, please come up to the stage. Please, yeah.
Okay, learned colleagues, we'll start with the medical committee. Then learned barrister Agbonkongo will take up for the IP, sports, entertainment, and creative media. Please, at this time, we call on the moderator for the session of the medical committee to come up. This one does not have a name. Okay. Thank you very much. The African Bar Association is very pleased with your work. There is not much that we can do. We can just give you this token, take home, and show it to your friends to let them know that the African Bar appreciates your work.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Antonio. Dr. Antonio.
Okay. Doctor, thank you very much for everything you've done. Your presentation, you can see the reaction. Everybody was very attentive. And the lawyers, their minds are very agitated. Take it as it came. Rest assured that we of the African Bar recognize the work that you've done. And we cannot do much, just a token for you to take back home.
Thank you.
And let your people know that we have your consent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your work.
Kenneth.
The mediator and lawyer.
Yes. ADR, boss.
Correct. The African Bar is very proud of you. We thank you for all the work that you're doing. We thank you for the knowledge that you disseminate. Please, we could do more, but our means takes us to this token. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
And finally, to the moderator of the session, learned barrister Samuel Tabi Biano. Gentlemen, thank you for what you do for AFBA. Thank you. So at this time, we'll hand over the session. No, there should be group photographs for this person. Group photographs. Group photographs for the medical committee. Medical. We're just trying to save time. We have to thank you for your patience. At this time, we hand the podium to Barrister Agbonkongo, Bar Council member from Cameroon, to hand over these gifts to the IP committee.
Chairperson of, thank you very much. Privileged to be able and honored to do this very symbolic gesture. To the chairperson of this committee, Barrister Ajong, Stanislas, from African lawyers to the world, show them what we're made of. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Right Honorable Doctor, thank you for your contribution this day. And this is from African lawyers to the world. Show them what we're made of. Thank you. We're proud of you. Dear Leonard colleague Barrister Rosemary Wogbo, is that correct? Yes. Thank you for your contribution for this day and for your contribution to African lawyers. This is a sign of our acknowledgement for all your work you put in, from African lawyers to the world.
Thank you.
Group picture, please. Group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of African Bar Association, I want to thank you heartily for being here today. There are a few announcements. Yeah, so there are buses that are ferrying people to Sandbag Beach. There are some here, and there are others at the entrance of Labadi. Please, if you're rushing to the hotel room to change, this is the time to do that and join us so that we can have a memorable Cameroon and Ghana evening. Everybody is invited. Please, dress code, dress in a very light mood. I don't want to see people with three-piece suits there. Get ready for dancing because there are two platforms. There is one down and there's one up. We'll be at the one up. Thank you, and thank you. Again, my name is Tanya Mbianyo. I did the moderation and facilitation for the sessions. Bye.
Nobody could do as I done too much. And it's about you, shalom,